Yeah, definitely. It was a nice start for us. A good performance, but not a complete performance, which is an encouraging sign. You know, we've got a lot of things we can still work on. And so, yeah, I think the ceiling's pretty high for this group of players.
And I guess top three is the obvious thing to improve on, but difficult batting at top of the order at this time of year.
Yeah, very difficult. And the top three all showed a really good intent, and you know they just got good balls all got out. So yeah, difficult place to start as an open up in Headingley in April. But yeah, a lot of good signs, as you say, throughout the team.
Have you had time to have a look at Sussex and their performance first up?
Yeah, we've had a little meeting. We know quite a lot of their players, and a few of their players we don't know a lot about. But you know, these days with the video, it's quite easy to see what they're about. And but more importantly than that, we just want to keep doing what we're doing and sticking to our A game. And hopefully that should be enough over the 4 days.
First game at home of the season. How much difference does home and away make at the moment without supporters?
No, it doesn't make a lot of difference in terms of that, but obviously we know conditions here and we know the wicket pretty well. So we're all really excited to be back home and in the glorious Cardiff sunshine. So yeah, we're looking forward to the next 4 days.
And I guess it's just a little bit easier off the fields rather than staying in a hotel with no facilities open.
Yeah, as you know, it was a bit tricky up in Yorkshire with the travelling and the hotel situation and the dinner stuff and showering even after game for recovery. So it'll be nice to have all the home comforts of being at home, and hopefully those kind of 1%ers will be in our favour.
Tell us a bit about James, the new name to most Glamorgan supporters.
Yeah, James has settled in really well. He's a pretty good bowling all-rounder, and yeah, I think he'll be offering the team a lot, and he's got a really good record, and I'm sure he's hungry to prove a few people wrong and make Cardiff his home.
Online coverage of Glamorgan against Sussex at Sophia Gardens in the first county championship match of the season to be played here. The news is that Sussex have won the toss and asked Glamorgan to bat first. It's a chilly but sunny morning here in Cardiff and we're about to get underway. I'm Nick Webb and alongside me is Adrian Harms. Good morning.
Yeah, hi Nick, great to see you. What a lovely day. A bit of a contrast to last week. I know you had a bit of snow in Yorkshire, we had a bit of snow in Lancashire as well, but beautiful day, as you say, a bit nippy, but I think the forecast good for the next 4 days, which is great news.
Indeed so. Glamorgan make one change in that there is a debut for James Wheel, 27-year-old seamer, signed from Durham. He's been with them for several seasons, also had a game on loan at Leicestershire last season, and he replaces Jamie McElroy, who has a side strain, unfortunately, after his debut. The Sussex lineup.
Yeah, there's just the one change for Sussex as well. Sean Hunt, who bowled really nicely at Old Trafford last week, he's not in the side, and Henry Crocombe, another teenager, has been referred. I think that's very much in Salisbury, just rotating the bowlers at this early stage of the season. Probably Sean Hunt's a little bit unlucky to miss out, if the truth be known. I thought he bowled really nicely, but I suspect they're just giving him a gentle introduction to county cricket. But Henry Crocombe, I suspect there's, well, whether he'll take the new ball or not, I don't know, but one thing is for certain, that Ollie Robinson will open the bowling for Sussex.
And he is preparing to do so from the Cathedral Road end. The umpire presiding is Alex Wharf. At the other end is Ben Debenham. And he will be bowling to Nick Selman, as Selman is beaten by the first delivery, groping forward rather, and going through outside the off stump.
Well, it's a bit of a snorter to get first up, really. Super delivery from Ollie Robinson, who took a couple of wickets up at Old Trafford last week. He spent, time in and around the England squad, and as a lot of people have been saying, you feel it's only a matter of time perhaps before he gets the nod to play in a test match. But if he can start the season well and take some wickets, he's going to be very much in the selectors' thoughts.
Here comes Robinson again then, right arm over the wicket into bowl to Selman, who's dabbing that one down into the slips under control or along the ground, and there's no run. Selman with not the greatest start to the season, making 4 and 0 at Headingley, and then rolled his ankle in
Ouch.
Training before the last day, so didn't field on the Sunday, mind you, given the temperatures. That might have been a boost to Selman rather than a blow. He faces up again to Robinson, and he drives that one gently to mid-on, and there is no run.
Yeah, it was perishing cold, certainly. I mean, I can only imagine that the fielders up at Old Trafford last week wearing hand warmers and all sorts of things. It really was cold. But it sounded like two good games of cricket. I mean, had the snow not come at Headingley, Nick, Glamorgan looked quite well placed in that game. Yeah,
I think if they'd had those extra 2 sessions on day 3, then they would have been well placed to press for victory, give themselves more time to bowl Yorkshire out, as Robinson bowls as a appeal for LBW and is given, and Nick Selman's unhappy start to the season continues. Trapped leg before by Ollie Robinson, and Glamorgan are 0 for 1.
Well, he's been right on the money, hasn't he, from the very first ball this morning, Ollie Robinson. I thought he was just feeling his way back into things up at Old Trafford last week. He spent a lot of time away with England, a lot of time in the bubble without playing very much cricket. But this morning he's come out and he's put the ball on a sixpence right away. And from while we were watching, umpire Wharf had very little hesitation at all. I don't know if it nipped back a little bit to him. But the pitch does look like it's just a little hint of green, Nick, and maybe that's why Ben Brown decided to bowl first.
Yes, it might give them some assistance early on, as Selman's just played across that one, and well, some people say that is a failing of his, that he tends to play across the line a bit. It's trapped LBW, and it's an early introduction to championship life in Cardiff for Andrew Balbirnie, the tall Irishman, filling in for Marnus Labuschagne. Didn't get in the runs at Headingley with 16 in the first innings and just 5 in the second. Looked as though he was getting in the first knock, but didn't manage to kick on. David Lloyd's scores were similarly unconvincing, 4 and 16, so Glamorgan yet to garner any runs, any serious runs from the top 3, and they've suffered another early blow here today. 0 for 1 as Balbirnie takes guard.
The ground looks an absolute picture, Nick, doesn't it? I mean, sadly no spectators, but the outfit looks in terrific condition.
Here's Robinson in to bowl, and that's driven gently back to the bowler. There's no run. We await news of when spectators would be allowed in. From the Welsh Government. Glamorgan have said they have applied for one of these pilot events. As Robinson comes in and bowls to Balbirnie, that's down leg side, well taken by Ben Brown, tumbling to his left, and Ollie Robinson has started with a wicket maiden here in Cardiff.
Yeah, and a good over from Ollie Robinson as well, except for the last delivery, which, as you say, Nick, just sort of slid down the leg side, but it was an over where he was right on the money from the off, trapping Nick Selman, LBW. A bit interested to see who opens the bowling at the far end. Is that the River Taff?
River Taff end, yeah.
And it looks like it's going to be Henry Crocombe. And I do like this with Ben Brown. Last week up at Old Trafford, he gave Sean Hunt, the young left arm over bowler, the new ball, and I think it just saves perhaps younger players hanging around waiting to see when they're going to bowl. And it is going to be Henry Crocombe who gets the nod ahead of both George Garton, whose birthday it is today, 24 today, so happy birthday to George, and also the more experienced Stuart Meeker. But it's going to be Henry Crocombe, who's running in from the River Taff end under lovely blue skies, comes in and bowls to Lloyd, and that was a full toss down the leg side. He was fortunate not to be clipped away for a boundary, so maybe a few nerves from young Henry Crocombe, who played in the Bob Willis Trophy last year and bowled particularly well at the Oval in the final game against Surrey, and very much in Sussex's thoughts for this season. And he starts his first match today, comes in and bowls, and that's better, pitched up on around about middle and leg, and Lloyd is forward and plays firmly to mid-on, where it's fielded by, there's Ollie Robinson up there at mid-on, the new Sussex vice-captain. There are 3 slips: Stian Van Zale, George Garton and Aaron Thomason. Backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg just down below us, who's Jack Carson, as in comes Crocombe and bowls, and well pitched up and driven nicely by Lloyd through mid-off. It's going to be a couple of runs, maybe more than that. Tom Haynes is in hot pursuit, he overhauls the ball and gets the throw in, but Lloyd is on his way with a very pleasant off drive, and Glamorgan's first run on the board, they go to 2 for 1. So I was looking at the scoreboard actually, Nick, but it's not working, is it? So
indeed.
So we'll keep abreast of how things are going
as best we can.
Yeah. Crocombe on his way again, right arm over the wicket, he's in and bowls, and driven forward by Lloyd. More runs here. No, it's not. A good stop by Ollie Robinson, who had to move smartly to his right at mid-on to field the ball. A good sprawling save, and David Lloyd remains on 2.
Yes, there is one scoreboard working, it's not one which we can see.
Oh, right. Whereabouts is that, Nick?
On the indoor cricket school away to our left, so the players know what's happening.
In comes Crocombe on his way and bowls, and Lloyd is back and across, and with a high left elbow just drops his hands, and the ball literally drops down in front of him, and fielded by Tom Clark, who comes into field. So it's Van Zale, Garton and Clark in the slips. Aaron Tonneson is actually at backward point, Delray Rawlings at cover, Tom Haynes all the way up there at mid-off, Ollie Robinson at mid-on, Stuart Meeker at mid-wicket, and Jack Carson down below us here at fine leg. And Crocombe was on his way, but then aborted his run up halfway through and then drops the ball as well. He wanders back to his mark.
Just getting a little bit fidgety.
He is.
Overexcited.
Umpire Debenham standing at that far end of the ground. As in comes Crocombe. Bowls, and Lloyd again plays a very model forward defensive shot out into the offside, fielded there by Delray Rawlings. It's the end of Henry Crocombe's first over of the day, an over that yielded 2 runs, and they're the 2 runs which Glamorgan have 2 for 1 at the end of 2 overs.
So, lovely day here in Cardiff. It's certainly quite chilly in our commentary box with the window open as per regulations. But let's hope the players aren't as chilly as they were up north.
Yeah.
First game of the season for both sides.
It was so. I didn't take my coat off for 4 days up at Old Trafford. Scott Reed kept saying to me, "Crumbs, you haven't taken your coat off." And on the last day, it was perishing. As you say, as here we had the windows open, but it was really fresh.
So Robinson to see if he can back up his opening wicket made, and Glamorgan 2 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online and via the Glamorgan website. As Robinson is in to bowl outside off stump, and Balbirnie allows that one to go through.
So, in terms of who's due to come to Glamorgan, Nick, Marnus Labuschagne, he's coming back but not available, yes, I guess.
Next month. Likewise, Michael Nessa, his Queensland teammate, but they're involved in the Sheffield Shield final, which is the culmination of the Australian domestic season. As Robinson is in to bowl, and that's hits Balbirnie somewhere on the thigh pad, I think, just pops out in front of him. No score.
So which state are they, Nick?
They're Queensland.
Right, okay.
So New South Wales were bowled out for 143 in their first innings, and Nessa got a 5 for.
Right, wow.
Which is good omen for Glamorgan. 5 for 27. Queensland in reply, 58 for 1 at the close. Labuschagne 23 not out.
Good day.
Robinson is in, bowls, and that's driven nicely down the ground by Balbirnie. He'll get runs here. He will get 4 of them as that's reached the fence straight at the Cathedral Road end, just over pitching slightly. First runs off Robinson, and Glamorgan tick along to 6 for 1.
So presumably when are they both for championship cricket, Nick? Are they?
Yes.
Right, okay. And available for much of the season, I guess, are they?
Well, who knows with international cricket demands. As Robinson is in and bowls, and that's off something of an inside edge to forward square leg, and there's no run. So Labuschagne, it's hoped, will be available for a good chunk of the season, and may play in the One-Day Cup, I suppose, with not having picked up a 100 contract. Colin Ingram will be here to play for Glamorgan in T20, possibly instead of Nessa, as this one is down leg side that's got something on it. It'll run away to the boundary for 4 runs. Nothing on it at all. I thought there was a little flick maybe off inside edge or pad, but it's run away for 4 byes. So Ben Brown will not be happy with his bowler. Sending down one leg side. 10 for 1 Glamorgan.
That seemed to drift quite a long way down the leg side as well. He got some movement. He wasn't expecting Ollie Robinson, but it didn't seem to set off that far down the leg side.
Robinson in, bowls, forward comes Balbirnie, playing it up to mid-on, and there is no run. Glamorgan at the end of 3 overs here on BBC Sport Online are 10 for 1.
Well, Marnus Labuschagne, he made, I think, Nick, when we were last at Hove, 100 in each innings, I think.
Certainly got plenty of runs.
Yeah, and he's been a terrific signing, hasn't he?
Oh, absolutely. Well, he played in 10 games in 2019 in the Championship and scored 1,100 runs.
Yeah.
Sadly, we haven't seen him since.
But he's due back. As in comes Henry Crocombe running in from the River Taff end, and bright sunshine here. Bowls to Lloyd, and he beats Lloyd outside the off stump. That's the best delivery that young Crocombe has bowled. Lloyd was rather groping for that, not to the pitch of the ball. The ball whistled past the outside edge, taken by Ben Brown. And Sussex also have an Australian coming over in the form of Travis Head. we're not entirely sure whether he'll miss the first 3 or 4 games of the new season. As Crocombe turns, 3 slips go down. He's in and bowls and driven firmly by Lloyd to mid-off, fielded by Tom Haynes. Out in the distance of mid-off, and again there is no run.
So looking forward to having Labuschagne back and Nessa here for the first time.
Sound like 2 good signings, Nick.
Yeah, well, Nessa's been around the fringe of the Australian Test squad without getting a test.
Crocombe bowls, and that's played away into the offside by Lloyd. He's going to get a couple of runs, but he rather squirted that one away on the offside. He was looking to play the ball through extra cover, and we got a thick edge, and the ball went out through backward point, and he picks up 2 more runs, and Glamorgan on to 12 without loss. And I say I think because we're keeping tally. The main scoreboard is not operating at the moment. And Crocombe is already back at his mark and running in. Right arm over the wicket, bowls, and Lloyd plays this deftly wide of third slip. More runs here for Lloyd. He's going to get at least 2, and that's all he'll get as George Garton chases the ball back, gets in the throw to keeper Ben Brown. And Lloyd off to a good start here. Glamorgan 2, 14 for 1. A wicket to Sussex in the opening over, with Ollie Robinson pinning Nick Selman at LBW for a duck. And for those just joining us, Sussex winning the toss and electing to bowl first, as Crocombe is on his way. Past umpire Debenham, he's in and bowls, and Lloyd plays that from high on the bat to backward point, fielded by Aaron Tonneson, and there is no run. And a couple of departures, Nick, in the winter. See, Graham Wagg has moved on.
Graham Wagg, yes, they couldn't agree terms. There was an offer of some sort made by the county, but right. Obviously not to Mr. Wagg's liking.
And comes Crocombe again, bowls, and a ball pitched on about middle and off, and Lloyd plays forward and judges it well, plays the ball to mid-off, and Tom Haynes had to move to his left to field, and in the end there was a comfortable single for David Lloyd. And at the end of the 4th over of the morning, I think, Nick, the score is 15 for 1.
Yes. I can confirm that.
Are these the scorers next to us here?
They are.
Yeah, because I know that away scorers aren't still allowed to travel.
Correct, which is why the scoring is being done by Glamorgan's regular first 11 scorer, Dr. Andrew Hignell, and his second 11 counterpart, Byron Jones.
Right.
So, 15 for 1 Glamorgan after 4 overs here on BBC Sport Online. That one falling to Robinson, trapping Selman leg before without scoring. Yes, Glamorgan have got Michael Nessa's played a couple of ODIs, has been in plenty of test squads, but hasn't actually gone into a 5-day test, as Lloyd is hit on the thigh and the ball dribbles out towards square leg, and there is no run. $15 for 1. As we will do our best to keep you informed with the score, and we are making efforts to have a better system in place later in the day or later in the game. Robinson is in to bowl, and Lloyd again off something of a thick edge, plays to mid-wicket there. He's not finding the middle of the bat regularly, David Lloyd, at the moment, is he?
No, he's not, and you probably heard the howl from behind the stumps coming there from Ben Brown. It was a good delivery by Robinson, pitching around about middle and off, drawing Lloyd forward. As you say, it was an uncertain shot from Lloyd. Is he a regular opener in county cricket?
He hasn't been, no, but he will be for the first month anyway. As Lloyd plays that up to mid-on and calls for a quick single. Good call there, with Haynes slightly back on his heels at mid-on, and they've gone through for a quick single, 16 for 1. No, you're correct, Lloyd's, well, he didn't play 4-day cricket last season because he broke his foot trying to stop a return drive in pre-season, so he only played 5
Right.
T20 games in the last couple of weeks of the season. And he was a big loss to Glamorgan's batting last season when things were not particularly stable, particularly often. There's Robinson to Balbirnie, who defends that out on the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, I just noticed there that Tom Haynes walked in a little quicker for that delivery. He definitely got the Robinson glare at that single. There really wasn't a single there that David Lloyd took. He played it to mid-on, and as you say, I think Tom was slightly on his heels and shouldn't really have had that single.
Yeah, so maybe forgive that for one of the big fast bowlers who's bowled a few overs in the day, but not at the start of a day. Perhaps just enjoying the Cardiff sunshine.
Yep.
As Robinson, tall figure, into bowl to Balbirnie, appealed for LBW, didn't sound as convinced as for the first one against Selman, and therefore is not as convincing to umpire Wharf. Yeah,
the main appeal seemed to come from behind the wicket. I thought it was perhaps going over the top at first look, but he's certainly making the ball nip around a bit here this morning, Ollie Robinson. He's bowling a very good line and length as well.
2 for 69 in the opening match, also scored a half century.
Yeah, and batted very well.
Runs away from us past the blue markings on the outfield, and on the back foot is Balbirnie playing out on the offside. No run. End of the over, 16 for 1 after 5. Lloyd is 8, Balbirnie is 4, Sundries are 4, Selman out for naught.
And in fact, Ollie Robinson has been appointed vice-captain of Sussex as well for this season. And interestingly, seeing him bat at number 8, he's batted sort of all over the place in the lower order for Sussex. But by his own admission, he's a better batsman than his first-class average suggests. He averages around about 20, and he said on a number of occasions he feels he should be getting more runs, and he certainly batted well last week. As in comes Henry Crocombe from the taff end, bowls to Balbirnie. Is he caught behind? Well, given not out, Balbirnie just wandered away to square leg. Ben Bound took that low in front of first slip with his right hand. Again, it wasn't an overly confident appeal. Oh, sorry, it was David Lloyd. I do apologise.
No, it was sort of appeal in stages. Someone starts and
I
else
agree.
joins in.
Crocombe on his way again to the right-handed Lloyd. He's in on bowls. Lloyd drives nicely. That's the best shot that he's played. A half parry by Tom Haynes fielding out at mid-off stops the ball going for 4. But a nice confident shot by David Lloyd, who's looked good driving the ball through mid-off. And that was a nice-looking shot, and he picks up a couple of runs.
Wind on our effects microphone. Just a breeze whipping across the Fire Gardens at the moment.
As Crocombe is very quickly back to his mark, bowling with 3 slips. He comes in and bowls, and Lloyd drives firmly, and that's going to be 4 more. Overpitched by Henry Crocombe, and driven away through the offside. A lovely looking shot by David Lloyd past Delray Rawlings, who had no chance at all at cover.
22 for 1.
Nice looking shot by David Lloyd. He must have the majority of those, I would imagine. We're just, as I say, just to stress to our listeners that the scoreboard isn't working at the moment, but
Lloyd has 14.
Crocombe back to his mark. I can see Stuart Meeker warming up at mid-wicket. I wouldn't have thought they'd take Henry Crocombe off just yet. At least he's pitching the ball up, which is at least what you want with the new ball. He's in and bowls, and that's a good delivery. And it draws Lloyd forward. He plays out into the offside. Footed by Tom Haynes, and there is no run.
So Sussex have got Stean Van Zyl as an overseas, I take it these days?
Yeah, he didn't come over last year, Nick, for the Bob Willis Trophy, so we haven't seen him for, well, the best part of 18 months. So he is one overseas, and Travis Head, when he arrives, will be the other. As Crocombe on his way past umpire Debenham bowls, and Lloyd is forward, and a good response from Henry Crocombe, pitching the ball up, driven to mid-on and fielded there by Ollie Robinson. Yeah, and I think certainly early season, a big responsibility on Stean Van Zyl. It's a very young Sussex side. 7 of the 11 are 23 or under.
Didn't help Phil Salt damaging his foot.
Yeah, absolutely. As in comes Crocombe and Bowles, and forward comes Lloyd, plays into the offside. A good response from Henry Crocombe, playing in his first county championship match this season. 3 dot balls to finish the over. It is the end of the 6th over of the morning, and Glamorgan are 22 still? 22 for 1, with Nick Selman, the man, out for a duck. Yeah, so I think, you know, a lot of responsibility around Stian Van Zandt. In fact, last week at Old Trafford, Sussex were in trouble. They were 127 for 6 at one stage, but Tom Haynes batted really well. He made a big 155, a career best for him, and with Ollie Robinson they got Sussex, you know, up to a decent score. And the batting has been a problem over the last 2 or 3 seasons, and certainly early season, you know, a big responsibility on Stian.
In comes Robinson then, running away from us at the Cathedral Road end, and Bowles, and that's out. LBW. Balbirnie trapped on the back foot, and Robinson, another in-ducking delivery. They seemed absolutely convinced by that one, and Balbirnie has gone for just 4, and Glamorgan are in trouble at 22 for 2.
Well, he's bowling really well here this morning, Ollie Robinson. Again, that was well pitched up, pitching around middle and off, bowling very straight and perhaps getting a bit of nip as well. And I thought he bowled well at Old Trafford last week, but it seemed just to be feeling his way in a bit. But this morning he's really bowling like the Ollie Robinson that we know, and the reason that he's got himself in and around the England squad. Was away with England in Sri Lanka and India during the winter. Didn't get to play a test match, but would have hugely benefited from being around the likes of Anderson and Broad. And he's bowling really well this morning, and fully justifying at the moment Ben Brown's decision to win the toss and bat first.
Balbirnie faced 12 deliveries, and Ollie Robinson has now bowled 3.1 overs and has 2 for 5. So an excellent start from the Sussex seamer, who has already matched his wickets tally at Old Trafford.
Yes. And actually, you know, talking about Ollie, interesting. He made the runs last week as well, and he'd said previously that, I mean, clearly his role in the side is to take wickets, but he is a capable batsman. And during his junior cricket years, that he spent a lot of time in Kent. He used to bat, you know, well up the order, you know, 4s and 5s. So he's a genuine all-round cricketer, Ollie Robinson. But certainly bowling is what's attracting the interest of England at the moment.
So it'll be Billy Root at number 4 for Glamorgan, batting to come Kieran Carlson, Chris Cook, Callum Taylor, Dan Douthwaite, then the debutant James Wheel rather. Robinson is in to bowl the left-handed Root, who allows that one to go through outside off stump, and there is no run. Billy, of course, with some fine cricket up in Headingley, which he really relished, scoring 43 and 110 not out against his native county.
Did his 100 come off of Joe Root?
It did, yes. Joe was brought on to bowl especially for the occasion, with Billy on 97 or something like that. As in comes Robinson, and Root is forward, defending out on the offside. Haynes Fields moving round from mid-off. Yes, we had instances in, I think, 3 out of the 4 innings of the brothers bowling one to t'other. And Matthew Maynard said it was a plan to get Billy Root on as soon as Joe Root came in, and in one innings Billy Root bowled first change. As Robinson is in to bowl to Root, who turns on the leg side, and there's no run.
I mean, it can't be easy, you know, being the brother of the England captain. I mean, clearly he's batting very well. It seems like he's acquitted himself really well at Glamorgan, Nick.
Yeah, Matthew Maynard said afterwards he did it the hard way, been around a couple of counties, but seems to have found his hopefully permanent gig here. As the 4 slips wait, 4th slip is very close actually. as Root plays that one into a little gap backward of point, and will get off the mark, angling that one down as they go through for a single. 23 for 2 Glamorgan. Robinson with both wickets. Stephen Hedges on Twitter, the phrase we never want to hear from Nick Webb, Glamorgan are in trouble. Nick Webb 2017 is my Twitter account. Using yours today?
Yes, I am. It's at BBC Sussex Sport, and when I get the computer up and running, you can email as well, but I'll let you know when that's up and running. I had a few Wi-Fi issues this morning, but yeah, we'll get that sorted out as well.
As Robinson is in, bowls, and that's allowed to go through outside off stump by David Lloyd, and there's no run. You needed next door at the moment, Adrian?
Yes, I about 25-2, so I'll do one more over, and then I'll nip next door.
Okay.
But good to see Joe Root playing in the opening game of the season. To be honest, Nick, I mean, hadn't been back from India from too long. I think that would have pleased the Yorkshire members, no doubt. That he was playing in the opening game.
Yes, we got some good figures on the Yorkshire.
Yeah, I bet.
Website. I believe it's about 80,000 over the 4 days, plus 20-odd thousand on the Glamorgan, plus the thousands listening through the BBC audio site. So welcome along wherever you're listening. 23 for 2 Glamorgan after 7.
And it's going to be Henry Crocombe, young Sussexy, just 19 years of age, who's going to carry on from the River Taffen, coming into bowl to the left-handed Billy Root with 3 slips and bright sunshine. He's in and bowls, and Root is forward to a ball pitching roundabout off stump and plays the ball straight back down the track, and Crocombe fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. So Van Zale at first slip, George Garton at second, Tom Clark at third, Aaron Thomason at backward point, almost a gully position, Delray Rawlings in the covers, Ollie Robinson mid-off, Tom Haynes mid-on. As in comes Crocombe again. He's in and bowls, and it's wide outside the off stump, and Root has nothing to do with it. Lets the ball pass through to Ben Brown, who takes the ball about waist high, almost in front of first slip, and there is no run. Just to complete the field, Stuart Meeker is at mid-wicket, and Jack Carson, the young off-spinner, all the way down at fine leg. Beautiful morning here in Cardiff. The trees are just starting to come into leaf at the far end of the ground. Bit of high level cloud as Crocombe is in and bowls, and good delivery, and draws Billy Root forward, and he plays quietly towards mid-off. But Delray Rawlings is very quickly in to field the ball, and there is no run. Aaron Thomason has just given something to the umpire at the far end of the ground, presumably something he found on the outfield, I guess.
Yes, can't give him any item of his own equipment or clothing these days, can he?
Yeah, so he must have found something that was perhaps left on the outfield. Either way, he's back to his position as Crocombe is on his way again, running in towards us and bowls, and Billy Root again shows good judgment, lets that one pass by outside of the off stump, taken by Ben Brown, and there is no run.
Mentioned most of the Glamorgan side. I'm not sure whether James Wheel, the debutant, will bat at 9 or 10. Van der Hochten got a career best 85 not out for Glamorgan at Headingley. Michael Hogan will presumably be back to his preferred 11 slot.
Crocombe in again, bowls, and Root just places carefully to backward point, fielded there by Aaron Thomason, and there is no run. And
Dr. Hignell informs me that this is Michael Hogan's 100th first-class game for Glamorgan.
He's been a good servant, hasn't he?
He has.
He made runs last week, Nick.
Yes, in his usual entertaining style.
Crocombe is already running in towards us from the River Taffen, bowls to Root, and he hits Root on the pad, and up goes the umpire's finger, and Henry Crocombe has picked up his first wicket of the season. Billy Root is on his way. 3 LBW decisions for the Glamorgan batsman, and Glamorgan now in a spot of trouble here. 3 wickets down, 2 to Ollie Robinson and 1 to young 19-year-old Henry Crocombe.
Yeah, so Lloyd on his way back for just a single, and Glamorgan 23 for 3 in this 8th over, having lost wickets in the 1st, 7th and 8th now. And Sussex with their first bonus point already within, 32 minutes of the opening of play. Adrian will slide off. If you could send Edward Bevan our way, that would be lovely. As Edward will come into the box, and Welsh supporters will be hoping that his presence restores some order to the batting lineup. 3 LBW decisions. Root seemed to be sort of caught half and half. Balbirnie was on the back foot. Selman playing across the line, I think. If we can get rid of the volume on that, would be lovely. And Edward will join us very shortly, having to be careful about not too much interaction between the two commentators. Morning, Edward.
Good morning, Nick. And all I was going to say, happy new season to you. There's nothing happy about this batting performance so far. Good decision to bowl first, but this seems to be happening all the time. Top order.
Yeah, third time in 3 innings so far. Robinson is in to bowl, and that's driven by Lloyd, and he'll pick up a single to wide mid-on as a slightly wild throw comes in from Haynes, and Kieran Carlson, the new batsman, will be on to strike. Yes, Glamorgan just missing straight deliveries early on. Balbirnie seemed to be trapped on the back foot route. Half and half maybe. Selman playing rather across the line. And there is no room for error. 24 for 3. Robinson into Carlson, who's beaten by a first delivery through outside off stump.
I read an article yesterday, I think it was, about Ollie Robinson, and as Adrian was saying earlier on, he learnt a lot, although he didn't play during the winter, by being with the England squad and talking a lot to Anderson and Broad. And it really shows this morning that he really is bowling beautifully. He's got 4 slips there, and he's hitting that off stump. One wonders why you need a fine leg, really.
Robinson in, bowls, forward comes Carlson, gets back to that one, plays up to mid-off, and there's no run.
We saw the tinge of green when we arrived, Nick, and I'm just wondering what Glamorgan would have done had they won the toss. I wonder if they'd have had a bowl, because with this weather forecast, by tomorrow this pitch will be a very good one, because the green will, or it normally does, disappear.
Yeah, not high temperatures. I don't know whether it'll brown off as quickly as usual. As that hits Carlson on the pad, pushing forward, no run.
Yes, 24 for 3, shades of last week, 29 for 3 then. But they did recover, but you can't depend on the late order and tail to get runs every week. So
no, 29 for 3 first innings, 29 for 4 second innings. Glamorgan managed to recover on both occasions, as you say. As Robinson is in from the Cathedral Road end, bowls to Carlson, who will get off the mark, nurdling one down to fine leg for a single. 24 for 3.
Yeah, I enjoyed that innings from Carlson. He's a busy little player. Last week, first innings, he played so well, always on the lookout for runs, and like I say, very busy sort of batsman. And Lloyd, of course, is basically a middle order batsman. He does opening one-day cricket, and he's a very attractive player to watch, but it's totally different facing the new red ball than the white.
Doing his best to plug a hole and driving there nicely down the ground, but that's well fielded by Haynes. Sprawling to his left, would probably have gone through for at least a couple, possibly to the boundary, as it was straight driven. 25 for 3 then Glamorgan at the end of 9 overs here on BBC Sport Online. and on the Glamorgan website.
Yes, and Glamorgan have much to do. These batsmen now, at least they do back down to 8-9. I hope Michael Hogan's not listening. 10 and 11, he must be disappointed. He's batting 11 in this game.
Oh, I think he likes batting 11, doesn't he? Yeah, so not sure whether Wheel or Van der Hoogten will come in at 9.
We shall see. We'll play in his first game, and it will be young Crocombe to continue. And he is bowling from the river end. 3 slips, cover, mid-off, an extra cover as he comes in now and bowls, and Carlson plays a nice looking shot but straight to cover, and there is no run. Now then, I've been thinking in there about, do you remember when we started playing cricket years ago and the old scoreboards used to be dotted on the floor at an angle and would give you basically the score? Now that would help on the far end, don't you agree? Because I'm doing an Andrew Hignell here, scoring every run as in comes Crocombe, bowls, and that's left outside the off stump, and it goes through to wicketkeeper and Captain Ben Brown.
Yes, in terms of spectators here, Chris Cook did mention in his pre-match interview yesterday that the club was hoping there was some possibility for the 3rd match here against Yorkshire in mid-May.
Well, I should hope so, as Crocombe comes in past the umpire, bowls, Carson drives, a few gasps from behind the wicket. I should talk to you about that now. What did I just say? Wicket. Does that give you a clue? Outs. Wicket.
Yes. Just seeing. Crocombe is not correctly displayed. He's meant to be 14 according to the card. He's number 5.
Yeah, it is Crocombe though. As he comes in and bowls, and this jumps from just short of a length, tucked away on the onside, square leg. There is no run.
So his shirt's number 5, at least, mind you. As saw a clip of a second 11 game, and there was also a Kieran Carlson sweater there, which I knew couldn't be.
We've got enough problems there.
Since he was playing hundreds of miles away at the time. Yeah, 25 for 3 still, I think.
It is, yeah. There's Crocombe. No runs off this over. Comes into the right-handed Carlson. Carlson drives nicely on the offside, and that'll probably be overhauled just short of the cover boundary, but they get through for a comfortable 2 more runs, which takes the score for 27 for 3. And we're in the 10th over. And Glamorgan will probably have a sigh of relief when Robinson takes a breather, although if he takes a couple more wickets, he'll bowl all morning. So that's Carlson on to 3 as in comes Crocombe, bowls to him, and he pulls that down to, well, I thought it was down to fine leg, but into the wicketkeeper's hands.
Yeah, trying to pull it away. It was asking for it rather, and Carlson missed out on that occasion, I think. Didn't get anything through it as it went through to Ben Brown.
Sure, Sussex listeners will be interested. They probably know about this. Our dear friend Tony Cotty, who is now, he could be now, I think he might still be working for the club, but he and his good lady have got the ice cream bar, a new ice cream bar, a showroom by sea, which I'm told is about 5 miles down the coast from Hove. I'd just love to see Cots in a white hat serving a cornet or so, wouldn't you?
I might wander down there when I'm down for the championship game. Robinson is in to bowl, played out on the offside by Lloyd. No run. Bob McIntyre, indeed, yes, was asking that very point, which you just answered. Is Tony Cotty still involved with Sussex? Any other Welsh player links with our visitors today? Bob from Arbroath. Thank you, Bob.
Yes.
Well, their Welshman isn't playing, Phil Salt, because he's knackered his foot, hasn't he?
Those of you can remember Glamorgan all-rounder Iris Lewis. He went down there in the 60s, very popular cricketer, very good cricketer. Played against him many times in the league. It's the late Iris Lewis, sadly now.
As Robinson is in, and that's turned on the leg side by Lloyd, and again they're through for a quick single, 26 for 3.
And Iris played for a couple of years played under Tony Gregg down there. And I think that's the only connection I can think of, Nick, over the years, but there might have been.
There must be some others who've played for both counties in recent years.
Yes, let's have a think about it.
Steve West says, after Hogan's success with the bat him at 5. Very funny, Steve. Robinson is in to bowl, and that's beaten a groping Carlson, who is batting at 5 and wearing 5. Nick Webb 2017 and BBC Sussex Sport. Glamorgan's first ever game in the first class game was against Sussex. There we are. The Welsh Cricket Pod, if you want details of that on Twitter. May 1921, Glamorgan against Sussex, just about a mile or so away. Robinson bowls, and the flashing drive from Carlson, that's flown somewhere over the slips, who leapt in the air. He's got 4 runs for it, but not convincingly, as Glamorgan tick on to 30 for 3.
The old adage, if you're going to flash, flash hard, and he really let everything go there, kitchen sink, and it flew over the slips. 4 runs, and Glamorgan needed that. 32 for 3 now.
Carlson is on to 7. Was that his first boundary? The slips crouch. Robinson in again, bowls, and Carlson's pushing that one out on the offside, fielded at cover by Rawlins, and there's no run.
Then we're going down to with the late Don Shepherd to the Sussex Cricket Society some years ago, and we had a great night, and didn't really expect such a crowd there, you know, and really loved their cricket. And then I forget this lady coming up, and she had scorecards back of the 1960 of Glamorgan Sussex games, all written out in she was a little girl then, she said. Great club.
Robinson into Carlson, beats him with
an
excellent delivery. Bit of life in there, through to Ben Brown, chest height.
How do you play that from the other end? Absolute snorter of a ball.
Good morning to Mark Harry. Looks a lovely day in Cardiff. Well, it's lovely and sunny. It's also very chilly in our commentary box. I'm not sure what it's like out there on the field. Most shops open this week. When does the opening batsman shop open?
When are the spectators coming in? Somebody asked me this morning.
Possibly Yorkshire, there might be a trial.
Room for 16,000 here. In comes the first ball on the next over, pushed away by Lloyd, and they go through for a quick single. 2 good runners between the wickets, and takes the score now up to 33 for 3. The batsman out, Selman, LBW. Bo Robinson, no score. Balburney, LBW Robinson for 4. And the third LBW, Billy Root, LBW to Crocombe for 1. As Carlson surveys the scene, short mid-wicket is pushed back halfway to the boundary, or 3/4 of the way. He's probably going to bowl him a short ball, or he might be a double bluff, as Crocombe comes in from the far end and bowls, and it's just pushed forward up to mid-off by Carlson. There's no run. I'm at Ed Bevan Cricket, but I'm sure that you can direct anything you want to tell me. I don't suppose anybody will bother, but direct it via my good colleague here, Nick.
I've already been tagged in a couple of messages that I've had.
And Crocombe in again and bowls. This is clipped away down the leg side, down to the fine leg boundary, where a man is waiting, and returns. They go through for a single. What do you make it? 34 for 3?
I've gone off the page. Yeah, I'll settle for that.
Approximately. Crocombe from that far end comes in past the umpire now, right hand medium fast, and bowls, and Lloyd digs it out to sort of Yorker length and pushes it up to mid-off. No run.
6 overs so far each for these 2 opening bowlers. Robinson might fancy another.
I think it's Garton at 15. His second slip has been winding. Left
Yes.
arms. England Lions bowler.
24 today.
Is he? In comes the next ball, and this is driven, beautiful shot by Lloyd up towards the extra cover boundary. I think the fielder there is going to give up the chase. He does, but this looks, you know, Nick, that a very, very good batting pitch to me, which just tells us how well Robinson has bowled. Anything offline is driven, and you've got no chance. So Glamorgan need a big score here as they go on to 39 for 3. Crocombe again in and bowls. This is left outside the off stump by Lloyd, goes through to wicket keeper Ben Brown. That is the end of another over, and I suspect Ollie Robinson might just say one more, captain, or two, who knows.
Stephen Hedges points out Jack Mercer played 2 seasons for Sussex before joining Glamorgan in 1921. And Lawrence Hohan, thank you Lawrence, also makes that point with... I won't read out what he says about Edward.
Who's that?
Lawrence.
My friend Lawrence. What have I done now?
All in jest.
Yeah.
So, Robinson to Carlson. And he comes, and that's driven nicely, but fielded by Haynes, who's been busy at mid-on.
I tell you what, Robinson's, as he walks back to his mark, reminds me of a similar gait. And that's Paul Allott, the former Lancashire and England bowler. Exactly like him.
Damien Owen tweets crazy that while shops are rammed a mile away, the handful of diehards can't brave the cold there today. As that is driven slightly uppishly on the leg side, but safely enough. No run. Well fielded by Haynes again. Well, yes, address your remarks to the Welsh Government who decide these things.
Yes, exactly. There seems to be around the country, though, in England as well. There's nobody in, but I suspect that they will have some pilot schemes. The Welsh Government did mention that recently. So
yes, hopefully it'll be that third home match against Yorkshire, because grounds in England will be opening up just after that, won't they? Late May. As forward comes Carlson, defends up to mid-on, and there's no run. Graham Smith reckons it was a poor decision for Root, says it pitched outside leg. There we are. We might have a chance to have a look back on that on the video clips later.
Well, you get them and you don't get them, and you know that's life. You've got to just you get the good and the bad decisions.
As next delivery from Robinson to Carlson is down leg side. There's an appeal for a catch behind, not given.
Very confident, Alex Wharf, and perturbed here.
No, it obviously flicked something on the way through, but those behind the wicket don't always know what it's hit anyway.
That's you, for one of them, because you're the wicket keeper.
Just hear something or see a deviation and you appeal, don't you?
When do you start, by the way, Nick? Although it's going to be a bit awkward with Saturday cricket now.
Well, I won't be able to play until end of May. But club cricket does get underway on the first weekend of May. The 1st of May, I believe it is. As this next delivery is turned on the leg side by Carlson. No run. Fielded at mid-wicket. Yeah, yes, club cricket throughout Wales. Good luck to everyone involved. 1st of May. Good morning to Rhys Jenkins, who reports glorious sunshine at Gateshead, and he appreciates your presence on commentary.
That's very kind of him. Yeah, I mentioned Sussex. It really is one of my favourite grounds, and hopefully I'll be down there later on.
Robinson is in to bowl to Carlson, who checks his drive, plays it to mid-off. There is no run, and at the end of the over, Glamorgan are 38 for 3 after 13 overs. As we'll welcome back Adrian Harms fairly shortly when he returns to us, and I'll have a short break from commentary.
I think there's going to be a bowling change at that far end.
Oh, he's taking an early lunch, Adrian.
Oh, he's enjoying this, isn't he?
Thought he'd want to be on commentary with Sussex getting 3 wickets in the first 30-odd minutes of play.
I think this is George Garton.
It's left arm anyway.
And he's seen, so we'll say it's Garton.
Yes, the other left armer, Hunt, is not playing today. So, yeah, Mika right arm, Carson the spinner. The bowlers to come. Rawlins slow left arm, possibly.
Here's Garton for his first ball of the morning, and bowls in this dugout through the offside up towards the extra cover boundary, and this time it is overhaul just a metre or so inside, and they take a comfortable 2 runs, and Glamorgan mini recovery, move on to 40 for 3. Lloyd the mainstay at the moment. He's 21, and Carlson is not out 8 on a lovely spring. If we were up in Headingley with Nick last week, it's been a lovely winter's morning. As Garton is in over the wicket and bowls, and this is played beautifully through the offside as 4 runs since the moment it left the bat. So Garton just hoping with 2 half volleys, and the score moves on to 44.
Yes, Adrian and the Sussex boys experienced some snow as well at Old Trafford. They're, of course, playing their first 2 games away from home because of problems with the pitch at Hove. So we'll hope those are, well, one of those infestations of various bugs, which I hope they manage to sort out fairly soon.
Absolutely. Garton, having been driven through the covers, posts a man out on the mid-wicket boundary. Let's see if he's going to try and bowl a short delivery. In he comes, and bowls again to Lloyd. Lloyd leaves, that's a better ball, and through the outside the off stump. I don't know if you managed to read Michael Atherton in the Times this morning, Nick.
Not as yet, no.
The heading is, "Forget the lingo and get on with the 100." Now, I'm sure our readers and cricket lovers have been reading all about this and hearing all about it, but I suspect it's going to be dropped. Perhaps a word with Nick about that in a moment, as Garton comes in, bowls to the right-handed Lloyd, and Lloyd is nearly played on. He didn't quite. It hit him amidships, dropped in front of him, and a frantic look to see if it did roll on, but it hadn't. Yeah, I refer to the 100, and people were going to, they're thinking, the thinkers behind the 100 of saying, forget wicket, it's going to be out. I suddenly thought to myself, well, how are you going to say mid-wicket?
Yes, and, I think just in the one context, I presume it means in terms of players dismissed. I suppose you could have players out on the scoreboard, men out, women out.
In comes Garton, bowls, and this is driven on the onside, all along the ground, out to deep mid-wicket, where there is a single. And the score now moves on to 49, or is it 48? There we are. You'll have to excuse us, I'm sure you will. How are you going to describe hit wicket then? Hit outs? No, I think that might be dropped. Nobody seems to be in favour of it. So they're trying every sort of gimmick they can. Garton to bowl to Carlson. He's on 8 and bowls to him now, and Carlson gets up on his feet and tiptoe. He's a very small batsman. Reminiscent of Tony Cotty, of course. That is the end of the over, and your little break, Nick Webb, is being extended. You must go and give him a thump in the back. He's having another little sandwich, I think. He did leave at 6:45 this morning.
Yeah, I think we can forgive
him. From Guildford.
Yes, we can forgive him for wanting to take an early lunch on that grounds, I think.
I don't think I'd have trusted myself to leave at 6:45 the M25.
No.
Although he misses that, of course. Guildford, he didn't.
45 for 3.
Change to bowling, I think.
Crocom's first spell, by the way, was 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21. His first spell in Championship cricket.
Have you got 2 laptops going there?
I've got the
that's how you're doing it.
as well. Well, the trouble is I can't actually see the score on my laptop, so
Well,
I've
you
got
gave
the
his bowling
tablets on
figures.
as well.
I thought he must be a mathematical genius or something.
Hardly. It will be Van Zyl who is second change into the attack from this Cathedral Road end, the bustling South African medium pacer of 12 tests, and he bowls outside off stump, and that's thrashed away for 4 runs by David Lloyd. Or will it just be overhauled inside the ropes?
Oh, come on.
Well, they're back for 3 runs. I thought the fielder might have been on the rope when he touched that, but we shall never know.
You'll ask them and they say, I don't know.
Well, there we are, 3 runs to Lloyd, 48 for 3 Glamorgan. Van Zyl into Carlson, who drives off a thick edge, and that one is racing wide of slip and down to third man for 4 runs, and Carlson's second edge to third man for a boundary as Glamorgan move past the 50 mark. They're 52 for 3.
It's like watching the highlights, Nick. Wickets falling, 4 top edges, LBWs.
2 slips, but that edge beat both of them. They are standing back. The keeper is standing up, the skipper Ben Brown, as Van Zyl bowls. That's outside off stump and allowed to go through. Interesting that they're bowling Van Zyl ahead of Mika, who is, I would have thought, a more regular bowler.
Yeah, Mika tends to be a little expensive. I remember him with Surrey for years, but he's quite, I'd say he's probably the quickest bowler in the Sussex side.
As Van Zyl bowls,
but not the most accurate, you know.
Defended by Carlson. Kieran Carlson with the first innings half century and a second innings duck at Headingley between the snow showers. Managed to get well, 10 sessions more or less out of the 12. That's played off the back foot, but straight to short extra cover, well fielded by Delray Rawlins, the Bermudan in there, 23 years old.
Yeah, it was rather a joy this morning to renew my acquaintance with the M4.
Van Zyl is into bowl, outside off stump allowed to go through. Brown takes it with a whippy motion of the gloves, and it is the end of the over, 52 for 3. How are traffic levels compared to that time long ago, pre-pandemic?
Yes. Traffic levels were all right this morning. We had to stay, as we do now, at 50 miles an hour between just outside Skewin up until you nearly get to Margam.
It's a longer...
Yeah, when there's hardly any traffic going, especially in the evenings.
It's the same around Newport these days, so watch out for that when we go into that there England. There is...
before long it'll be 50 all the way to London.
There is the 50-mile permanent zone from the Tredegar Park right through to the Cauldre.
Oh, thanks, Nick. Garden starts his second over, and a defensive response from David Lloyd, who pushes it back down the pitch. There is no run.
So Adrian Harms noticed that on his early morning dash.
I don't particularly like the M4 tour, but it was nice to see after not having been on it since the last game in September. Garden runs from about, 15 yards from that river end, left arm over, and bowls. And that's all I thought. Nick, did you hear a sound? It must have hit the ground.
Yeah, thought it might have been the inside edge from Lloyd, but there was no reaction from the infield, so it must have been just the bat grinding against the ground there.
52 for 3, Glamorgan. Lloyd on 31, Carlson on 17. And they came together when it was 22, so a little partnership of 30, as Garden comes racing in and bowls again. This time he's pushed away in the offside, I think, of a single. Very, very wise not to, because the man coming in from cover.
Adrian is back with us, having taken his early luncheon. We spotted you, Adrian.
Yeah. We've forgiven you because you had an early rise this morning.
Adrian Harms of BBC Radio Sussex is our visiting commentator. He will be back with us very shortly.
It's Garton comes in again and bowls. Last driven, beautiful shot again by Lloyd. He does play that shot so well down towards the scoreboard, on that far side of the field, and that is 4 more to Lloyd, 4 more to the total, and it's 56-4-3. Glamorgan having been put in this morning by Ben Brown, and certainly paid dividends, with Ollie Robinson especially proving very difficult. Took a wicket in his first over, and then he got Balbirnie out a couple of overs later. Crocombe, the young medium pacer, got Billy Root, who got 100 of course last week. 0 for Selman, Balbirnie 4 and Billy Root 1 was the sorry tale. It's Garton in again, bowls to Lloyd, shorter, peeled away through mid-wicket. This could, no, I thought he might just bisect fine leg and square leg, but they go through for 2 runs, and Glamorgan move on now to 58-3.
Probably best to avoid bowling in that sort of area too, David Lloyd, because he's very strong on the pull, a short, muscular man.
Yes, what's the umpire doing now? What's he?
He's having a word with a member of the
Groundsman.
ground staff in that corner of the ground.
I wonder if the foothills have come a bit loose. The ground, incidentally, I was going to mention, Nick, is looking superb, well manicured. I wish I could get my lawn like that.
Well, hopefully there will be people in to appreciate for themselves next month.
Garton bowls, and this is driven by Lloyd out wide of mid-off, who makes a tumbling stop and restricts the batsman to a single. That's the end of the over, and Lloyd has kept strike. And you're going to have a...
There we are. I'll leave you to reflect on the first hour's play, where Glamorgan have reached 59-3. Lloyd 38, Carlson on 12, 2 wickets for Robinson, 1 for Crocombe, and Edward can describe the administration of the sawdust.
It is, yes, sawdust. You need sawdust when it's damp. Maybe some residual or some frost. It's a bit damp there, but it's been Garden. It's been slipping about, I suppose. It's all right.
Still on.
No, there we are. We've got to do all sorts of things with this pandemic and 3 commentators and whatever, but there we are. We're just glad to be back. Fancy it to continue from the Cathedral Road end, and he will be bowling to David Lloyd. He's now on 38. Carlson is on 12. A very good morning as soon as he gets organised to my good old friend Adrian. Here's Van Ziel, and wicketkeeper is standing up, and that's wide of the off stump, and it's taken well by Ben Brown. No more than gentle medium pace, although the slips are standing quite a distance back. Second slip about 1.5 meters in front of first slip. This Van Ziel runs away from us, comes in and now and bowls, and is pushed away into the deep gully position. A bit of a misfield, and they scamper through for a single. Good afternoon.
Hello, Ed. Lovely to see you.
Always good to see you.
I've got all the various wires in. You're right, you were spying on me to my lunch.
There's Van Ziel, comes in and bowls, and this is tucked away on the onside, but straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run there for Carlson. Glamorgan trying the best to fight back here. Funny, we were talking, you and I, before the game about 26-3 last week, and Lancashire against you, and Glamorgan were 29-4, but things have settled down as Van Ziel comes in and bowls, and that's angled away again into that short cover, if you like, rather than deep gully. And there is no run. 59-3 it remains.
They talk a lot, don't they, about the opening couple of hours. I mean, Sussex at one stage 14-3 last week, 40-4.
Then you think, will there be a final day?
Oh.
Here's the next ball, and it's gun barrel straight and push away into the covers. There is no run.
But these two have batted well.
They have. They've taken everything that's been on offer, especially Lloyd played some lovely shots through the offside. It's Van Thiel comes in and bowls, and that's pushed away into the offside. And I haven't seen this for many years. No fine leg, really. You can say that he's deep backward square. Glenn McGrath, the great Australian bowler, said once, if I'm bowling well, he invariably did bowl rather well, I don't want a fine leg in a test match. I'll do with the offside. And I've asked many, many times, why do they employ a fine leg and not a third man?
Yeah.
Because if you're bowling when the ball's leaving the bat, where's he going to go? Anyway,
it does seem strange. George Garton is going to come in from the River Taff end. He's coming in to bowl to Lloyd, who is forward and pushes the ball to mid-off, and there is no one. He hasn't quite got his radar right here, George Garton, this morning.
No. Call for some sawdust, whether that are hampering his run-up, I don't know, or his landing.
But the issue with Ben Brown is he'd pretty love to bowl Rolly Robinson all day, but he can't do that. And he's picked up a couple of wickets. Henry Crocombe the other.
I'm going to put a second sweater on here.
Yeah. Garton in again, left arm over wicket bowls, and a better delivery this time from Garton, and Lloyd just eases forward, plays it quietly to mid-off, fielded by Henry Crocombe. 2 slips, no third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and 2 men back on the leg side. There's a deep square leg and a fine leg.
And he hasn't bowled a short ball, so it's a double bluff by the looks of it.
As Garton is on his way again. His birthday today, comes in and bowls, and Lloyd looking to glance that one around the leg side, gets struck right around the thigh pad, the ball just trickles out onto the offside, there is no run. I just wonder, with when you're slanting the ball or trying to slant the ball across the right-hander, I think suddenly I would like a third man, but there isn't one in place.
Season after season I say I'm not going to mention it again. What about first game at home, up come. I'm still waiting for the explanation.
Garton again. Coming into bowl to the right-handed Lloyd. He's in and bowls, and Lloyd drives a lovely shot. Beautifully played. It was over-pitched by George Garton, a bit too much width. He sort of looks slightly despondent, just George Garton, but it was over-pitched, and Lloyd sort of caressed that through the covers, really. And he didn't have to hammer the cover off the ball. It was a beautifully played, beautifully placed, and the ball raced away for 4 runs, and now we've got a change in the field. Looks to me like there's going to be 4 men saving one on that offside. I think there's going to be an extra cover.
Why has he got a deep mid-wicket?
I don't know.
Look at the gap there.
Well, the other thing now as well is now the umpire's having another natter. Now, what are they having a natter about?
Are we having a Dickie Bird moment there? Do you know that wonderful episode at Hellingly years and years ago, where the water seeped?
Oh, right.
And Dickie was saying, not my fault, not my fault. Well, there's Ollie Robinson's got involved now.
I think they're looking at the ball.
Ball. I hope it wasn't, a hold up of something that's seeped under.
So I wasn't sure that anybody complained about it, but either way, I don't think they've changed it.
No. Many of the old umpires used to say, get on with it.
Yeah.
And I think that's the attitude here.
They're expensive cricket balls anyway. You can't replace them willy-nilly. As in comes Garden, racing in towards us, comes in and bowls, and he's hit on the pad. That could be tight. Garton is down on his knees. He's imploring umpire Debenham to give David Lloyd out. And Debenham is not to be moved. That wasn't a pig and a half.
I was just going to say. You're not in the acting profession, is he?
Well, he was pleading with the umpire. And umpire Debenham says, I'm very sorry, young man, it may be your birthday, but I'm afraid that's not out. And Garton walks a little disconsolately back to his mark at the River Taff end of the ground, and comes running in and bowls, and Lloyd is solidly forward to a ball pitching around middle and off, and he just plays it quietly into the offside. There is no run. Again, the umpire's having a little natter. Don't know what that's...
George may be getting a little bit upset, and LBW turned down. And that reminds me of a quick tale of a Glamorgan bowler, who should be nameless.
Oh, go on.
Bowling here. Well, go on then. It was Greg Thomas years ago, and Mervyn Kitchen, who was a straight, no-nonsense character, test umpire. And Greg came up and hit him on the pad, a huge appeal, and hands on knees. Not out, said Mervyn. At the end of the over, Greg said, what was the matter? Why wasn't that out? Well, I'll finish it now after I describe Van Zyl. First ball of a new over, he's in and bowls to Carlson. Carlson drives pleasantly, straight to extra cover. Look, he said, Greg, after that nonsense that you displayed there, making a complete exhibition of yourself, and now you ask me why it wasn't out. Yeah, here's your sweater. And off he marched, which I thought was great. As Van Zyl comes in and bowls short, pushed away on the offside again to the same fielder, short extra cover, there's no run. You can overdo it, I suppose, when the umpire gets a bit fed up with the histrionics and says, all right, if that was margin, I'm giving it to the batsman. Van Zyl, steady, medium pace, just plugging away, trying to keep things quiet. He's over the wicket and bowls just short of a length. And again, there's no run.
It's a little surprised to see Stiem bowling. I mean, what he is doing is keeping things quiet, and George Garton's 3 overs have gone for 18. Van Zyl is in his 3rd over, he's only gone for 8. So he's keeping an end quiet, but no Stuart Meeker was bowled yet.
In comes Van Zyl again, and this is again straight delivery and pushed away into the offside. There's no run. This partnership now is put on 42, very much needed by Glamorgan. I was telling Nick, Stuart Meeker, always I've seen him a little bit expensive when he's bowling for Surrey, but he'll probably prove me wrong when he comes on.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's true to say that, I mean, he bowled last week up at Old Trafford, didn't take a wicket. I don't think he's really taken the wicket Sussex would have hoped for since he's joined.
Okay. Quite rapid though.
Yes, he is.
Van Zyl comes in, bowls again, and got over this, pushed forward up to mid-on, and that's the end of it. And Glamorgan remain on 64 for 4. Lloyd into the 40s, he's 43 not out, and Carlson is not out, 12.
No, absolutely. I mean, he is quick, Stuart Meeker, and he bowled very quickly at Old Trafford last week.
He can bat a bit too.
Yes, he can. He made a very useful 20-odd batting at number, where did he come in last week? Number 9. But I think probably the feeling around him playing here is that if you go in with Sean Hunt, who's only 19, Crocombe, who's 19 as well, I think they're just trying to rotate things around.
Yeah, if they bowl long spells,
yeah, for sure.
You know, it's,
Anyway, what could George Garton do here? He's coming running in past umpire Devon and bowls wider of the off stump and punched away straight down the ground, 4 runs. Lovely shot by David Lloyd, takes him to within 3 of a half century. Beautifully played. And George Garton is proving expensive here for Sussex.
Yes, he has bowled a lot of half volleys. And if Lloyd gets to 50, how is he to know, and how are his teammates to know? Because they're sitting downstairs these days, aren't they? Yeah, but I was told that they would be, Sussex would be on top, and the vice president's suite would be the dressing room downstairs for Glamorgan.
Well, George Garton is changing the angle of attack now. He's coming around the wicket to the right-handed Lloyd. 2 slips, and he's on his way. Bright sunshine comes in and bowls to Lloyd, who covers up to a ball slightly short of a length and plays it back to George Garton, and there is no run.
What are we, 68? I will never ever criticise Andrew Hignell again.
Yeah, we rely on that scoreboard.
Yeah, we rely on him and now here we are. Well, hour and a quarter gone, and already my scorecard on my little book is full of
little notes I can see.
Not notes, figures.
Garton is in the bowls and wide of the off stump and carved away, and that's a poor delivery by George Garton. And I don't think Ben Brown will keep this going for much longer. You know, Sussex picked up these early 3 wickets, but that was really a gimme, that delivery was. It was wide outside the off stump, and Lloyd was able to carve that one away through backward point, and he picks up his half century. Goes to 51, does David Lloyd. Lovely innings out of 72 for 3, and he's made a very good recovery, and it's the 50 partnership as well.
Yeah, and I don't think in a lot of time and a lot of deliveries. Well, I haven't got his figures.
53 balls, 7 fours.
Oh, well,
Thank you, Nick. 53 balls, 7 fours. And that's good going for Championship cricket. First morning on a pitch that's doing a fair amount.
Gartning again bowls, and Lloyd is forward. He plays that into the offside, picks up a single, fielded out there by Ollie Robinson, who shies at the stump. Sorry, it was Henry Crocombe who shies at the stump. Garton gave Crocombe an accusatory stare then, as if to say, that really shouldn't have been a single. But I think Henry Crocombe, in fairness, had a little way to go to his left. And George Garton hasn't quite got it right here in this spell. And I wouldn't be a bit surprised if Ben Brown doesn't change that. And I think he just gave the nod there to Ollie Robinson. We'll have to see. Garton in again. And Lloyd drives. It's going to be more runs. In fact, Sussex have now got a sweeper on that cover boundary. And that's to Delray Rawlings, who fields one more to the total. One more to Lloyd, who goes to 52. And I think this is going to be it for George Garton, because Ollie Robinson is now warming up down there at mid-on.
Let Glamorgan off the hook a bit, yeah?
Yeah, they have.
Somebody's warming up at deep mid-wicket.
That looks like Stuart Meeker.
Yeah. Unless he gets a wicket.
Garton in again and bowl, and Lloyd more runs here, over pitched and clipped away through mid-wicket. It's going to be at least a couple of runs as Stuart Meek has to run to his left mid-wicket to field, and Lloyd picks up 2 more, and that's an expensive over from George Garton that yielded 12 runs. At the end of it, Glamorgan have moved on 2. I'm waiting for my scoreboard to catch up. I think it's 78, but I'll stand corrected.
I got 78 as
oh,
well.
Good.
So latecomers perhaps didn't hear us say at the start, or didn't hear you.
76. Oh, crumbs. Thanks, Nick.
The reason we're having mathematical problems is because the scoreboard, the main one, is not in operation. There is one down to our left, I'm told, which we can't see. So bear with us, I think is the best thing to say.
I think you're right. Funnily enough, I the sort of opening newsletter of the season round from the club where I haven't played for a few years now, but I'm still on their mailing list, and it said the regular scorer is only going to score on a Saturday now. So the lads need to learn between them how they're going to score, and it's a dying art, I think, in the old scorebook.
It's totally different, isn't it? Right, it's Van Zyl to continue. Balls to Carlson, who pushes it back to mid-off. There's no run. 76 for 3, 54 to Lloyd, and Carlson is on 13. And still the 2 slips in attendance. 6 men on the offside for Van Zyl. He bowled economically, and this is nurdled away again on the offside, just backward of square. And there's no run. Mika having a exercise in both arms. Out to deep mid-wicket, talking to the 12th man as we watch Van Zyl, the South African, come in. Bowls again. Clipped away. Wide of mid-on this time. There will be runs. There may be 2. Carlson might fancy it. Yes, he does. 2 quick runners and 2 more runs. Does take the score to the aforementioned 78. We got there in the end. 78 for 3. Glamorgan having been inserted by the visitors.
Well, he's keeping it in relatively quiet, Stian Van Zyl, but I'm not sure he looks like taking the wicket.
Here he is again. Comes in, bowled, played down to deep extra, the sweeper. They go for a single, 79 for 3. Do you know what's needed now? A bit of spin.
Well, Sussex do have a young off-spinner in their ranks, young Jack Carson, who bowled really well throughout the Bob Willis Trophy last year.
I read about him, and I'm glad he's playing. But we're watching Van Zyl's medium pace, comes in, bowls to Lloyd. Lloyd is forward, pushes it up. Good length by Van Zyl. 60, I think it was 60 wickets fell on the first day of the championship. 1 was taken by a spinner.
That's a great stat.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose it is April.
Well,
but even so.
Sadly, I won't get involved in this. The fixture list, as Van Zyl comes in, bowls to David Lloyd, who pushes it away to deep extra cover and again gets a single as the score moves on to 79 for 3. How can you expect, and we did see at the end of the over, incidentally, we did see how England struggled so much in the winter, and spinners, you play all these games early May and throughout April, and then in the fag end of September. How are they going, to profit from any sort of long ball?
Well, what you will like, and you're not missing any of the action because we've got a delay here. I'm not sure if there's a sanitizer break or it's just 12th men coming up to get jumpers and that sort of thing, which perhaps shows it's warming up, which is good. You'll like watching Carlson bowl, not least because he's an attacking off spinner, Ed, and he knows where he wants his field. At the first time they're getting hit, he doesn't put the mid off and mid on back on the boundary. I like that as well. And he gives the ball a bit of air, he gives it a chance. Now, obviously last season was his first full, well, it was only a third of a season, wasn't it? So it's difficult to judge, but I certainly really liked him. I think he's got a good temperament. Whether word will get around, as it normally does around the circuit, but Ben Brown's got a lot of faith in him, and will need to have, I think, for a young off spinner, but he will certainly get plenty of overs, which is good. Now, I have got a change of bowling, and it is going to be Stuart Meeker, who is going to come in from the River Taff end to bowl to the right-handed David Lloyd. He's gone through to his half century, wide and hammered away. It was wide outside the off stump. It didn't connect with that properly, did David Lloyd. It was wide outside the off stump. He was looking to carve it away over the covers. I think he got it rather high on the bat, and it rather ballooned over the covers. And he picks up a single, does Lloyd.
Just come back quickly to the young off spinner. Did he come under the tutelage of John Barclay, who was so instrumental over the years in the young cricketers?
Yeah, I suspect I doubt if he has. I mean, he spent. He came over from Northern Ireland as quite a young man, did Jack? As in comes Meeker again and bowls. That's a better delivery, and Carlson is forward and punches that to mid-on, fielded by Robinson. There is no run
because he did so much, didn't he? The Trouters, they used to call him John Barclay.
Yeah.
And he, of course, now I think he's retired, and he did so much. And was it the Arundel? They had something in Arundel?
Yes.
They run it from there.
Is it? Yeah. Actually, Sussex aren't playing at Arundel this year because of problems. The difficulties of getting to outgrounds with the pandemic. Meeker again bowls and cut away by Carlson. Now he's going to get one, and that's all they're going to get because Delray Rawlings is very quickly across the ground, sweeping on the cover boundary. He's got one more to Carlson. We're trying to keep you abreast of the score, and it is
doing a very good job.
I think it's 82 for 3, and Carlson goes to 17.
Single, yes.
Lloyd on 56. He's batted very well, and a good recovery for those who are just joining us, because at one stage Glamorgan were 23 for 3, with Selman, Balbirnie and Root all back in the pavilion. Meeker on his way from the River Taff end, bowls and clipped away nicely by Lloyd. More runs here, down to fine leg. Carson is quickly in as opposed to Carlson.
Yeah, my only visit, and Nick and I were down there a couple of years ago, was to a Sunday League match.
Oh yeah.
The most glorious cricket ground, the most glorious summer's day.
Yep.
And we saw, I think it was something like 240 wins, 239 or whatever. It was a high scoring game.
Meeker bowls short, pulled away by Carlson. Down to fine leg. It was short. It got quite big on him as well. He managed to pull the ball down to fine leg and picked up a single.
And I remember, I think I'm right, Nick, Colin Ingram and Jack Rudolph had a huge partnership, didn't they?
Yeah, Luke Wright got 100.
Luke Wright got 100, and we thought, well, that's terrific day's cricket.
Yeah.
And,
if I remember right as well, Glamorgan started off quite slowly in their reply, but once those two got going, and they won comfortably in the end, I think. High scoring game, big crowd.
Beautiful pitch, just great.
Meeker with 2 slips in on bowls and let go outside the off stump by David Lloyd. The end of Stuart Meeker's opening over. Perhaps rather makes the point you were asking about Stuart Meeker, that he's
slowed down a bit there.
Yeah, and he's still got the pace, but it was ill directed, the over, wasn't it? It was a couple over pitched, a couple of short deliveries, and I think Ben Brown would just be looking for a bit more consistency, which is why he has to turn to his strike bowler, and a good time to get Robinson back on, half an hour before lunch, and he has looked by a distance the most threatening of the Sussex bowlers.
The only bowler that's looked threatening. So, talking about spinners, the young Glamorgan left-arm spinner, I think he's a very good spinner too. His Prem Sisorio just wandering around, part of the Glamorgan. He played a major part last year in Glamorgan, having a fairly useful 2020 season. He'd opened the bowling and sort of bowled his 4 overs for 19, 25 or less. And I thought perhaps, or perhaps not, they might just include him. But no chance for the poor spinners at this time of year. Ollie Robinson coming back then, and he comes up now and bowls the first ball of the over to Carlson. One slip has vanished since the opening spell where he had 4. He has now got 3 slips, cover point, an extra cover in the mid-off. Fine leg is a little straighter than they were for Van Zyl. Straightish also is the short mid wicket and a mid-on. It's the field then for this very promising bowler who surely one day will be playing for England.
I think so, Ed.
Here he is with this nice, lovely run-up and bowls now, and this is edge down towards third man, and they're going to pick up a couple. At the moment, Glamorgan moving on rather nicely, 86 for 3. Half an hour ago to lunch. There are various assortments of lunches here. There'll be pork pies and crisps and cakes and what else? Right? Oh, my dear wife did cook me some chicken.
Oh, you're spoilt.
No, not really. I'm working all day.
Got that 4th slip back in now.
Yes.
A bit late.
Robinson bowls, driven, lovely shot, and that's well fielded and made off. Always it. Yeah. Well, it's Crocombe forward. Crocombe.
Yeah, good stop.
It was a good stop. That would have been 4, but they have to settle for a single.
Apologies to any of our Sussex listeners, because we do generally get quite a lot of emails, but having a few laptop problems here this morning and Wi-Fi and bits and pieces, so hopefully I'll get that sorted out.
Pile it on the neck, shall we?
Yeah,
she's taking my stuff, yeah.
So hopefully we'll get those up and running after lunch.
Here's Robinson coming in now and bowls, and this is played away down to third man again. I'm not going to say anything as it runs away, and that is 4 runs. I'm not going to mention third man this season. There we are. But it's 4 runs. I finished, Nick. I'm going to go at me. No more. So an angled shot down there, and you'd suspect that Robinson will be rather furious about that. My recollection of Ollie Robinson when Glamorgan were neat with they weren't a second 11, but so many injuries at Colwyn Bay. You were probably in a very strong Sussex side, and I'll just break off as Robinson comes in and bowls, and out caught at the wicket. No, says umpire Wharf. No.
It was a big deflection, wasn't it? But I think that was off the pitch. Good delivery.
Yeah, beauty. Just pitched, held its line, left him. Brown sort of, now, it wasn't a huge appeal, but Brown must have thought, well, that's out, I'm not going to shout. Or, I don't know. Anyway, he survives. The batsman certainly didn't think he'd hit it. Yeah, was Robinson hitting that 6 to win the game?
Yeah, I was there with Nick. We were sitting in the tent. It was quite a cold August from memory.
Great game, remember?
Brilliant game of cricket.
In comes Robinson, bowls again, and this time that's another beauty that moves. Well, I say off the seam. How many overs have we had here? I don't know. It must be about 16 or 17. We just see the replay there. Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Adrian. Sorry, Nick? 23, as we... Oh, right. I thought my time was up, as they say, but Adrian has to do an update. Yeah. 91 for 3. And we're watching Stuart Meeker bowl his second over. Nick comes back to join me. Musical chairs again. 2 slips are in attendance for Stuart Meeker, former Surrey player, of course. As he comes in and bowls. This time he's clipped off his legs nicely there to short mid-wicket by Carlson, who's been rather quiet in the last 20 minutes or so. Lloyd is on 61. and Carlson is on 21. David Lloyd, who didn't get any runs up in Headingley, but he did get 4 and something.
4 and 16.
Yeah.
Got a couple of wickets.
Certainly made up for it today. Mika in. Lloyd pulls his bat out of the way, go through to the wicketkeeper.
Bit of a breeze getting up out there, isn't there, from the sound of it?
There is. I wouldn't like to be downstairs on the promenade, as they call it, where the written press are.
It's a little chilly in this commentary position, but to be honest, Edward, I think you've got the slightly
Well, I got another sweater.
chilly half there, the commentary box.
We're watching Stuart Meeker bowling from the river end here at Sophia Gardens, and he's bowling to David Lloyd. Lloyd covers up and gets a thick outside edge, which is going to run away for 4. Good delivery by Meeker, but perfectly safe. He did cover up and got another boundary. And Lloyd is racing away here. By my count, he's up to 65.
Yep. 9th boundary.
And the score is 96 with me. Am I right there?
Just refreshing my page on the tablet. Yes. Yeah, Lloyd with over 2/3 of them. Still going a run a ball.
Excellent batting. As in comes Meeker. Bowls to Lloyd again. Lloyd drives straight to mid-off this time, and there's no run. What boundaries did he hit, Nick?
9. 2 to Carlson. And Carlson's 22 off 50 deliveries. I mean, it's not particularly slow on the first morning of a championship match.
You're absolutely right. I was just going to say it's exactly what's needed. Stuart Meeker, glorious sunshine. But as Nick says, rather chilly. Comes in, passed on by Debenham now. Right arm over, bowls, and that's a short delivery which sails past the helmet of Lloyd. And I'll just do the end of this over, and Adrian will slot back in.
Take us through to the lunch interval. We've got quarter of an hour's extra play today and tomorrow.
Just because of the funeral on
Because of the funeral on Saturday, where there'll be a pause for an hour and 20 minutes rather than the usual 20 minutes tea interval.
In comes Stuart Meeker, bowls to David Lloyd, who drives handsomely but straight again to mid-off. That is the end of the over. So with the extra 6 overs we've got this year, plus the extra time tonight, we may get home about 9.
Thank you, Edward. Edward Bevan will be back with us after the luncheon interval here on BBC Sport Online and also via the Glamorgan Cricket website with the video stream, which hope you're enjoying as they beaver away on the cameras next door, trying to make it all make sense. Good morning to Edward Cooper. As Adrian will plug himself in, and Robinson is in to bowl outside off stump, allowed to go through by Carlson. No run. Yeah, still very much on the virus precaution for the media, but we're grateful to be here and bringing this game to you at home or wherever you're listening. Adrian is back as that's driven by Carlson, but hasn't got any great speed on it as it's fielded by young Henry Crocombe at mid-off, trying to deceive us by wearing shirt number 5 when he's listed as 14.
Yes,
Is 5 someone else's shirt?
I don't quite know, but it says it's got Crocombe on the back.
Oh,
hasn't
that's
it?
all right. Well, you've got better eyes than I have. I can't read the names from here. In comes Robinson to bowl. 4 slips as Carlson's hit somewhere possibly painful amidships.
Yeah, that did look painful.
He is taking a knee, although it is not a political statement on this part. It's a chance to give himself a little bit of recovery time, and David Lloyd wanders down the wicket and offers sympathy, which is about all he can do, really.
Yes, we do with a glass of water or something, I expect. But he's batted very well, and these two have batted well, because of 22 for 3, and Robinson and Crocombe, but Robinson in particular, were bowling really well. But these two have taken the initiative, and I think what Sussex have lacked here are the backup bowlers, really. Nick, I think Stian Van Zyl bowled a very tidy spell, without perhaps looking like taking a wicket. And of the other bowlers, neither Garton nor Mika have really looked like taking a wicket so far.
Here's Robinson, who has taken 2 of them, and that hits Carlson on the pad, bounces out towards square leg. They thought about scampering through for a leg by, but Carlson was in quickly from close to the umpire, and they decided against.
And he's still got an attacking field. I think that's absolutely right with Ben Brown. He's got his strike bowler on with what 20 minutes to go until lunch. He'll be very keen to, having asked Glamorgan to bat first, to pick up another wicket before the break.
Robinson bowls full length, hammered straight to Rawlins at cover, and there is no run.
I heard you talking to Ed about the hours of play, because they are changing slightly in this match, aren't they, Nick?
Yeah, extra 15 minutes on today and tomorrow.
Right.
And then Saturday, as we pause for an hour and 20 minutes during the funeral of Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, they will then add half an hour onto the end of that day's play.
Right, okay.
So a longish evening session on Saturday. As that's driven by Carlson, back down the wicket, it's past the bowler. They've scampered through for a single, in fact be able to come back for a second run. Lloyd had to turn and make his ground just in case the ball was flicked onto the stumps, but they managed to come back for 2. The ball just evading the pile of sawdust directly behind the wickets at the striker's end. That will be the end of the over. Thank you to Gaza Goat for your appreciation of our efforts and keeping everyone informed in these circumstances. 98 for 3 after 25 overs. Lloyd has 65 and Carlson has 24. 2 wickets to Ollie Robinson and 1 to Henry Crocombe.
And it's been a really good recovery by Glamorgan. As we were saying, we're 22 for 3 when Billy Root was dismissed. But these two have batted very positively, and Ben Brown just looking to wrestle some control back here for Sussex. It's going to be Stuart Mika who's going to come in from the River Taff end. In bright sunshine, he's in and bowls, and Lloyd just covers up and plays quietly into the offside, fielded by Tom Haynes, who comes trotting in from mid-off to field, and there is no run. So 2 slips, a deep backward point, a cover mid-off, mid-on, a fairly straightish mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket, and a fine leg. So 3 men out on the boundary as Mika, number 12 on the back of his shirt, turns in front of a pile of sawdust, which hasn't been needed. It's a glorious day here today. Comes running in and bowls, and down the leg side, tucked away comfortably by Lloyd. He picks up a single. Carlson is in very quickly from fine leg and gets in a good throw as well. So wicketkeeper Ben Brown, and there is just a single to Lloyd. I just wonder whether we might see a bit of Jack Carson before lunch. A couple of overs of spin.
3 minutes to 1.
Nice.
You reckon he'll get more than 1 over, do you? They should do. They've rattled through the other 5 bowlers, and Robinson's having his second spell, so
Mika,
give him a couple, give him a little time to settle.
Lloyd on to 66 as Mika is on his way and bowled short, pulled away, and that's going to be 4 runs. And that's a horrible delivery really from Stuart Mika. It's halfway down the track, and Carlson just stepped inside the line and just hammered the ball away through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Lovely shot, and that brings up the Glamorgan 100, and a good recovery, and Carlson, by my reckoning, goes to 28.
Yep, 100 in the 26th over, so that's a decent scoring rate for Championship cricket. Fraction under 4 runs per over. And these two have taken the counter-attack to Sussex, who haven't quite been able to back up that opening spell by Robinson.
No, they haven't. Here comes Mika again, running towards us, bowls, and it's short again, and Carlson this time just plays it quietly to mid-wicket, fielded there by Tom Clark, who's in there on duty.
This is a fairly young Sussex side, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very young, and that's very much in the Bob Willis Trophy last year. Jason Gillespie gave a lot of younger players an opportunity, and that's something that Ian Salisbury has carried on. Some more senior players have left the club during the winter. Luke Wells, Laurie Evans, Harry Finch weren't retained. As Mika's in again, bowls, and Carlson just plays quietly. That's a better delivery from Mika.
I was slightly surprised with Finch. He's performed well in the past against Glamorgan.
Yep, I think probably just hadn't scored enough runs.
Yeah.
I remember seeing Harry making his debut, and I think the feeling was that I guess runs is what batsmen are judged by, and he just hadn't made enough, sadly. But a player with the just wake off us a minute as Mika comes in a bowl, short pulled away. It's another dreadful delivery by Stuart Mika. I don't know quite what he's trying to do there. He's banging it in short. That's the second delivery in this over he's done that. And it's short and it just sits up, and he's just smashed away by Carlson through square leg for 4 runs. And Sussex are just losing a bit of control here. 2 not very good deliveries there from Stuart Mika. And Glamorgan are rattling along now, and I reckon that's 107 for 3 at the end of the over.
Well, I suspect there might be something of a plan there, given that square leg is back on the boundary and fine leg is also obviously on the ropes, but the hook and pull shots have been played pretty well by these 2 batsmen, both of whom are on the shorter side in stature, but they've so far managed to get on top of everything. Carlson onto 32, Lloyd onto 66, 107 for 3 here on BBC Sport Online, also on the Glamorgan website. Yeah, looking at Harry Finch's first-class figures, I suppose an average of 26 is not really tenable as a first-class batsman. Yep. Average of 37 in List A cricket, though, was pretty useful. As Robinson is into bowl and beats the prod of Lloyd through to Brown.
At the moment, Nick, it looks a bit like when everyone else is bowling, the Glamorgan batsmen look pretty happy, and then there's Ollie Robinson, because he's continually this morning made the batsman play and miss, and he's looked comfortably the pick of the Sussex bowlers.
Yes, he's come back with a decent second spell as well.
Yep.
But can he make the breakthrough that Sussex need? Quarter of an hour till lunch here in the Sophia sunshine, as that's outside off stump and allowed to go through to Ben Brown, who, to be fair, has given Robinson the encouragement he needs with 4 slips in there for a second spell. 4 in front of the wicket, saving the single, 2 on each side, plus a fine leg down at the River Taff end, as some of the trees around the river bursting into life, others still fairly stark and yet to bud. As Robinson bowls and Lloyd works that into a gap on the leg side, there'll be a couple of runs at least. It's a shortish boundary on that side, but it's pulled up just in front of the grandstand away to our right, and they've come back for 2 runs, and Glamorgan move on to 109 for 3. Just to paint a picture for those of you who are just listening rather than watching as well, the wicket is towards the grandstand side. So from the Cathedral Road end, we're looking slightly to our right over mid-long off as Robinson bowls, and that's dispatched through the leg side as Robinson tumbles over, and the ball this time will reach the ropes at mid-wicket, and that is a 10th boundary to David Lloyd, who has tucked into anything that's vaguely over-pitched today and really gone on the offensive.
Well, it's a beautiful shot. I mean, there wasn't an awful lot wrong with the delivery, apart from the fact, as you say, Nick, it was slightly over pitch, but Lloyd's batting beautifully and timing it beautifully as well, and with a flick of the wrists, the ball sped away through mid-wicket, beautifully played. Ben Brown is attacking here. I think that's the right option, but Sussex are just starting to leak runs here.
113 for 3, we believe, as Lloyd moves into the 70s. That's full over pitched as well, and he just got away with that one, Robinson, as Lloyd drives it straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Man moving round from mid-on doing the fielding, and square leg has now moved back to the boundary. So acknowledgement that Lloyd is strong in that area. Maybe Robinson will try him with a short ball, but that's not a long boundary on that side. As Robinson is in to bowl to Lloyd, who gets a thick edge down through gully and will pick up a single there. 114 for 3. The pitch towards the stand, as I say, so it's not a large boundary on the grandstand side, and on the other side the rope is in a good 30 metres from the advertising hoardings around the perimeter, of which there are a few, maybe not as many as usual because of obviously pandemic issues, but all Glamorgan's games will be streamed via the website with our commentary from the BBC, so you'll be able to watch even if you can't attend in person. 114 for 3.
Well, I can see Jack Carson is warming up down below us, and I suspect he's going to bowl the next over from this cathedral end when I think Ollie Robinson may come out of the attack. But here comes Stuart Meeker in the meantime, running in to bowl to the right-handed Lloyd wide, and carved away by Lloyd to the sweeper on the cover boundary, who is Henry Crocombe. Comfortable single to Lloyd. He goes to 73, and Glamorgan 2. 114 for 3, Nick, I think it is.
115.
115, sorry, my school card here is run behind. Mika turns at the end of his run. 2 slips in place. He's in past umpire Debenham, bowls, and forward comes Carlson, playing with the high left elbow, and just punches the ball down the ground where Robinson bends down, picks up the ball, and there is no run. These two coming together when the score's on 23, when Billy Root became the first victim of the first-class season for Henry Crocombe. All 3 dismissals were LBWs. Selman for a duck, Balburney for 4, and Billy Root. But these two have batted really well since they've come together. And Meeker is on his way, bowls, and a repeat performance this time as Carlson just plays that quietly to mid-on, and there is no run. Better over so far from Stuart Meeker. He's in his 4th over, figures of 0 for 18 before this over. Ollie Robinson 2 for 29, Henry Crocombe 1 for 21, George Garton expensive 4 overs for 30, Stian Van Zyl 4 tidy overs, no wicket for 12 as Meeker runs towards us. He's in bowls. It was short, and that was quick actually from Meeker, and excuse me, Carlson was looking to pull that one away on the leg side. There are 2 men back on the leg side, as Nick was saying, should he fall into that truck. Delray Rawlings, who's at deep backward square, about 5 or 6 yards in from the boundary rope, and Jack Carlson down below us at a more orthodox fine leg. So the trap is there. Whether Carlson will fall for it, we'll have to see. He's played 2 very good hook shots so far against Meeker.
Well, yes, I think he's taking it on, isn't he? Both batsmen taking it on, saying, right, all right, bowl us short balls, and we'll either hit them between the fielders or down into the ground.
And now another, in fact, that's Tom
3 back on the leg side.
3 back on the leg side. So slightly strange field placing. Well, I guess, you know, if Carlson holds out there, he'll be very annoyed with himself. 3 men back for the pull shot. As in comes Meeker, bowls, and Meeker bowls a full-length delivery that's driven into the offside by Carlson. He picks up his 33rd run. And Glamorgan go to 116 for 3. And a change of field for David Lloyd, who's batted very well on 74. That deep mid-wicket has come up now to an orthodox mid-wicket, albeit fairly straight. As Stuart Meeker is back the far end of the ground, runs in towards us, comes in and bowls, and up on his toes is Lloyd, and just dabs it into the vacant gully area. Throw comes in from George Garton, who was quickly round and got in the throw just for a moment. Both batsmen looked as if they may be struggling, but in the end the throw was pretty wild, and both batsmen were comfortably home. So it is the end of Stuart Meeker's over, the end of his his fourth over. 4 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 20 for Stuart Meeker, and we are indeed going to see a little bit of off-spin before lunch. So he suddenly rotated his bowlers, Ben Brown, this morning. This will be the 6th bowler that Sussex have used. And he's just saying, he knows exactly where he wants his fielders, Jack Carlson. He's just sort of pointing around and saying to Ben Brown, I'll have one there, and I think Ben Brown is making a suggestion there of another field placing. But it will be Jack Carlson, who picked up a couple of wickets last week at Old Trafford. An opportunity to probably get a couple of overs in before lunch.
Here we go then with Carson bowling his off-spin. Came 2 for 106 last week. Made his first-class debut last season. The young man from Northern Ireland. 20 years old. And taking time to set his field. Where are we with overs? 28 gone, so Sussex should have 30 on the board by lunch, which is fairly respectable. We don't have the information about whether the over rate is up with the clock or not, sadly. Something that troubled Glamorgan at Headingley. Had to make a real effort on the last afternoon to bring it back. Here's Carson, who will help the Sussex over rate, and his first delivery is allowed to go through by Lloyd outside off stump. Just having a little look at it. It'll be the first time they've seen him in person. Teams didn't play each other last season. As down the wicket comes Lloyd, and has to react. Dabbles a single on the offside. They've gone through for that quick single. Well, that was an action-packed delivery. Lloyd was giving Carson the charge. Bowler reacted well and dropped it a little bit shorter. Lloyd nurdled it on the offside and dashed through for a single. Bowler fell over trying to stop it.
I thought for a minute he'd injured himself as well, because he almost did the splits.
118 for 3. Carson to Carlson, the commentator's nightmare, as Carlson drives out onto the offside, and it's fielded by Crocombe at wide mid off, and there will be a single. 119 for 3 as we approach lunch. Short leg is in as well as a slip, so well done to Brown for giving his spinner the encouragement, as that's played carefully back to the bowler by David Lloyd.
He does like to give the ball a bit of air, Jack Carlson, which is good to see, and I'm pleased that he's got his mid off and his mid on up, not back on the fence.
Lloyd on 76 not out, on the back foot, playing it off the pitch back to the bowler, no run. So a bright but chilly day here in Sophia Gardens, 95% blue sky. Hopefully no snow showers anywhere in the vicinity. Carson in again. Lloyd drives up to deep mid on. There will be a comfortable single there as Haynes does the fielding. He was halfway back to the boundary for Lloyd, and the single taken. 124 3 at, where are we, 12:55 by my tablet, 12:56. It's probably a minute further than that advanced on the pavilion clock, so I suspect this may well be the last over of the first session, with Glamorgan 120 for 3.
You know, we have to say, Nick, that it's been Glamorgan's morning. I think if you get put in and you find yourself 22 for 3, and recover like they have, I think Glamorgan will be the happier of the two sides. I think Sussex will be disappointed with the way they bowled, to be honest, with the exception of Robinson. You know, the backups. I mean, Henry Crocombe bowled a decent opening spell and he picked up a wicket, but certainly neither Stuart Meeker or George Garton have really threatened to take a wicket. Although Meeker with the chance to do so in this over, as he comes into bowl to the right-handed Lloyd. He's in and bowls, and Lloyd covers up to a ball just short of a length and punches it into the covers, fielded there by Thomason, and there is no run.
Fall of wickets, 0, 22 and 23, so this partnership is worth 97 at the moment. Batsman out, Selman without scoring, Balbirnie 4, Root for a single. The first 2 to Ollie Robinson, and that of Root to Crocombe, all leg before wicket.
Mika is on his way again. Just the one slip in place now. He comes in and bowls. It's a wayward delivery down the leg side, and he's lucky to get away with that. Ben Brown with a good tumbling save. There are 3 men out on the leg side. There's a fine leg, a deep backward square, and a deep mid wicket. A mid on the only other fielder on the leg side, saving 1. So there's plenty of gaps on this leg side just to dab a single for David Lloyd, should he so wish. On the offside, a slip and a gully. Sweeper on the cover boundary, cover and a mid off. Mika in bowls, short again, and I don't know. Who knows? Strange things happen in cricket, but I was surprised, having done the hard work, if David Lloyd's to be tempted by a short delivery like that, and it was wide outside the off stump as well, and Lloyd just watched it sail through into the gloves of keeper Brown.
Be updating the situation to the BBC Radio Wales news bulletin in a couple of minutes' time, by the way. But we should be off the field by then.
Mika on his way again, bowls and clipped by Lloyd onto the onside. Ollie Robinson has to move smartly to his right and makes a good save with his right hand, preventing any runs. And I think David Lloyd probably quite content here to see out this over before lunch. The clock on the pavilion away to our left hand side shows pretty much on 1 o'clock, and next to it the flag of Glamorgan flying at half mast, and the players are wearing black armbands as well, as Mika is on his way. Bowls, better delivery from Stuart Mika, and he forces Lloyd to punch that ball into the offside, and there is no run.
No Sussex flag.
No, very odd. I wonder if someone forgot to put it on the team coach.
Yeah, might be one of those things that's gone by the board. Well, is there a team coach? Yeah, actually there is, because I've seen it. So arrived yesterday.
Yeah, they travelled down yesterday. So
I think possibly 2 coaches.
Ah, okay.
There was certainly a couple of coaches outside the pavilion yesterday.
Mika in again, bowls, short. Sails through to Ben Brown. That's a rather wasted delivery, I'm afraid, from Stuart Meek. The umpires having a look at each other, and I think they're deciding whether it's lunch, and umpire Debenham at the far end has decided it is indeed lunch. So the players leave the field. David Lloyd and Kieran Carlson, who have really recovered well, Nick. It's been an excellent recovery by these two. Yeah,
adding 97 in fairly aggressive fashion, having been 23 for 3 in the 8th over. So there'll be an update for BBC Radio Wales listeners in a couple of moments' time, but Adrian and I and Edward will be back with commentary at 1:40 with Glamorgan 120 for 3.
Hello, I'm Paul Rees and welcome to the beautiful Pontarddulais Cricket Club. Just wanted to give a brief update on the work that's gone on here during the winter. We're very grateful to our volunteers, our committee members, who put lots and lots of work in to improve these already great facilities into one of the best facilities in Wales. Brief word in our background really, we are the current Welsh Cup holders and we are South Wales Cricket Premier League Division 1 club. We have a thriving junior section and we've greatly contributed towards age group cricket through the region, into the Wales age groups and into the Glamorgan. Obviously the current captain David Lloyd played at our club for a number of years and Lucas Carey came up through our ranks. So little look around the club, look at what we've done and hopefully we'll all have a great cricket in summer. Thank you.
Just a big thank you to Cricket Wales for all their support in helping us improve the facilities of Pontarddulais. In particular thanks to Ken Shahal.
So we'll have a little tour of inside the cricket club. James Harris there. Robert Croft. There's our captain's board. From 1919, now the first captain. Through all the years. Quite a few ex-Glamorgan cricketers. There we have John Derricks, Glamorgan cap and sweater, and Jeff Jones' England tour cap. Barry Lloyd's Glamorgan shirt, and his daughter Hannah's England shirt. Owen Morgan's debut for Glamorgan against Sussex, July 2016, and the shirt here. Glamorgan against Northamptonshire, August 2016, St Helens, where Owen Morgan and Lucas Carey both played for Glamorgan. There we have the photograph of the debut.
Big thank you to those who helped secure the funding for the club.
stage 23-3. David Lloyd has led the fight back. He's on 77 not out. A couple of messages. Stephen Moss asks why Lucas Carey isn't playing. Well, he's a little way down the pecking order at the moment. Got runs but no wickets for the second team last week. Roman Walker is the 12th man for this. Hard to balance this team, he says. Well played, Lloyd and Carlson, but shall we just start from 20 for 3 for every game? Well, that has been the situation so far. Sadly for Glamorgan, they have been 29 for 3 in each innings so far. Good afternoon, Adrian, as I try and work out which microphone you're on. Yep, that sounds like it.
Hello, Nick. Oh, and Ed's just made a cup of tea as well, which is very welcome. I just saw the Sussex players come out in a little huddle on the boundary edge, and I suspect that might have been Ben Brown saying we need to bowl a lot better in this session, and with the exception of Ollie Robinson. And I thought Henry Crocombe bowled a tidy spell to open proceedings. Interestingly, he's going to start proceedings after lunch as well, but the Sussex bowling was really too wayward, and that's to take nothing away from the Glamorgan batsmen. I thought Lloyd and Carlson both batted very well, but the Sussex bowling was a little too short, I thought, particularly in that half hour before lunch. But here comes Henry Crocombe to start proceedings after lunch, bowling to Kieran Carlson, and straight away delivery round about a length that he just pushes straight back down the track. And there is no run.
Good afternoon to Andy Ward. Nice to have you on board, and suggest that Nick Salmon might have a weakness in falling LBW early on. Yeah, well, that was the case today anyway.
Crocombe runs away from us. From this, the cathedral end, bowls, and forward comes Carlson, plays quietly into the covers, fielded there by Aaron Tonneson, and there is no run.
Afternoon to Adrian Snellgrove. What a treat. A day at home listening to Glamorgan cricket. Love the sound of summer.
Yeah, don't we all?
It's not quite summer temperatures as yet, Adrian.
No, I must admit, I'm well wrapped up here, Nick, but it's, I mean, the weather looks fantastic, doesn't it? Lovely and sunny, but there is a chill in the wind as in comes Crocombe, and bowls are driven down the ground by Carlson. That's a beautiful shot, and that's going to run away for 4 runs. Over pitch by Henry Crocombe, and beautifully played by Kieran Carlson, and on drive, and a lovely way to get us back underway after lunch. Total goes to 123 for 3, and that's the 100 partnership up between these two.
Yeah, they came together in the 8th over, and we're now in the 31st. So a good lick.
Yeah, absolutely.
4 runs and over.
And certainly in those opening overs, Ollie Robinson was a real threat, and he's looked the pick of the Sussex bowlers by some way, as in comes Crocombe running away from us. He's in and bowls, and that's down the leg side and taken by a tumbling Ben Brown. And there is no run. Our emails are up and running, which is good news.
Marvellous.
So if you want to email us, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk.
Lovely.
Henry Crocombe, just 19 years of age, born in Eastbourne, is running away from us. 2 slips go down, he's in and bowls, and a good delivery, pitching right up to the batsman, round about middle stump, and just played into the offside, fielded by Ollie Robinson, who's down below us here at mid-off.
And Emir Evans on Twitter says Ollie Robinson looks a much improved bowler. I'm very impressed with this positive counter-attack. Indeed, fair points.
Yeah.
Robinson has bowled well. The counter-attack has been impressive.
Yes, it has. As Crocombe over the wicket bowls, and that's another delivery down the leg side. It'll be a disappointing way for him to end the over, and he just wanders away, just putting his arm up high in the air to get that arm nice and high. And he has a little word to Ollie Robinson as he makes his way down to his fielding position. So Glamorgan have safely negotiated the first over after lunch without any undue alarms. And the 100 partnership, and a very good partnership indeed, between Kieran Carlson and David Lloyd. Be interesting to see who opens the bowling from the River Taff end. At the minute, nobody looks very keen. There's no one there.
Right, in which case I shall give you the other scores in this group. Lancashire against Northants at Old Trafford again, because of course the Sussex match was switched. Lancashire 98 for 2, with Alex Davis making 57 before being run out. That's Lancashire having decided to bat against Northants. As we are to see
George Garton.
George Garton to come around the wicket by the look of it, with his left arm pace, and is into bowl, and Carlson drives through the offside and will get runs here. In fact, he'll get 4 of them because the sweeper on the cover boundary has not managed to pick that one up, and it's raced away for 4.
Well, I think 4 overs for 30 before lunch for George Garton, and he was bowling much too short and over pitching as well. He didn't get his line or length right at all. It's his birthday today, and at the minute it's not the happiest birthday for George Garton. Let's hope things improve.
Here he comes again to bowl to Lloyd, who allows that one to go through outside off stump. So Kent against Yorkshire is the other match in this group. That is at Canterbury. Yorkshire won the toss, decided to bat, and Adam Lyth has picked up where he left off in the second innings, or indeed both innings, against Glamorgan. 52 and 115 not out, and he's already on 87 not out against Kent as Garton bowls, and Lloyd noodles that round the corner for a single. Joe Root has just come to the wicket there, and Yorkshire 134 for 2 against Kent. And of course, in this season we can actually just concentrate. I mean, we'll obviously give you the other scores at some juncture, but we can concentrate on scores within the group, because you don't compete against the sides in other groups as you did last season in terms of accumulating points. So Garton from the River Taff end. Into bowl, and forward comes Carlson, playing that one respectively. 129 for 3.
So it's over these group, Nick. I understand that the top 2 go into the main group, and you're still with a chance of the championship.
Yep.
I guess the slight danger with this format is that the other 4 games that you play, you're going to go into another group.
Yep.
Does that give you some sort of a seeding for the following season? Is that how it works, or I'm not entirely sure what there is to play for in those other games?
As Garton is into bowl, and Carlson drives through the offside for a single. This one will be fielded on the cover boundary. 130 for 3. Carlson to 39 not out. I presume it'll be well, we don't know, I think, is the answer to that. They're going to have a look at this format, see how it works, and then decide whether to keep it or go back to the 2 divisions or go on to something else. As Garton is in from the River Taff end, bowls to Lloyd, shortish ball on leg side, duly dispatched down towards backwards square leg. Rawlins does the fielding. Another single, 131 for 3. A couple of overs after lunch. Yeah, I suppose they'll be, if they do go into a similar sort of conference group system, then presumably there'll be seedings for next season, which will depend on this season. Yeah,
no, that's perhaps where the other 4 matches will come in. But I think in general terms, I think in general terms, most people seem to like the idea that at least you've got an opportunity to win the county championship at the start of the season.
I suppose it depends whether there might be too many one-sided matches at some point.
Well, this is a tough group with both Yorkshire and Lancashire in it. As in comes Crocombe running in over the wicket, bowls, and he hits Lloyd on the pad. Looking to glance that one away through the leg side. Look, it's striking a little bit on David Lloyd. The ball bounces out onto the offside, and there is no run. Yeah,
I mean, these 2 sides are actually ranked 5 and 6 in the rankings, which were determined over performances in the last 2 seasons.
Crocombe runs away from us. He's in and bowls, and played nicely to mid-on by David Lloyd, fielded by Tom Haynes, and there is no run.
Glamorgan would probably have been ranked possibly 4 out of 6 on the 2019 season, but they finished bottom of their group last season, so those 2 performances were averaged out.
Crocombe bowling with 2 slips in bright sunshine here in Cardiff. Runs it over the wicket, bowls, and let go outside the off stump by Lloyd, taken by Brown, moving across in front of first slip. There is no run.
What I do like about this season's format is that Glamorgan do actually get to play nearly every other county, I think all bar 2 at some stage in some format. I don't know if the Sussex list works like that.
Yes, because we haven't played Yorkshire, certainly haven't played Yorkshire for a long time.
No.
As in comes Crocombe, running in and bowls, and punch down the track footed by Crocombe off his own bowling. There is no run. Yes, Sussex would not play Warwickshire. I'm just trying to think who else they won't play. They're playing Yorkshire, Lancashire, and they're playing Durham in the 50 over. I think it might just be Warwickshire.
All right.
Crocombe on his way again to bowl to the right-handed. Lloyd is in and bowls, and Lloyd works this one nicely through square leg. He's going to pick up 1 and probably 2. It's a very good bit of fielding. The throw comes in, and he's going to move on here, will David Lloyd, but in the end he's comfortably back for the second run. It was a nice bit of fielding out there. I think that's Stuart Meeker who got in the throw, but nonetheless Lloyd was very comfortably back in the end for his second run. He goes to 78 and Glamorgan to 121 for 3.
Glamorgan don't play Worcestershire, which is a sadness given that we love travelling to New Road, and they don't play Durham, which is possibly less of a sadness given the distance.
In comes Crocombe again, bowls, and he's caught, and Henry Crocombe has got the breakthrough, and that's a very good catch by George Garton at second slip. It went very quickly. Crocombe picks up his second wicket, and the very good innings of David Lloyd is over. Caught at second slip off the bowling of Henry Crocombe.
Well, it's a big wicket for the youngster, and one that Sussex really needed, because they were struggling, apart from Ollie Robinson, to impose any sort of discipline. But David Lloyd is now gone for an excellent 84, and Glamorgan 133 for 4, the partnership worth 110.
Yes, I apologise because my screen hadn't updated when I gave that latest update on the scoreboard. Well played, David Lloyd, who'd taken the attack very much to Sussex, having lost those early wickets. But he walks off, and he looked good for 100, Nick. You know,
yeah,
he
I thought he was well
very
set there. I thought he was set for 100. He faced 99 deliveries, and he hit 11 fours. 133 for 4. I suppose that's game back in the balance now.
Yes, I would agree, and certainly I'm sure the word from Ben Brown as the players came out after lunch would have been that Sussex had to bowl a whole pile better, and Henry Crocombe giving him the opportunity from straight after lunch, picking up a really important wicket. So that's his second wicket of the day. Robinson and Crocombe, the two with the wickets. Just looking here at the other scores, I noticed it's rain stop play at the Oval, so not lovely weather everywhere, Nick, in the southeast of England, but no sign of any rain here. In fact, lovely blue skies and just a bit of a fluffy cotton wool cloud floating around.
Yeah, I don't think we're due any rain in the immediate future in this game.
No, I think it's, I was looking at the forecast last night. Mind you, when I went to Manchester last week, Nick, they were saying the forecast was pretty good, and then all of a sudden it all changed. And
yeah, the snow arrived suddenly, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Well, I saw, did you take the picture of the snow at Headingley?
Yeah, I took a few. I think Jonathan, my colleague, did as well. Yeah. It was pretty heavy for about an hour and a half.
Yeah. Well, as you say, hopefully none of that. And that wicket coming with the last ball of Henry Crocombe's over, and he's now bowled 8 overs and taken 2 for 27.
New batsman is Chris Cook, who will be at the non-striker's end. 133 for 4 Glamorgan, having been 23 for 3. So that wicket falling in the 33rd over as Carlson is up on his toes and defending the first ball from Garton, who's come over the wicket for this over.
Yeah, 5 overs for 36, George Garton, but he's redeemed himself with that was a good catch. It went very quickly to second slip.
Yes, and he was the second of 2, so there wasn't anyone to pass the responsibility on to. Here comes Garton with the ball to Carlson, who I thought got an edge to that one, but it can't have carried. Maybe it just went through on the full. Seemed to be a wooden noise. It was stopped by Ben Brown anyway. And there was no reaction from the infield to suggest anything of a chance. Garton in the chilly sunshine. Balls. Carlson forces off the back foot. Ball well stopped at cover, and there's no run with Jack Carson in the action.
Yeah.
Done quite a lot of fielding in the morning session. Got a couple of overs in before lunch. But having to give way to the seamers again after lunch. 133 for 4. Can Sussex pile the pressure on as Carlson defends up to mid-on? And there's no run. It's in fact intercepted by Thomason, wandering round from mid-wicket.
Better over from George Garton. He was. David Lloyd certainly took a liking to him, particularly driving him through the offside before lunch.
There are a few shorter deliveries in a bid to attempt him to pull and hook aerially, but he didn't go aerial as Carlson drives on the offside and pinches a quick single up to wide mid-off. 134 for 4, Glamorgan.
What's happening international-wise here this year, Nick? Is there any England matches here, or?
There are. There are. We all hope. 2 matches between England and Sri Lanka, I think in successive days in T20 in late June.
Right.
And an England-Pakistan ODI in early July.
Right.
Now, we just hope that there will be a decent crowd permitted back in by that point to make it worthwhile staging the matches here. Which all depends on the Welsh Government and the interpretation of public health needs as Garton bowls, and that's up in the block hole, but nice little drop and run by Cook to get off the mark, just steering it deliberately into a little gap on the offside. 135 for 4 at the end of the Garton over. Yeah, it is obviously something that won't need reinforcing to Welsh listeners and viewers, but just to remind supporters of Sussex that we are operating on different timetable down here. A few things have been opened up ahead of England. One at most have been slightly behind in terms of a bit of extra caution, and we don't have the outside dining and drinking in pubs and restaurants until a week Monday, so a fortnight later than in England.
And you're still not gyms and swimming pools, I think, Nick, is that right? In comes Crocombe running into bowl to Cook, who fiddles this one nicely down to third man. I think he's going to pick up at least a couple. I don't think it's going to go all the way for 4 runs. Garton is in hot pursuit. They were thinking about a third, but the third wasn't there as the throw comes in to keeper Brown, who doesn't collect the ball cleanly, but it's a couple more runs to Glamorgan and a couple more runs to Chris Cook.
You'll forgive me as not a frequenter of gyms for not actually knowing that particular information, Adrian. But I know it has been a subject of some debate.
Yeah,
I don't have the date. If anyone does know, then do tweet me when the gyms are reopening in Wales.
As in comes Crocombe to bowl to Cook, and Cook is forward with a forward defensive shot into the offside to mid-off, fielded by Robinson. And there is no run. Yeah, gyms and swimming pools. I do like a swim, and it's been very frustrating for the last few months not being able to do that. But mind you, trying to find someone to go and have a swim, that's another issue. It's really difficult. Could go in the sea, I guess, but that's pretty cold. We've had an email in talking about nice weather a bit earlier on from Cairo, as in comes Crocombe and bowls, and Cook is forward and plays straight down the track, and there is no run. Yeah, John Peel has been in touch, and he says, hi all, weather looks great but cold. Listening again from Cairo, where it's 30 degrees. He says, sorry.
Oh, don't.
Really like Robinson. And he's had praise from Nasser Hussain. Love the commentary, keep up the good work. Thanks very much indeed, John. Yes, he did get some praise from Nasser Hussain on a pre-season podcast talking about players to watch for the season, as in comes Crocombe and Bowles, and Cook again plays carefully to backward point, fielded there by Aaron Thomason. No, Stuart. No, it's Tom Clark. When there is no run. And you can join our conversation, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Be lovely to hear from you. 30 degrees, that sounds just, I would imagine it gets a lot hotter than that in the summer months over in Cairo. As in comes Crocombe and Bowles, and Cook works this nicely off his hip down to deep backward square, where it's fielded out on the boundary by Stuart Meeker, who gets in the throw, and it's one more to Cook, and Glamorgan go to, I think that's 138 for 4, and Cook to 4.
I believe so.
Scoreboard's still not working at the minute, as Crocombe is on his way again. Bowles, and Carlson is forward. A model for defensive shot to a ball of good length. It's a good little spell, this, from Henry Crocombe, who's picked up a couple of wickets. Billy Root and David Lloyd, who made a very good 84. And Henry Crocombe's figures, I'll just get them up for you. 9 overs, 2 maidens. Sorry, 9 overs, 1 maidens. 2 for 31 by my reckoning.
Yeah, so we won't have the scoreboard in operation. We hope we'll have a monitor for the second half of this match with the scores on. Fingers crossed. 138 for 4 Glamorgan. 35 overs bowled here at Sophia Gardens, as Garton will continue with his left arm over past umpire Debenham. Bowls to Cook, and there's an appeal for Cook behind. Not given, as the ball seemed to be going down leg side. There was excitement certainly from behind the wicket and from Garton to a certain degree, but it looked as speculative rather than a convinced appeal, that one.
He does get very excited, George Garton, when he appeals, doesn't he? He's down on his knee and he's got his arms up in the air. That's the second time he's done that today.
It's almost the Stuart Broad celeb appeal, isn't it? 138 for 4. Garton to Cook, who's leaving that one with a flourish of the bat outside the off stump. And we'll see that particular leave from Labuschagne a lot. He tends to describe an arc with the bat, even when he's not playing a shot. Labuschagne due to arrive for Glamorgan in round 5 when they travel to Lancashire at Old Trafford. Garton bowls, and Cook is forward, defending up to mid-off, and there's no run. I hope the temperatures have gone up a little bit more by next week for Glamorgan's visit to Northampton, where we will be in the al fresco commentary position.
Yeah, it could be quite cold there as well, because you don't get any sun all day, Nick. It all goes behind the pavilion.
As in comes Garton, bowls to Cook, who drives and thinks about a single, but it is fairly straight to mid-off, and there's no run. Yes, I think even had a BBC Northampton colleague wearing a Welsh hoodie at one point during our stay there a couple of years ago, when it was grab every bit of clothing that you have to hand.
Presumably that was early season, was it, Nick?
I can't remember if it was early or late, to be honest. Garton to Cook, short ball. Cook has nothing to do with it. Again, they're trying to trap the Glamorgan batsman into pulling and hooking. Rawlins is lurking hopefully on the backward square leg boundary, just south of Umpire Wharf. But so far Glamorgan haven't played any aerial hook shots. As Garton bowls to Cook, that's decent delivery, and he does well to get on top of it and nudge it down to short backward square. They go through for a single by the time Thomason has come round from mid-wicket to field 109 39 for 4. Glamorgan having been 23 for 3 at one point. And we had a century stand, 110 between Lloyd and Carlson for the 4th wicket at 4 runs and over. 2 wickets apiece for Ollie Robinson, and also to the youngster Henry Crocombe, who's still got his cap on as he prepares to bowl. Now he's remembered that.
I think he suddenly realised that he had. Don't you? I think he was about to bowl, and he suddenly realised he got his cap on, and so he gave it to Tom Haynes, and Tom has come running down to the boundary, and he just tossed his cap over the over the boundary rope. But it is going to be Henry Crocombe who's going to carry on. Figures of 2 for 30 from his 9 overs, and he's bowled very well, particularly since lunch. He's picked up a wicket, comes in and bowls, and a delivery right on the stumps, and forward comes Cook. Plays back down the track, there is no run. His career best, well, a relatively short career, it was at the Oval last year, the final match of the Bob Willis Trophy. Henry Crocombe, and he took, from memory, 2 for 36. Check this. Check it in a minute. As 2 for 32 actually, as in he comes and bowls, and clipped away nicely by Cook down to find they've taken one, they'll come back for the second. That's good running by Cook, who was very quickly back. The throw came in from Carson, but that's the virtue of running that first run very quickly, and he picks up a couple of runs, does Cook, and he goes to 6, and Glamorgan to 141 for 4. Crocombe with 2 slips, comes in and bowls, and it's played straight back to Crocombe, who feels of his own bowling, and there is no run. Cook was looking to play that one through extra cover, didn't quite time it, and Crocombe was able to field of his own bowling. Yes, 2 for 36 at the Oval last year in the final match of the Bob Willis Trophy. Turns and runs in again. Oh, that's a good delivery. That is a good delivery, and Cook was really feeling for that just outside of his off stump, taken by Ben Brown. And there is no run.
This is obviously a very different Sussex side than we'll be playing, imagine, in the T20 come June, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm thinking who. I mean, they may well be affected by because there's so much international cricket this summer. How much we'll see of. In comes Crocombe bowls. Cook lets that go. I mean, how much we'll see of Jofra Archer and Chris Jordan. I think that's probably fairly, because they say there's a lot of T20s. I don't think England will be keen for Jofra Archer to be over bowled this summer, particularly with his elbow problem and the T20 World Cup coming up and the Ashes in the winter. But yes, it'll still be a strong Sussex side. The likes of Samal Mills and Luke Wright. David Visa is coming over for the T20 as well, so it will still be a strong Sussex side. There's Crocombe. He's on his way again in bright sunshine and bowls, and forward comes Cook with a model forward defensive shot, plays it out into the offside, fielded by Aaron Tonneson, and there is no run. Yet have a good over from Henry Crocombe, who's settled into a good line and length since lunch and has picked up the wicket of David Lloyd, who was caught by George Garton at a second slip for a very well made 84. That brought to an end a partnership of 110 between himself and Kieran Carson, who's still there on 40. Chris Cook is on 7.
So do I take it that Travis Head won't be playing T20 then, if it's Rashid Khan and David Visa?
Oh, I think you're probably right, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it is 2 just for T20. It is 2. Yeah.
2 for each competition this season, isn't it?
And do you have to nominate those 2 in advance, or can you chop and change?
I think there's a certain degree of chopping and changing allowed. Not sure if there's a minimum. As that's a short ball, and got away with it. It wasn't convincing. It was glove, handle, something from Carlson. It flew just over the head of Ben Brown and a bit to his left. It wasn't a catching chance for the keeper by any means, but it was probably the first unconvincing treatment that we've seen of a short ball.
I would agree.
It's run away for 4.
In general, they played the short ball very well and scored runs off it as well, but that, I thought for a moment that was skied to Ben Brown, but it was way over his head in the end.
A bit too much momentum to it. 145 for 4 as Carlson pushes on the leg side to wide mid on. No run.
Yeah, because certainly in the last few seasons, although Rashid Khan has been playing for Sussex in G20, there's obviously international call-ups, and I think the Caribbean Super League starts around, doesn't it? And so he hasn't been available for the whole time. I don't quite know what the situation's going to be this season. And I mean, he'll be playing in the 100. I'm sure. I've also got a track who's playing where in the 100. But
Garton bowls. Carlson dabs on the offside, straight to cover, no run. Yeah, Glamorgan lose 4 players to the 100, of whom only one, David Lloyd, is with Welsh Fire.
Right. Who else is going where?
Colin Ingram was picked up by the Oval Invincibles, given that he now counts as an overseas player and wasn't picked by Welsh Fire as overseas. As Gartner's in to bowl. A short ball that Carlson again hooks it. Again, it's slightly upish. It's a couple of bounces down to Crocombe in front of us. Fine leg. They just go through for a single, and Garton might be heartened by this because Kieran Carlson has played a couple of shots that weren't under control in this over. He's got 5 runs off them. 145 for 4 Glamorgan. Chris Cook, the Glamorgan captain, is with Birmingham Phoenix. As in comes Garton to bowl and hits Cook on the thigh pad as he pushes forward. And Tim van der Hoogten is somewhere.
Yeah.
He's got a gig. And obviously pleased for the individuals because they earn a fair bit of money for it.
Absolutely.
But I would have thought that it would have been better to concentrate the players within, a couple of counties to each franchise. But what do I know? Garton bowls, and that's driven on the offside by Cook. Take a single out to the point boundary. 146 for 4. 147 for 4 at the end of the over. Cook is on 8. Carlson has 45. He has 6 boundaries in that. And the main protagonist of the day so far has been David Lloyd with 84 off 99 balls.
Yeah, Sussex lose quite a lot of players to the Southern, I'm not sure what they're called, the
Brave.
Southern Brave, isn't it? So Jofra Archer, Chris Jordan, Tamel Mills, George Garton, Delray Rawlins, that's 5. As Crocombe is on his way, comes in and bowls, and played by Cook just into the offside, fielded by Tonneson, and there is no run. Luke Wright is, I think, playing for, is it the Nottinghamshire Rockets?
Trent Rockets.
Trent Rockets.
Come on, get your marketing right.
Right, yeah.
You'd be telling me next you don't know which brand of crisps goes with which team.
I don't. That's 6. I think that's it. As Crocombe runs away from us to bowl to Chris Cook. Well pitched up right in the block hole, and good delivery and well played by Chris Cook, who squirts that to backward point, and there is no run, and Henry Crocombe gets a round of applause from Stian van Zyl, who's fielding at first slip, hands in pockets. It looks like a lovely sunny day. I think it's a bit chilly out there, to be honest. A few of the Sussex lads have got hands in pockets. Ollie Robinson just down below us. Stian van Zyl at first slip. Crocombe, right arm over the wicket, runs away from us, comes in and bowls, and another good delivery, pitching round about middle and off, and forward comes Cook, placed very correctly into the offside, and there is no run.
Thank you to Ben Bonney, who informs me that Van der Hoogten is with the Trent Rockets. Good afternoon to Ian Evans. Ed mentioned Prem Sissodia as a potential starter in Red Bull. What about Salter? Great with the bat too, and a proud Pembrokeshire man to boot.
Crocombe bowls to Cook, again well pitched up to Cook, makes him play. The Sussex bowling has certainly tightened up here since lunch. I think they were far too wayward before lunch. But Henry Crocombe has given good control from this end, the Cathedral end, since lunch. He's picked up a couple of wickets. 1 wicket since lunch, 1 before.
Rain is reported at Chelmsford. Essex at 81 for 8.
Crocombe goes in and bowls. Oh, and a full shot that was slightly wide of the off stump, and Cook decided to have a dart at it. But he missed it, and the ball went through to Ben Brown, and there is no run. Yeah, so rain at Chelmsford and rain at the Oval, so we've got the best of the weather today.
And appropriately, Rain has taken 2 wickets for Durham. Ben Rain.
Ah. Boom, boom. 2 slips. Van Zyl and Garton waiters. Crocombe is in and bowls. Another good delivery, and turned with a flick of the wrists by Chris Cook to mid-wicket, fielded by Delray Rawlings. The end of another good over by Henry Crocombe, who's impressed today. There's been a nice tidy spell of bowling. He's bowled 11 overs and taken 2 for 32. Glamorgan are 147 for 4, with Kieran Carlson on 45. Chris Cook on 8. The batsman out since lunch. David Lloyd, who was caught by George Garton off the bowling of Henry Crocombe for a very well made 84. And we've got a sanitiser break as various 12th men come out of the pavilion. So the bowling figures: Robinson 2 for 29, Crocombe 2 for 32, Garton expensive 8 overs for 45, Steven Van Zyl 4 overs for 12, Stuart Meeker 5 overs, 0 for 21, and just the 1 over for Jack Carson, which cost 3 runs.
Yeah, it's very different scorecards in those 2 matches held up by rain. Leicestershire 86 for 0 against Surrey. And Hassan Azad is on 44 not out, the man at the innocent victim of the stumping controversy against Hampshire, where he was wrongly given out, as Garton is into bowl. Short ball, and Carlson first bounce down to fine leg. Well, I think that was deliberate, that he didn't go full into it, but they're getting a little bit close to holing out.
Yes, they are.
I mean, I wouldn't say this is exactly a Sussex trap, because it's blatantly obvious with short balls and square leg back on the ropes. It's a very well signalled trap, marked elephants this way.
Yeah.
But Carlson, I think, deliberately didn't play that shot at full throttle. 148 for 4. Garton to Cook, who will run that into the gap on the offside for a single.
Daniel's been in touch. He says, I'm enjoying the game on YouTube and very much smiling after seeing we'd taken a wicket after lunch. Funny listening to you two working the scores with no scoreboard. Yeah, I hope we're making a decent fist of it, Daniel, but thank you for getting in touch. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk.
As there's a change in personnel. Rawlins is dispatched down to fine leg and Crocombe round to square leg.
Oh, that's interesting, yeah.
As Rawlins is now lurking beneath us at the Cathedral Road end, and won't be in action here because Carlson has nurdled a single out to point on the offside. So
he's a very fine fielder, is Delray Rawlins.
Seen as the man more likely to be on the end of one of these shots?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know too much about Henry Crocombe's fielding. I haven't seen enough of him, but I mean, certainly if you were to pick probably the 2 best fielders in the Sussex side would be probably Rawlins and Garton, I would say.
Highly unusual to have one of your best fielders at fine leg, but it is what Sussex are bowling for at the moment, it appears. 2 slips as Garton bowls, and there's another appeal for LBW as Cook dashes through. That was melodramatic to the max from Garton as Cook looked to turn it on the leg side. You would have thought that it probably pitched outside leg, given that he's bowling left arm over and the shot that was played. They went through for a leg by anyway.
Well, he has got very excited, George. That's the 3rd occasion when he's he has been down pleading with the umpire to, and every occasion it's been Ben Debenham as well.
As Carlson flicks this one down to fine leg, 152 for 4. Rawlins is in the action. Left arm with both bat, field and bowling is in Delray Rawlins. 152 for 4. As Sussex have tightened the attack since lunch when it was 120 for 3. As that's well pitched up on leg stump and just worked away by Cook past umpire Wharf for a single. 153 for 4 at the end of 40 overs here on BBC Sport Online. BBC Sussex Sport if you want to Twitter us. Nick Webb 2017 at Ed Bevan Cricket, and your email address, Adrian, remind us once more.
Yes, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk.
There we are. Edward will be with us shortly if you want to take a break and accommodate your update for BBC Radio Sussex.
Yeah, I'll commentate on this over from Henry Crocombe, who's bowled a nice tidy spell since lunch. The Sussex players were in a huddle when they came out, and I think that was probably all about bowling a little better in the post-lunch period, and they've certainly done that. Certainly Henry Crocombe has a couple of wickets to his name, and he runs away from us, coming into bowl to Chris Cook. He's in and bowled right up in the block hole and driven by Cook, out into the covers, fielded by Thomason, and there is no run. Interestingly, in terms of we said this last week up at Old Trafford, there's a lot of bowling in this Sussex side. If you take out the wicketkeeper Ben Brown, who actually bowled in first-class cricket, but the only one who hasn't bowled for Sussex in first-class cricket is Tom Clark. Right. So everybody else bowls. As in comes Crocombe and played by Cook quietly to mid-on, fielded by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. This is just the control that Ben Brown was hoping for. We've had a listener in Cairo, and we've now got a listener in Philadelphia.
All right.
Over in the United States. Who is Brian? Hello, Brian. Thanks for getting in touch. Read your email in a minute. As in comes Crocombe and bowls, and I think it came off the thigh pad of Chris Cook and just bounced out onto the offside. We wait for the umpire's signal from umpire Wharf. Yes, indeed, it is a leg bye. So one more for the total. Brian says, good day from Philadelphia, USA, where it seems we're a mixture of cold and gloomy, as it is at the various grounds there. So glad that county cricket is back in its full schedule. And good to have it on at work. I adopted Sussex as my team last year, and I'm hoping to eventually get over to Hove to watch a match in the coming years. Keep up the great work. That's Brian. Hi, Brian. Great to hear from you. As in comes Crocombe and bowls are pulled away by Kieran Carlson down to fine leg, and he picks up a single. One more to the total, and Carlson goes to 49. Total to 156 for 4.
Six boundaries so far for Kieran Carlson.
He's batted very well. There's Crocombe in again and bowls, and Cook really shows the makers' names. He comes forward and drives to mid-off, and there is no run. Ed Bevan will replace me at the end of the over. Great to have you listening though from the States. I don't know how much cricket gets played in the United States. I think there some talk about some T20 going on over there, and
they're often trying to link with the West Indies, aren't they?
Crocombe again, bowling with 2 6. That's short and quite a quick delivery that Cook decided to duck underneath. It's the end of another decent over from young 19-year-old Henry Crocombe. It is the end of the over, and Glamorgan are 155 for 4 with Kieran Carlson on 48, Chris Cook on 11. I'm going to take my leave. I'm going to leave you with Ed and Nick.
Thank you very much indeed to Adrian Harms, BBC Radio Sussex. Edward Bevan will drop in alongside me as we identify the correct headphones to make sure that we're not using each other's broadcasting equipment. As Ben Brown directs his troops, how many more is he going to have on the leg side? He is now going to have a short fine leg as well as a long leg, and they are virtually behind each other. Well, Carlson on 49. Pulls, and we'll get to his half-century there with a single down perfectly safely to square leg all along the ground. There is applause from the Glamorgan dressing room in the far, far distance, but it's actually too far away for us to even pick up the sound effects, I think. Last week at Headingley, at least we had the players beneath us, so we could hear them making a noise when a milestone was reached. But Kieran Carlson has his second half-century of the season. It's come off 88 deliveries and included 6 boundaries.
An excellent 50, and Carlson's second 50 in successive games, of course.
As Cook is on strike and drives into the offside, calls for a quick single, and it's forced a misfield there from Haynes. They've in fact come back for a second run. There may be a third. Cook wants a third. Carlson will have to hurry, but the throw is wide of the stumps as Brown tries to flick the ball onto the wickets. I don't think Carlson quite expected that call from Cook, who was running to what appeared to be the danger end, but slight misfield by Haynes. I mean, there was a single there, but they've turned it into 3. 159 for 4 now, Glamorgan. Garton into bowl, down leg side. Carlson ignores it.
What was so good about that partnership of 111 between Lloyd and Carlson was that they took the game to the opposition. At that stage you had Robinson bowling excellent stuff and steady bowling at the other end, but every opportunity for a boundary they took it, and it was exactly what was needed, and Carlson now needs to go on from here.
So he faces up to a very short ball from Garton, which he tried to uppercut, and it's been called no ball. On height grounds, I suppose. Carlson isn't the tallest of chaps.
Do you remember that innings some years ago in the T20? We were at the Oval, and he got rapid runs and hit 1-6, and I think it landed. It was about to go out of the Oval at long leg. Huge shot, and Glamorgan won that game, and he was very, very impressive, but didn't do so well last year.
As that's clipped away on the leg side by Carlson, down towards backward square. It's a chase for Crocombe, down round from in front of the wicket. And they've gone through for 2 runs, 161 for 4. Well, he played quite a lot last season, Carlson, but he only really had 1 score, didn't he? He had an 80-odd and quite a few single-digit scores, I'm afraid. So it's good to see him start with 2 50s out of 3 innings.
I think the year before that, in 2019, he was dropped, if you remember. So, as you say, it's so good. Another man got on the leg side now.
As in comes Garton to bowl, and Carlson still finds a hole on the leg side. He'll pick up a couple of runs. It's a bit of a charge for Robinson. Will they come back for the third? Yes, they will. That was a little bit of a fast bowler's chase from Ollie Robinson there, but they're comfortably back for 3.
He had 5 men on the onside and has bowled 2 leg stump half volleys.
So
I don't know, the
various catching positions being tried out by Ben Brown as one of those leg side fielders returns to second slip. And Garton is into bowl, and Cook defends on the offside. No run.
I don't think we can blame Ben Brown there, the captain. I think it's probably Garton asking for this and that and the other.
Well, he's gone for 61 in his 10 overs.
I think he's having his sweater now.
Crocombe 12 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 33. Of course, the young man right at the start of his career got an LBW decision against Billy Root, and then a very vital wicket for Sussex, having David Lloyd caught at second slip for 84. Ollie Robinson has 2 for 29. Other bowlers used Van Sale 0 for 12 in 4, Mika 0 for 21 in 5, and Carlson just the solitary over for 3 runs. Before lunch, the 12:55 spinners over. You can almost set your clock by it, can't you? The over for the spinner before lunch on the start of innings.
Doesn't often happen. Robinson back then. Far and away the best bowler we've seen today, in 3 slips in intention, As in he comes and bowls to Carlson. Carlson drives up towards mid-off, and there is no run, 3 slips at cover, an extra cover in the mid-off on the offside, and then fine leg, who is much squarer than the conventional fine leg is, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. That's the field then for Robinson, who's taken 2 wickets, and 1 apiece for Crocombe, and
No, 2 for
2 for Crocombe rather, 2 apiece. Here's Robinson in past umpire Wharf on his way and bowls, and the thick outside edge goes down to, yes, third man, and they get 2 more runs. Okay, I'm going to ask, how many runs do you reckon they would have saved with the third man today?
20?
Yeah, that's about it.
But, yeah, I suppose on the first day, you can't blame for captains for having more players in the slips. They've got to attack, having made the decision to put Glamorgan in.
Yes, I suppose you're right, Nick. Carlson's on 57, and here's Robinson to bowl to him. And he drives straight, and he goes for a quick run. Now, that was a very risky run. Had the man at mid-on gathered quickly and had a shy, even Carlson, who's like a hair between the wickets, would have struggled. I fancy, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I probably thought that he'd hit it well enough to beat the fielder, but Haynes did well to stop it. I think it would have been a world-class piece of fielding had he managed to stop, gather and shy in the same movements, but yeah, there was a bit of a risk there, unnecessary at this stage.
His captain had a quick word with him.
Steady on.
In comes Robinson, bowls to Cook, who was beaten outside the off stump. Still getting some movement is Ollie Robinson hitting that off stump line, and really has impressed us here today.
I think we've seen relatively little so far of batsmen being beaten outside off stump for the first day of the championship match.
Seen a bit of it. Lloyd went once or twice, but this is a superb pitch. Robin, the groundsman, and I'll just break off as Robinson comes in again and bowls, and this time the appeal, not a very... Oh, he's given him. I was going to say not a very confident appeal, but Alex Wharf waited and then gave him. So that's another LBW. That's the 4th LBW. Cook not too impressed. He stood there and looked, but I thought it was, well, who can say? We do have the benefit of a replay here, so we'll just have a quick look at that and see hey, what do you think, Nick? And I'll throw my 3-penny in.
I thought that was going down leg. Done a bit too much.
Oh, I would agree, and I'm no way partisan, I can assure you, I would agree with you 100%. But there we are, you have to go, and another wicket for Robinson, and Glamorgan now are at 169 in the 4 for 5 in the 43rd over, and the game progresses.
A relatively subdued 13 off 38 deliveries from Chris Cook. The partnership with 36 with Kieran Carlson, and Glamorgan 5 down for 169, and again, the game pretty much in the balance as to whether Glamorgan can kick on and get a decent first innings score, as Callum Taylor comes dancing into the wicket with a pirouette as he crossed the boundary, and a twirl of the bat and a roll of the neck to make sure that everything is loosened up in working order. And well, that was borderline decision from Mr. Wharf, I would have said.
Just going to say, Robin, the groundsman, I think it was for last year's one-day pitches or the year before, he was the best in the country. And you can see here that this pitch has got pace. It helps the seamers. If you put the ball in the right place, you get rewarded, and the batsmen can play their shots. And the absolute excellent pitch for 4-day cricket. And Robinson has put it in the right place, and he's deserved his success. New batsman then, as Nick was saying, is Callum Taylor. Needs a score, really.
I say his second
still-
innings of the season, to be fair.
I don't know, did he get runs down in that Somerset match? Friendly, I can't
Got a few,
remember.
I think, yeah, got a few. In the chase, I think most people did in the second innings. That was a good result, that, for Glamorgan. Set them up well.
Yeah. Robinson then. 4 slips in attention now. Comes in and bowls the first ball to Taylor, who plays it off his legs down towards square leg and is off the mark with a single. The score up to 170. 170 for 5, and the batsman to come. Down Delthwaite, Tim van der Houten, heroes at Headingley, Michael Hogan, and the new man, Mr. Whale, Mr. Wheel,
Wheel, yeah.
from Durham and Leicester.
I imagine that Hogan will be back down to his favourite slot.
What? Yeah.
I'm surprised he agreed to be elevated to number 10 at Headingley, but
I did listen to you, yeah, in Headingley.
Looked a little tentative with the bat.
I texted him in the night and said, bet you don't get 50. 4 deliveries the next morning, he was there.
Yeah. Whack, whack, whack. Yes,
Yeah.
3 boundaries in the first over of the whichever day that was.
Glamorgan would love something like that today, but it's imperative now, from their point of view, that the late middle order and tailenders get some runs, and it must commend Sussex in this post-lunch period for bowling much, much better than they did, with the exception of Garden, who's been a bit loose. And it's about even Steven at the moment, 170 for 5. And I think we've got a change at that far end. I think is that Van Ziel coming into bowl. It's at the very far end. Would you like to turn your back where we are? Bowler's name.
170 for 5 as
We'll tell you in a moment.
Mika.
Ah, it's Mika. Stuart Mika, ex-Surrey.
And he comes then to bowl to Taylor up in the block hole. Well played by the batsman. Stuart Mika, whose first 5-over spell cost 21 runs. Ollie Robinson very much leading this Sussex attack in some style. 3 for 33 off 11 overs. A couple to Henry Crocombe as Mika is in to bowl, and that's clipped nicely away on the leg side by Taylor. Howl from the bowler, who thought he might have got through, but confidently dealt with. The second run for Callum Zinzan Taylor, 171 for 5.
And I know what you're going to say next, a Sussex listener.
Think rugby union.
I don't think many people are named Zinzan in this world. Possibly the ex-Kiwi and possibly Callum Taylor.
Named after the former New Zealand number 8. As Mika bowls, Carlson drives, well fielded at short cover by Tom Clark, sprawling to his right, prevents at least a couple of runs.
Good cricket, wasn't it, that? Lovely shot. I thought he'd beaten him and sprawl into his right. That's our co-commentator was saying, Adrian, 7 under the age of 23 in the Sussex side, which again is very commendable.
Mika, one of the senior brigade, is in to bowl, and Carlson worked that one nicely off his legs. He might get 4 now. Rawlins has made good ground and cut it off and kept them down to just a couple of runs. How unusual to see one of the most athletic fielders in the side lurking down at fine leg, but
can't quite work that out, can you, unless he's got a bit of an injury. He's got a couple of
well, he swapped to put him
on,
there,
hasn't he?
Yeah, he has got a bit of tape on one hand. As the next delivery is defended by Carlson, Mika almost falls over in his follow-through, just about manages to stay on his feet, but I think it's just because they have been bowling to try and induce catches down here. Short deliveries on the leg side.
Tried his best, but we haven't had any short pitched from
Carlson on 60, make that 61 as he works it through the offside on the back foot, single taken out towards the grandstand. 174 for 5 Glamorgan at the end of Mika's first over back in the attack, costing him 4 runs.
Having watched Mika in the past, I wouldn't say he's nowhere as quick as he used to be. Whether he's I think he's cut his run down, and also possibly been told by his coaches, look, try and substitute pace for accuracy, because he used to be quite nippy. Hasn't taken a wicket yet, but here's the danger man as far as Glamorgan, and Sussex will look to him, Ollie Robinson, who's taken 3 wickets and 2 to the other bowler, Crocombe. 3 slips as down they go. In comes the first ball. Taylor forward. There's no run. Lovely, lovely day here. It's warmed up a bit. Sympathise with the written press. I've just nipped down that lunchtime. I've never been so cold in my life, one chap said to me, because you are shielded in the sun. Well, the far side, it's always warmer in the far side, and it must be pretty nice down there. Ollie Robinson, pass umpire Alex Wharf, and bowls. Oof, and he opened him up a bit then. He tried there to drive to mid-on and got a leading edge out to Rawlings, where he is now at cover.
Just picking up on the replay of the Cook dismissal. Well, might have been umpire's call on leg stump, but not much more than that.
Turns now at the end of his run and comes in and bowls to Carlson. Carlson drives but straight to mid-on, where there is no run. Glamorgan are 174. The loss of 5 wickets. We're in the 45th over. We still haven't got to halfway. I fear it might be overtime, because
What are we, 100 over day, isn't it, today?
yeah, with the add-on this, because of the funeral on Saturday, where we have a longish delay. No early supper for you, Nick. In comes Robinson and bowls again, and this is tempted to clip down the leg side, and it's stopped by Brown.
Well, at least I'm able to get home for my evening meal rather than searching around the takeaways of Leeds as it was last.
I told you where to go, but you wouldn't listen.
It's difficult for the team, actually, because they were getting
Chris
food
stuff
delivered to their hotel, which is, and having to, go back to the hotel to shower. It's not ideal, is it, for a professional sports team?
What was it, about 100 pizzas in 3 days? Robinson bowls. Rawlings misses that. Now, did you see what he did then? Pulled one of his hands away. It's 4 runs. Lovely shot, but Rawlings went down, and he very quickly, which hence the remark I made in the last over. Did you notice that? It wasn't on any old wicket, because there aren't any old wickets.
I thought it might have been a bit wide of him anyway.
But it's 4 runs.
Give him the benefit of the doubt.
And the score moves on 178 for the loss of 5 wickets. As Ollie Robinson from this end runs away from us, bowls again to Kieran Carlson. That's another absolute perler, which ends up in the gloves of Ben Brown. And the score remains now 178 for 5, I think.
Yeah, I'll go along with that. Yeah. I'll go along with that. Robinson's bowled a few absolute jaffers today, hasn't he? Really.
Now, he's the man you don't want in a test match, Nick, behind Broad and Anderson or Archer or whatever, as a third seamer, strong, big-shouldered.
Yeah.
I'll bowl, for the next hour sort of thing.
Such a crowded field at the moment, isn't it? A lot of contenders. I mean, Broad and Anderson, I suppose, will leave us at some point in the next couple of years in a playing sense.
You've got Wokes, haven't you, in the
and then you juggle Jofra Archer and Mark Wood as your pace weapons.
Wood's fitness worries me, though. Well, he didn't worry me, because just a concern. He played in one day match, and then he had a rest.
178 for 5. I'll do one more over, and then Adrian will be back in the commentary attack as Mika from the River Taff end bowls wide ball that Taylor slashes at it.
How's he getting out to that?
Doesn't make any contact through to Ben Brown. Morgan's run rate still only just under 4 runs and over.
Tell me, how many balls has Carlson? He hasn't been slow either, like David Lloyd. I think about 60.
Carlson is 105,
was it?
so
Yeah.
respectable strike rate, decent, more than a run
First
every
day
ball.
championship match, yeah.
Ball outside off stump that Taylor allows to go through.
He's got the Labouche lead, isn't he, Taylor?
Yeah, yes, I think it's catching on. I think even Chris Cook did one earlier on, the distinct flick of the bat.
If he's chopping firewood after it passes him.
Emir Evans suggests watching Carlson bat like this puts questions over the decision to bat him at 3 last season. Well, that's the
Absolutely
trouble,
right. Yeah.
square pegs and round holes with Glamorgan over the last couple of years in the top 3. As he plays that one well, does Taylor, dabs it down on the offside. Ball that got up a little bit, fielded by Carson at point.
I think I mentioned it to you, Nick, before today. Is David Lloyd really an opener? Does he like batting there in county cricket? Because he's very effective in one day. Well, he's proved the point today. Only the second game.
Did well. I think David Lloyd's the sort of team man, isn't he? He'll bat anywhere you asked him. As in comes Mika and bowls, and Taylor drives nicely but doesn't beat the tumbling cover fielder.
You always think of David coming in and you know, the shine has gone off. Good score on the board and he can really go to town. But he's agreed, as you say, good team man and played beautifully today.
I've seen him bat well everywhere from opener down to number 10 for Glamorgan, I think, over the last half a dozen years. Mika bowls, and that's run down by Taylor towards backward point. We'll just pick up the single here. Glamorgan continuing to tick along. As it's good to see, by the way, second team and age-grade cricket returning this season, because of course there wasn't any second team cricket last season, so it was very difficult for players.
Good win, wasn't it, in Somerset?
Yeah, players outside the first team squad to be able to make a point. 179 for 5 as Mika is into bowl, and Carlson slightly uppishly towards point, just about got on top of it, but asking questions there, Stuart. Mika, 179 for 5. Taylor is on 3. Kieran Carlson has 65. The man out since lunch. The men out since lunch, David Lloyd caught slip off Crocombe for 84, and Chris Cook leg before to Robinson for 13, and Edward will be joined by Adrian.
Yeah, steady progress by Glamorgan, and it was an excellent performance after when they collapsed rather to 22 for 3, that they reached 130 odd by lunch, which is an excellent recovery. Bit of a stutter now, but well bowled in this second session. Far better bowling from Sussex, apart from Robinson. Of course, he's been excellent throughout, and it will be Robinson to continue from the Cathedral Road end. As he comes in now and bowls the first ball of the over, and Taylor is beaten outside the off stump. Yeah, the run rate pretty good. 45 overs, and you divide that by 178 and you'll get 3.96, I think, says he. Webb is giggling behind because I'd worked it out in my head. That's nearly fallen over. Hello, Adrian. Good afternoon to you.
I'm impressed. Good afternoon to you too. I don't think Chris Cook looked very happy to be given out.
Oh, I've looked at the replay. Down the leg side is an leg delivery by Robinson. And right. I emphasise I'm no way biased. It was hit the top going down. Right. Nick perfectly described it as umpire's call, hitting the top, possibly a leg stump.
He didn't look very happy, I have to say.
And Cook isn't, you know, it's undemonstrative, doesn't hang about. But anyway, you got to accept it, and on we go. 3 slips, and a wicketkeeper standing back as Robinson bowls, and this is pushed forward by Carlson back to the bowler.
We've had listeners, Ed, in touch from Cairo and Philadelphia. Now we've got someone from Malawi.
Wonderful.
Thanks to you all for showing and commentating the cricket I'm watching on YouTube from Lao.
Wonderful again.
I'm Sussex born and bred, Robinson bowling well. PS 35 degrees this evening.
How nasty.
That's nice, isn't it?
5 here this morning. There's Robinson again in past the tall figure of Alex Wolf, the umpire, and bowls and
Out.
that caught at first slip. He was an indeterminate little prod there from Taylor. So Robinson picks up his 4th wicket, and the score now 178 for 6.
That was a good catch, Steven Van Zyl there at first slip, because it was fairly low down, but he clung on, and as you say, Ollie Robinson with his 4th wicket, and Sussex have bowled immeasurably better since lunch. I think Henry Crocombe really set the stall out, bowling a very nice little spell, picking up a wicket as well. And it was never going to be too long before Ben Brown turned to Ollie Robinson, and his strike bowler is really back in the groove, picking up his 4th wicket.
The game is moving on here, and I think we'll see a few wickets fall today if Glamorgan are all out, because I think there's a bit of movement still left in this pitch. It's an excellent pitch for seamers and for batting.
Yeah, I agree. Ray Yates has been in touch in Inverness. It's probably a bit of
Scotland.
Don't know if it's chilly up there today, Ray. He says, "Hi Adrian, great to hear your tones once again, hoping for a splendid Sussex season as we emerge from lockdown. Only been listening since the restart after lunch due to prior arrangements. Maybe you could run through the teams for me when you have the opportunity." Well, certainly in terms of Sussex, Ray, just the one change from the side that drew at Old Trafford last week against Lancashire, with Henry Crocombe coming in for Sean Hunt. So Sussex with Haynes, Tonneson, Van Zyl, Tom Clark, Ben Brown, Delray Rawlings, George Garton, Ollie Robinson, Jack Carson, Stuart Meeker, and Henry Crocombe is the Sussex side, and a very youthful Sussex side as well, with 7 of the side 23 or younger.
Dan Douthwaite is the new batsman, one of the batsmen up at Headingley last week, who got a half century, made 57, and if he gets in, the ball just flies to all parts, but he's got to get in first, and it's not going to be easy against Robinson, who will feel supremely confident. Here he is then to the right-handed Douthwaite, his first ball, and he is dabbing away, poor shot really, nervous looking shot down to third man, but it goes straight through to Brown.
I think Dan Douthwaite, a couple of seasons ago,
got 100 against Sussex.
Yes, he did, and batted really well at Hove.
That's right, in the one day.
Yeah.
And he got that 100 in his first game for the universities. Came here the next game, and they got, I think it was 80 or 90, and was promptly signed. Big thick set fellow. This ball is pushed up to mid-off, there's no run, and that's the end of the over. Also a very useful medium pacer, and bowls what they call a heavy ball. One of the Glamorgan seamers. But they need his batting now, because it's not a good-looking scorecard for Glamorgan, apart from Carlson, who is unbeaten on 65, David Lloyd, who made a quite superb 84, the others 0, 4, 1, 2 and 13. Which doesn't make good reading, as I say. But at 23 for 3, I suspect they'd have settled for this.
I see Dan Douthwaite went to Reed's school in Cobham, which is the same school that Tim Henman went to, and I think Phil Salt went there as well.
Did he?
So they may well know each other. Here comes Stuart Meeker running in from the River Taff End, coming into bowl to Carlson, who's batted very nicely today, and he gets his 66th run as he plays that one to backward pull. He gets a single, and actually, I have to say, I think that Carlson was out on the boundary, and he really needed to be up on the one, and it was a very easy one taken by Carlson, or maybe Meeker thinks, well, we'll have a crack at the new batsman, and that's what's going to happen.
Yes, he's brought him in now, but as you say...
Born in Kingston upon Thames, Dan Douthwaite.
He had I think he was on the staff or a trial with Warwickshire as well.
Yes, you're right. In comes Meeker. 2 slips go down. right arm over the wicket bowls, and that's
that is
quick,
a quicker ball.
Yeah, it was a quick delivery. He is still quick, Stuart Meek. There's no question about that.
I don't think he's as quick as he was by a long way. That was a quick ball.
Yes, it was.
And as if he's thinking, right, I'll slip one in. New batsman.
That was quick, but Douthwaite played it well. He watched it all the way through, taken by Ben Brown. And there is no run. Ollie Robinson figures worth reading out. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 37. Just giving a little gentle nudge to the England selectors, I'm sure, as in comes Mika and bowls. That's a full toss, and that's a poor delivery. And Robinson helps out his teammate by diving to his left and preventing that going all the way to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, I was talking in the interval to Shield Berry, who's been in the game for many, many years, one of the leading cricket scribes, and he wrote a big article about Ollie Robinson. I don't know if you saw it in his paper earlier on in the week.
No, I didn't see it.
Praising him to the hilt, and indeed his words are being confirmed today.
Mika in and bowls, and he beats Douthwaite, and taken by a tumbling Ben Brown. That didn't get up very much, and Brown took that down by his bootlaces. A couple of bounces, but as Ed was saying, it's a very good track. What was he saying? I mean, just to the...
Well, basically, even though he was in the bubble, he didn't mind all winter because he was spending his evenings talking to Broad and Anderson, and he's very measured because his career wasn't in the right place at Yorkshire, from what I was reading.
No, absolutely.
And obviously the best move he did was to come and have some tutorage from Jason Gillespie down at Sussex.
In comes Mika and bowls, and Douthwaite beaten outside the outside. This is a better spell from Stuart Mika. He's pitching the ball up, and Douthwaite was driving, looking to play that through extra cover. He was beaten for pace, taken by Brown, and there is no run.
Plenty in it for the seamer still.
Yeah.
Plenty. Yes, and he's really developed into an all-rounder. Before that, of course, he was from the Kent area, wasn't he?
He was, and that's where he played his junior cricket. And I was saying yesterday about his batting, that you know, he used to play in Kent junior cricket. He used to bat up the order. You know, he's no mug with a bat.
In comes Mika again. Sorry, it was your turn.
I do apologise.
I'll forgive you. And of course, his stepfather, Paul Farbrace, former England assistant coach.
Yes, I mean, when he came to Sussex, it was Mark Robinson who brought him to Sussex, and I mean, his debut was up at Durham, where he made 100 on debut, and a very famous last wicket partnership, the record 10th wicket partnership between him and the sadly no longer with us Matt Hobden.
Yeah.
And Ollie made 100 that day. I think probably by his own admission hasn't batted as well for Sussex since, apart from that game at Colwyn Bay, as you say, when he
hit a long ball,
hit the ball for 6. But he batted really nicely last week, made 58 up at Old Trafford, and he's a fine cricketer. Vice captain as well. I think that helps his responsibility, and I'm sure
he couldn't have a better tutor than Jason Gillespie. Of course, now is left.
Yep.
First ball of Robinson's next over, and it's pushed forward by Carlson, who I'm sure understands now there's a sense of responsibility on his shoulders because he is the last of the recognised batsmen. As if Douthwaite and Van Guten and Hogan are listening, they won't be pleased, but you know what I mean.
And he'd have also had coaching him, not just Jason Gillespie, but prior to that, John Lewis was in and around the the Sussex setup.
Couldn't have a better coach there either. But here's Robinson over the wicket, balls to Carlson. Carlson tries to flick it down to fine leg, makes no contact, and taken by the wicketkeeper Ben Brown. Now, if he hadn't taken that last wicket, I suspect the captain might have said, have a burst. But you're going to take the ball off someone who's got 4-4 a couple of overs ago.
I've got a listener who's been in contact now, Edward, from the Philippines, which I shall read in a moment's time. So we're getting all around the world today. Your dulcet tones are
wonderful. In comes Robinson and bowls, and this time Carlson was ever ready for a run, sometimes rather too ambitious for a run. I was thinking of it, but when you see Delroy Rawlins lurking at cover, you have other thoughts.
Luke has been in touch. He says, to add to your international followers, I'm enjoying the coverage here in the Philippines. It was a shame to see Chris Cook get a fairly dubious decision. He was our overseas player at Littlehampton Cricket Club when he played in the Sussex Premier League back in 2005.
I didn't know that. In comes Robinson. clipped down the leg side, and again it's taken, and again there is no run. Well, I knew, we all knew, of course, that he was plucked from the Dorset League, or Hampshire Way, and by Matthew Maynard, watched him playing before he came coach for the second time. So he was ostensibly signed for as a one-day player, but then has worked himself into the first team, and a very, very good member of it he is, and is now captain. And a nicer chap you couldn't wish to meet. In comes Robinson, no runs off this over, and that's caught, is it? No, it's went straight by second slip.
Oh, well, now overthrow. Sloppy cricket by George Garton, actually.
Well, they've run two, and they think of a third, but we are a far distance from here. I thought that I'd got very close to slip. What are your thoughts?
I think it bounced just in front. I think Tom Clark was just signalling there. It just pitched in front of George Garton, but then he threw the ball in. To be fair, he was looking for the run out, but it was a wild throw.
Robinson not impressed.
No, he was not impressed. Just finishing that email, and Luke says he would have come up against his opposing skipper Ben Brown in fixtures against Eastbourne. So Littlehampton against Eastbourne, the pair may well have played each other.
No, then I'll tell you. Yeah, I know. Robinson comes in again and bowls. And this is that was a chance, but had he taken that, that would have been an outstanding catch. Struck towards extra cover. The man at third slip dived, got something on it. But that would have been the catch of the season so far, had he taken it. That
was Tom Clark, who was diving away, but you're absolutely right, that would have been a magnificent effort. I mean, it's gone to hands, you've got to say it's a chance, but that would have been fantastic.
Now then, that gentleman, from where was he?
He's in the Philippines.
Philippines, giving that story. I mentioned we were down at Arundel.
Yes.
Throughout the game, when I was having a break, I'd walk around and I see this is the Chris Cook Appreciation Society. A placard, and they're enjoying life. And I thought, can't work this out because Dorset, no. What is this? I've had my question answered.
That's it. Well, I didn't know. So we're really grateful to you for listening in the Philippines. Don't know if you're in Manila or quite where you are, but...
No, Nick is the fountain of all knowledge. Did you know that? No. There we are.
It's Stuart Meeker who comes in and bowls, and wide of the off stump, and Carlson rather chased that. He didn't get a nick, and Ben Brown took it diving in front of Van Zale at first slip, and there is no run. Does Nick need to get in for his update, or...?
No, he's just stretching.
Oh.
He's coming on in the next over.
So that was Luke. So thank you, Luke. Well, an interesting email, much appreciated.
So, well, things do work out like that, don't they? You wonder, what else is he having an appreciation society in Arundel?
And from the Philippines to Inverness, in northeast Scotland, where Ray has been back in touch. In comes Mika and bowls, and Carlson glides that beautifully backward of square on the offside and picks up a single. It was a shot that was deserving of more than a single, but a good bit of fielding by Carlson, who was around really quickly. There's someone sitting in the stand there. I wonder who that is. A lone person.
I think he might be... If he's not ground staff, might be asked, will you please move? Hasn't got the bins.
I'm sure he's here on an official basis, but he's the one person who's in that stand.
Yeah, it's a photographer, probably.
Yeah. Mika, bright sunshine, in and bowls again, and forward comes Douthwaite, and a good stop, but backward point by the same fielder, Carlson, who, instead of being back on the one, was, sorry, back allowing the single, was up on the one.
I wasn't on the air when Carlson bowled. Did we, in that exploratory over before lunch, have Carlson to Carlson?
Yes.
We did.
I asked Ray what the weather was like in Inverness, and he says it's wall-to-wall blue skies and a very pleasant 14 degrees.
Lovely.
And comes Mika and bowls, and Douthwaite is forward, and Mika fields off his own bowling. This is a much better spell from Stuart Mika. I just thought before lunch he just bowled too short, and it was all a bit predictable, but he's really asking questions of the batsman here, bowling line and length, and Douthwaite is having to play.
Yeah, and Carlson's giving him a bit of advice.
Yeah. Two slips, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, backward square leg, and a fine leg down below us as Mika is on his way again. And lovely sunshine comes in. Oh, no, just as I say, this is a better spell. He bowls a bouncer, which was pretty easy for Douthwaite to play. He just ducked underneath it and watched the ball balloon over his head and through to keeper Brown, and there is no run.
2 bowling points already for Sussex. Glamorgan 20 runs shy of their first batting point, having picked up 3 in the first game.
184 for 6.
I don't understand this field, Adrian. Perhaps you can.
No.
Short ball perhaps coming.
Mika in again bowls, well pitched up and driven handsomely by Douthwaite, only as far as Clark, who's fielding that short extra cover, and there is no run. End of the over, the end of the 50th over of the Glamorgan innings, and Glamorgan are, by my reckoning, and this may not be correct, we don't have a scoreboard, 184 for 6, with Carlson on 70, and Douthwaite yet to score. Stuart Mika has bowled 9 overs and has no wicket for 28.
Yeah, 16 runs then, because I'm a little bit behind on my laptop at the moment. Anyway, we'll keep you approximately in touch.
Yeah, we're almost correct. Well, interesting. You were talking about Ollie Robinson. You know,
that's all you're looking for him.
He won't want to over bowl him. But I guess when every time Ollie Robinson gets the ball, over the last 3 seasons, he didn't play much last year because he was away with England a bit. But certainly before that, in each of the seasons, taking over 70 wickets. You just feel when he gets the ball, something is going to happen. And Ben Brown rightly on the attack with 4 slips in place.
Here he is then, Robinson coming in to Carlson and bowls to him. Carlson is beaten outside the offside. Still some movement there.
There is.
There must be a good shiner of the ball there somewhere, because you keep that shine going and seam is good. You wouldn't ask Robinson if he wants a rest. Talking about that, and we often mention the old boy, the late Don Shepherd, great bowler. And when he was in his prime, which was every season, and he was bowling well, and Tony Lewis, the captain, he'd see him come in at the end, shall we say, of the 15th over, between lunch and tea, and I'll just break off as Robinson comes in and bowls again. Correctly forward comes Carlson. He would wander away, Don would, with the ball in his hand gripped, and he'd wander. It was ever so funny, I'm told, and Tony Lewis used to follow him, as if to say one more or whatever, and he'd do a semicircle and sometimes a circle right round and hang on to the ball, because he knew the answer was going to be, no, I don't want to come off. And I fancy that Robinson must be feeling the same way. He comes in and bowls, good spell this, pushed away on the offside, and there'll be a run there, because mid-off is rather deep.
Yeah. And I'm sure now, talking about the field, Rawlins is coming in to save one. That makes sense. Perhaps allowing the one, but he wants to come in tight on the one to the new batsman, Douthwaite, and they're also bringing up the deep mid-wicket. So, this is better.
Yeah, well, if Douthwaite does middle one, watch out.
Right.
Having said that, he had to get off the mark. Robinson to Douthwaite and left outside the off stump. I made the point when you were off commentary, Adrian, that Nick and I were seeing Rawlins down on the fine leg boundary. And Nick said he's rather wasted there. He's such a magnificent fielder. And I did notice that he had 2 plasters on his left hand. When Carlson hit a 4 a couple of overs ago, he sort of half jerked away.
Did he? Interesting. I
can see that he's got, it may not be anything to do with it, but very strange to see him at fine leg. Robinson in, bowls to Douthwaite. Douthwaite drives and is straight to the aforementioned Rawlings. And there's no run.
Yes, I don't know whether he's got a problem with that. Interestingly now, they're moving Rawlins back.
Giving Douthwaite the 1. As we approach the end of the over. 180 for 6. Carlson, no, it's more than that, surely 185.
The score is, I've got 185 for 6, yeah.
Here's the next ball, which is defended in the line of middle stump. End of the over. Good over again. Might have a rest now. I would have thought. So Glamorgan trying to rebuild after losing a few wickets in the afternoon session. 186 for 6. And we're just about halfway through the day, because I think we explained to listeners and viewers earlier on that 6 more overs because of the time we're going to lose on Saturday because of the Prince Philip's funeral. And then this year, quite rightly, there's 96 overs.
Yes.
So we're going to be rather late.
interesting discussion going on there between Ben Brown and Ollie Robinson, the captain and vice-captain, joined by this sort of senior pro in the side, Steen van Zyl, and I'm sure that was all about...
Do you want to rest Ollie?
Yeah, absolutely, and if you do, who's going to come on and bowl?
Van Zyl, keep it tight.
Yeah, well, Stuart Meeker's going to carry on from the River Taff end under glorious blue skies here in the Welsh capital, as in comes Meeker and bowls, and driven nicely by Carlson, only as far as mid-wicket, and it's stopped by Aaron Thomason. There is no run. 2 slips, a sweeper on the cover boundary, which I don't really like to see, to be honest. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a deep backwards square and a fine leg, but I suspect Sussex are thinking that they'll allow Carlson the single, maybe try and starve him of the strike a little. And Douthwaite still to open his account as Meeker is running in hard towards us. Bowls, and Carlson drives into the offside without timing and fielded by Tom Clark, who comes in quickly to collect, and again there is no run. For those of you just joining us, the news this morning that Sussex won the toss, decided to bowl first, and that looked a very good decision when Glamorgan were reduced to 23 for 3. Cue a very good partnership of 110 between David Lloyd, who was eventually out for 84, and Kieran Carlson that rescued things for Glamorgan. Meeker in again, bowls wide of the off stump, and I just wonder whether Carlson's just getting a bit bogged down here. He was looking to hammer that one away through the offside, didn't really move his feet. The ball whistled through to Brown, and there's no run.
I think I mentioned he is that sort of player who likes to just busy, you know, get on the move and run around. But in a 4-day match, you've got to learn to be patient, because if you're in good nick, as Carlson is, you get the bad ball, which you can hit for 4.
Meeker short, and Carlson was tempted into the hook.
There he goes again, you see.
There is, as Ed was saying, a fine leg down below us. That's Delray Rawlings right on the rope. There's also a deep backward square as well, Henry Crocombe. So the trap is set, but certainly he was looking for the hook shot then. Was Carlson, didn't make contact, no run. Meeker again. 2 slips go down. He's in and bowls, and that's well pitched. I was looking for a single. It really wasn't there, and I mean, it was his call, Kieran Carlson, but Douthwaite with a very loud no, because there's no way Douthwaite would have made that. That would have been almost suicidal to have taken a run there.
Well, it were 4 yards.
Yeah. So it just looked like he's getting a little edgy, is Kieran Carlson, who's batted extremely well for his 71. He's faced 122 balls and hit 7 boundaries. And he's waiting for Stuart Meeker. He's in and bowls, and Carlson drives nicely. That is a nice shot. I don't know if he's going to get 4 for that. Yeah, I think he is. The race today is just going to get away from Jack Carlson. And so Carlson does get a boundary off the last ball of the over. He goes to 75 and Glamorgan to 189 for 6. I was just reading that Kieran Carlson was born in Cardiff and he went to Whitchurch High School. Isn't that a bit of a school where they've produced quite a lot of sporting talent?
Certainly is. You've got Mr. Gareth Bale was there, Sam Warburton, the former Welsh Lions captain, and
did Dwight Thomas go there as well?
I think you're right. I'm not a cycling fan, but I think Nick would know.
Oh, we'll ask Nick.
We'll ask Nick.
I think he did. So I know he's Nick's back.
Nick's back.
Dwight Thomas, did he go to Whitchurch? Did Dwight Thomas go to? He did.
Yeah, you're right. Well done.
That's right.
I got the first 2 right, and then you got the cycling.
Nick probably told me last time I saw him.
I didn't know that he'd been. As I say, I'm not particularly a cycling follower, but what a school.
Well, Robinson has come off.
Yes.
They've entrusted this to young Henry Crocombe, I think, spelled very tidily today.
I think
12 overs, 2 for 33.
I'd agree with you. Under 3s. And he'll be bowling to Douthwaite, who is yet, I think, to get off the mark.
Correct.
I suspect that Matthew Maynard, the coach, is instilled in Douthwaite. Look, it's not all attack in this game. You're a talented cricketer, just wait for it. But every sort of half century I've seen him, he's played really well. Crocombe in again, comes in, bowls to Douthwaite. Douthwaite drives back to the bowler, no run.
Any in terms of the, just to mark Sussex supporters' cards, Ed, I mean, looking at the rest of the order, it looks to me like Glamorgan back pretty long way down, because, I mean, Michael Hogan made runs last week.
Got 50, Van der Houten got 85 not.
Right, and he's batting at 9.
50.
Yeah, so...
Van der Houten, next man in. Here is Crocombe again, comes in bowls, and stoutly defended again off the back foot, as the ball dribbles up to mid-on.
Last year, when Henry Croker made his debut for Sussex, he had a sort of a shock of, I think he dyed his hair. He had a big white streak.
The modern touch.
Yeah. So I don't know where his white streak has gone. So if anyone's listening in Sussex who knows, but he's done away with that this season for now anyway.
Probably been told by his family. Don't look silly. Crocombe in bowls, and this is defended again on the offside, and Rawlins comes in and threatens and says, well, if you want to take a run, carry on. If anybody's driving down the motorway or listening and thinking, give us the score, well, I'm trying our best, but I make it approximately 187.
189 I've got for
189.
And that's because we haven't got a scoreboard.
Yeah. Anybody coming after lunch thinking, what's the matter with them up there? So that is the reason. No scoreboard today.
Do you find yourself yelling at the radio sometimes during a rugby match or a football match and you want to know the score?
Yes. Not Mr. Webb, though.
No.
Gives us a score.
He does it, yeah.
Yeah. There's rugby commentaries. In comes the next delivery, and this is driven again, and it will be another maiden over. Oh, yes, it is the over. So, Dan Douthwaite yet to get off the mark. There's one very irritable friend of mine who said that he drove from Cardiff down the other side of Port Talbot, which is about 35 minutes, test match, and a commentator who will not be named did not give the score once.
That is frustrating. We've got a sanitiser break, so there are various 12 men. Sean Hunt is on 12th men duty for Sussex in this game, young 19-year-old who made his debut last week, bowled very nicely as well, picked up 3 wickets, signed from Surrey, so he's coming out with various bits and pieces, and Will Beer, who's down here as well with the Sussex squad this week. Looks like they're giving out drinks and various bits and pieces. Ben Brown doesn't seem to want a drink or anything, the skipper. Oh, yes, he is. Sean Hunt's just coming over to him and saying, what's he giving? Oh, he's giving him the helmet that suggests, I wonder whether we're going to get a bit of spin.
I don't know if it's me or not, but are there less sanitising breaks this year than last year because the rate's gone down? And
it's a good question. I have to say last year the sanitizer breaks were very obvious, and they seemed to take quite a long time. Certainly last week up at Old Trafford they almost sort of seemed to happen between overs. It was almost unnoticeable, so I think the players have got in the habit of sort of running towards the pavilion, and the 12th man was running out and squirting some sanitizer, so it was far less obvious. Someone said they thought it was every 6 overs. I don't know whether that's the case or not.
Can't be, because I've only seen them once or twice.
Well, I would agree.
Unless they have it at the fall of a wicket.
Okay. So it's going to be Stuart Meeker who's going to carry on. 10 overs, no wicket for 32. He's bowled a lot better.
Hasn't he?
Yes, he has improved. I thought he was far too short before lunch, but he's bowled a far better line. And he's coming into bowl to Kieran Carlson, who's on 75. 8 boundaries in that 75. He's been in for the best part of 3 hours.
Taking fresh guard from Debenham.
Yeah. A fine look it's been as well. 2 slips go down and Meeker is on his way from the River Taff end of the ground. He's in on bowls and Carlson drives nicely. He's going to get more runs here. But just a single, a good bit of fielding by Jack Carlson, who's down at deep point, and he had to race around the boundary to field. He stopped the ball with a nice tumbling save.
Good bit of fielding.
Yeah, got the throw in.
Wouldn't you just love to be that age and feel like that now?
Yeah, lovely, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I'd have probably let it go through and it would have gone for 4 head. But not these days. The standard of fielding is so high. And just a single for Carlson for a lovely looking shot. He goes to 76. And the total to 190 for 6. And Meeker coming into Dan Douthwaite. He's in on bowls and Douthwaite plays firmly into the covers. There is no run. He's faced 20 balls.
I think this is the first time in his career that he's not got off the mark after 20 balls, because he's a shot player.
Yeah. Do you think maybe they've sort of reined him in or said, I
wouldn't be surprised.
Don't chuck it away.
Yeah, we don't want to be 7-8 down all of a sudden, so just pick them out.
Mika again over the wicket bowls, and Delthwaite now does get a run as he flicks that one away onto the onside, and he gets a single to the fielder at deep square leg, and he's on his way. Interesting that actually. Again, you just wonder when the player's yet to score, whether perhaps that deep square leg perhaps could have been up on the one.
Yeah, and put more pressure on him.
But Mika likes them both back by the looks of it for the short one. But anyway, Douthwaite is on his way. He's got one, and the total goes up to 191 for 6. And here comes Mika to bowl to Kieran Castle. He's in and bowls, and Castle plays very straight, and he just nudges that into the offside, and there's a comfortable single because the point is back on the boundary, and Carlson comes into field. One more to the total, which goes to 192 for 6, and Carlson to 77. So it's nice to get these emails from, excuse me, from round and about, from Cairo and Inverness and Philadelphia and Manila.
Neath.
Yeah, so if you're listening, drop us an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. As in comes Stuart Mika, right arm over the wicket bowl, short, pulled away, Douthwaite pulls this one, he's gone high, and he's going to get away with it. It just evaded the clutches of the 12th man who'd only just come on. Now that's Ali Orr, who's come on, recently signed from the academy. Now he is on the field, I think, for Ollie Robinson.
Not easy.
No, it wasn't. It was an attempted pull.
Didn't look at it as if you're going to get there at all.
From Douthwaite, and it went high towards mid-on. And I don't think it was really a chance when he didn't get his hands to it.
Not a chance. And he's rebuked by Carlson.
Mika again bowls short again, and Douthwaite again looks to pull, and again he doesn't time it. It goes straight back down the wicket, and Stuart Mika might have felt he could have got a hand to that because it was in the air for a little while. Douthwaite rather got away with that.
He's probably never played it and against Stuart Mika and doesn't realise that he can bowl a heavy ball.
Yeah.
And it's, as you say, a bit short, a bit quicker, and as after the half chance, well, it wasn't a chance. I noticed Carlson go down and just held his hand up and say, "Now, naughty boy, don't do it again," which he immediately did.
Yes.
Anyhow, we've gone on to 195, is it, or 194? Catching up.
You're more updated than I am, Ed.
193, I discover now. 193 for 6, 7 runs away then from a bonus point. Don't very often the Glamorgan getting batting points last year, but indeed they've done better in these first 2 games. Wouldn't have thought so, having been 20 for 3 in both innings. First ball now then, of a new over, elegantly driven, beautiful shot, one of his best, and that's going to run up for 4 more. That was exquisitely played by, I suppose the purists will say, well, that's what you deserve if you bowl a long half volley. But you've got to execute it, and he did, perfectly.
Beautiful shot, wasn't it? A lovely extra cover drive. Just leant into the shot, didn't try and hammer the cover off the ball. It was beautifully played. No chance for Delray Rawlings at extra cover. Lovely shot.
2 slips, waiting as the next ball comes in, and that's driven not authentically by a little bit of a leading edge there. There's a bit of swagger, perhaps a bit of overconfidence, but he was aiming to mid-on and it ended up at mid-off. Out comes the second slip.
Yeah.
Different from this morning when there were 4 slips in attendance.
I think that was a good bit of field placing actually, just bringing in the Steen Van Zyl into that sort of short extra cover region, just for the slightly mistimed drive.
Crockham waits. Very defensive field at the moment. And bowls again, very wide, and that's just put down and tells Duffy, put your skates on. Probably Belford replies, well, I'm a little bigger than you are, and it's not quite so easy, but he does get there. Another single to the score.
Ooh. We have now got we've got a listener in Finland. I don't know if the Finns like cricket, but we've had an email in which is kind.
In comes the next ball.
Ooh, that's close.
He's walked straight in front of that, but not out, says umpire. Alex, he took a big step towards the off stump. Interesting, but another coaching lesson from his partner, Carlson.
So this is an email. I apologise if I pronounce your name incorrectly. Ponniah, P-O-N-N-I-A-H, Ponniah. And I'll read the email in a moment.
Douthwaite waits, here's the next ball, and that's played much better. Forward defensive shot by Douthwaite.
Who says, I'm listening to the commentary and watching the live feed from sunny Kareva in Finland. Very enjoyable. Carlson is batting so well. You can take the boy out of Wales, but you cannot take Wales out of the boy. Come on, Glamorgan. So there we are. Thank you for getting in touch in Finland.
Here's the next ball, down the leg side, clipped away. And they'll get a single out to deep mid-wicket in front of the big stand, which looks forlorn and empty with the one spectator sitting there. Out at, as we look at it, mid-wicket, when the bowling is from this end. See if we can agree on the score.
Yeah, I've got one. I think 199 for 6.
That's the one.
Just looking at Henry Crocombe there, he's a young man, he's 19, I'm sure he's
nice action.
Yeah, he just looks a little tired actually. I just thought that last delivery that he bowled, he looked a little tired. He's bowled 14 overs, 2 for 38, he's bowled very nicely. I just wonder whether Ben Brown just might, he's bowled extremely well in this afternoon session. He's got his hands on his knees there. I just wonder whether he's still feeling a bit tired. I just thought that last delivery didn't seem to quite have the zip, so we'll have to see whether Ben Brown... And there is going to be a change at the River Taff end, though, and it's going to be George Garton.
I thought that this was the best time to give Jack Carlson the off-spinner ball. No, then, what's Douthwaite going to do here? He looked a bit impatient in the last 10 minutes or so.
Well, here comes George Garton running in from the Taff end, comes in and bowls to Douthwaite, who lets that go outside the off stump, taken by Brown, and there is no run. George Garton, 10 overs, 0 for 61. He's been by far the most expensive of the Sussex bowlers. Hasn't really got his line right today. On his 24th birthday, he'd take a catch. He caught David Lloyd off of the bowling of Henry Crocombe at the innings of the day, really. David Lloyd, he made 84.
Good catch it was, too.
Yes. Carlson is running in close. He's made 82. And Garton is on his way again. Around the wicket bowls, and Douthwaite drives handsomely. That's going to be 4 runs. Over pitch from George Garton. And Douthwaite had been waiting for that, and he wasn't going to miss out. And no protection on that offside boundary. Driven away handsomely. And this very fast outfield. We had so much rain in the winter, didn't we? But I mean, it's been very dry. I don't know if it's been like down here
recently.
Very dry across the south of England in the last few weeks, and the outfield is very, very fast.
I went for a walk yesterday afternoon along the riverbank at home. You can nearly cross the river. So dry.
Garton in the game bowls, and Douthwaite drives beautifully. That was a lovely looking shot that deserved runs, but Carlson was very quickly around from extra cover to field, and there was no run. I will make way for Nick at the end of this over. So when's tea today? Is it with a certain amount of
32 overs, I suppose.
64 overs.
Right.
64 over. All right.
Okay. There's Garton is on his way again and bowls, and Douthwaite is forward defensively, plays back to Garton, who fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. Have you been to Finland?
No.
No.
Been to Amsterdam.
Right.
To watch cricket and rugby.
Oh.
Not to watch, to work, rather.
Right. Oh, right.
Wales B International, I remember.
Right.
No, I think I...
Garton again. Bowls, and Douthwaite drives. That's a good bit of fielding by Carlson at short extra cover. That looked like that had 4 runs written all over it, but Carlson dived athletically to his right hand side and managed to prevent even a single. Good bit of fielding by Carlson, who's getting his fingers are being kept warm in there.
Back to Douthwaite, they must have thought so much about him that he had a 3-year extension to his contract.
Garton in again bowls, and Douthwaite A loose delivery from George Garton down the leg side. It is the end of the over and the end of me for a while, with Glamorgan 204 for 6, Carlson on 82, Douthwaite on 8.
Thanks very much, Adrian, as we welcome Nick back into the box. Batting point for Glamorgan, 2 for Sussex. And having lost some wickets in 3, in fact, since lunch, Glamorgan regrouping again. Carlson, of course, the anchor man. And Douthwaite, if he gets into the groove, can score quickly. As indeed Glamorgan have scored quickly today. As it'll be Harry Crocombe to continue from the Cathedral Road end. We looking over his left shoulder on the pitch, not exactly in front of us, a little bit to the right, but a superb view as always from here. As in comes Crocombe, bowls now, and this is pushed defensively back to mid-on by Kieran Carlson. Just thinking about Nick, 100, just, well, he's, what is he, 85 now?
Yeah, he didn't get one last season, so it'd be very welcome.
Tall young man, Crocombe, nice action, quite brisk, as he comes in now and bowls, and that's driven out onto the offside. Rawlins moves very swiftly to his right field. This is all the makings of a good cricket match, Nick, I think.
Yeah, it's swung back and forth nicely today, hasn't it?
Yeah.
So Adrian pinched my play fair. It's not cricket.
You can't trust these men from Sussex, can you?
That's what's fallen out the window.
In comes Crocombe, bowls and straight delivery, which is played defensively up to mid-on. There's no run.
Carlson's top score last season was 80 odd, wasn't it? I think it might have been the only time he got into double figures, because there were several low scores, unfortunately, for him. So good to see him with a couple of knocks already this season.
Crocombe comes in, bowls to the right-handed Carlson, who clips this off his legs down towards fine leg. It might just go for 4. It has gone for 4. Very fine. And always when we hark on about if that had been Duncan Fletcher coaching Glamorgan and they were in the field, he would be furious, and England, because he says you have your fine leg, as it said, fine. Your fine leg here is about 50 yards to the right, and absolutely no chance of defending that. In comes Crocombe, bowled, and this is clipped down, or an attempted clip down is taken on the half volley by wicketkeeper Brown.
Yeah, Carlson's highest score last season, 79, but didn't get anything at all in his other innings, so marvellous to see him back in form, since he's an attractive batsman to watch in full flow.
Oh yeah, very attractive, as you say. Crocombe in, pass umpire, Wharf bowls, and this is driven, and it's going to beat the bowler. Well judged run in the end. He's either a very, very risky runner or a very good judge, and it's worked well today. That is the end of the over. Glamorgan have moved on to anything on my laptop. My laptop says Yorkshire v Glamorgan. So bear with us. I'm sure Nick can pick it up.
It's at least 200 for 6.
And then the boundary. Well, I guess of 206.
209 for 6 after 57 overs, as my tablet updates, and the tea interval is after 64, so there are 36 overs to come in the evening session, which will...
I was just going to ask you when
7 overs before tea, so we'll be taking tea nearly at 4 o'clock. 36 overs after 4:20. We'll be here till 7:15. I would guess a rough estimate. The Sussex 12th man is on with a drink and possibly a running repair of some sort.
For sanitising?
Anyway, Glamorgan 209 for 6, 2 principal protagonists on each side, really. Lloyd 84, Carlson 87 not out.
The rest
Robinson 4 wickets, Crocombe 2. It's almost 2v2. Douthwaite will try to come to the party, but it's Carlson on strike on 87 in the afternoon breeze. As Carlson drives, has he got that one through the offside? There's a couple of fielders in attendance, and it's picked up nicely on the cover boundary by the sweeper out there, running round from point, and they're back for 2 runs, 211 for 6. Carlson on to 89, not out, off the unlucky Australian figure of 87, 13 short of 100. That's right, isn't it, 100?
Yeah, partnership worth 40, I think, 40.
Dominated by Carlson, who will pick up more runs here with a pull down to fine leg. In fact, just the single, because Rawlins does well. Made a quick 15-20 metres to his left down in front of us and kept them down to the single. 212 for 6, Glamorgan.
Now that partnership, Douthwaite's made 8.
Yep, 22nd ball he got off the mark, which is rare for him. Carlson moves up to 90.
What a good innings it's been too.
There's a conference between Ben Brown and his bowler George Garton, and I think it's Robinson there at mid-on, and Brown, of course, is behind the stumps, jogs all the way back towards us to take up his place, standing well back for George Garton, who still has square leg back towards the boundary and is in to bowl to Douthwaite, who's forward defensively, pushing to mid-off, no run.
What are Ben Brown's thoughts are? 200 odd for 6. Should I have batted? I think he's probably vindicated at 23, whatever it was.
Yeah, well, if Glamorgan bowled out for 250, he'll be a happy man.
Do you think so? 250.
Yeah, I would have thought so. Garton is in to bowl to Douthwaite, who pushes that one away on the leg side with extraordinary force, with virtually no backlift. That was
4, was it?
Yeah.
Did you see the ball?
No.
I had no idea where it went.
I don't think the fielders saw it either.
I thought you were just pushing it to mid-on.
It looked as though it was an extraordinary piece of timing from Douthwaite, because he looked to be just gently playing it away for a single, but it went flying through mid-wicket, who now retreats 2/3 the way back.
Kill bouncer.
No, it's full length ball as Douthwaite defends it back down the pitch. Douthwaite into double figures. He's on 12, and it's 216 for 6.
There's no pressure, you see, Nick, now on the batsman. Just look at that leg side. 4 of them.
Yeah, mid-on might just save the single if it's hit hard.
Thought.
Mid-wicket is 2/3 back, square leg 3/4 back, fine leg on the boundary as you'd expect, as Douthwaite drives into the offside, and it's beautifully fielded again by young Jack Carson, who is flinging himself around to great effect, the young Northern Irish spinner there. Saved 4 runs there.
I think he's going to have a bowl.
216 for 6 at the end of the Garton over.
Are we going to see a little bit of off-spin, Carlson to Carlson?
The commentator's nightmare. Garton, Carlson,
Jack
Carlson.
to Kieran, it should be.
So, Carlson is 90, Douthwaite is 12. 4 wickets to Robinson, 2 to Crocombe, 2 for 44 to be precise. But looks as though he's being replaced, or is he?
So what time do you reckon, do you say, finish? 7:15ish?
No, it'll be before that. But
Right.
yeah, should be before 7, thankfully. We've got an extra 4 overs, or quarter of an hour today, similar tomorrow. And then the time added on the end of Saturday's play because of the funeral of Prince Philip, His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh. So that means there's a pause between 2:50 and 4:10 in all the championship games.
Am I so glad that I begged and asked my daughter if I could have a meal with her tonight on the way home in Cowbridge. So that'll be fine. Instead of being an hour later, that'll work out nicely.
So it is to be the twirl of
The twirl of Carlson, as you say, Nick, and he is going to bowl his first ball to the other Carlson, who gets, well, I thought he was going to get a single. It's just clipped to mid-wicket. Mid-on is halfway back, and he just sent him a little deeper. Now then, Ian Carlson, let's see. At the next ball, down the leg side, clipped away down to fine leg for a single. I saw his first ball in county cricket last year. It was on YouTube, and he was absolutely delighted.
Well, got a wicket first ball, did he?
No, he didn't get it first. Well, his first, you know, it was his first match on his debut,
Yeah.
and the wicket, and he was leaping around like George Garden.
Why not?
This will be interesting as he's bowling to Douthwaite now. In he comes and bowls, and Douthwaite is forward to a good length ball. No appreciable turn at all. First day, one wouldn't have thought it was.
Deep mid-wicket and deep mid-on might be looking their laurels here if Douthwaite tries to go over the top.
Well, they might be just picking it up from outside too, if he does hit it. Carlson bowls, and that's a good delivery. Taken as it beats Douthwaite. How long is he going to be like this, do you think, against the off-spinner? Anyhow, good opening over so far. In he comes, bowls again, and this is played back on the half volley to the bowler. Just the one run off it. And it's 217 for 6 in the 59th over. Carlson in 2 or 3 steps, that's all. Yes, she comes, the big one, and it's going to be, I thought it might be 4, but they're going to come back, scamper back for a second because the field had lost it. He went one way, the ball went the other, and eventually he scooted in 2 runs to end the over, 219 for 6. And Douthwaite now has moved into double figures. He's on 14. Carlson approaching a century. He's 91 not out.
Yeah, Crocombe lost the ball for some reason. Then I'm not quite sure why. It was seemed to be hit along the ground, but finally spotted it and kept them down to a couple of runs. 219 for 6.
Yeah, an extraordinary shot, wasn't it, through mid-wicket a couple of overs ago?
From Douthwaite. As you said,
Must
just
have been
looked
a very
like
good bat.
defensive prod. Yes. So, yeah, a day of fluctuating fortunes, I think, is the phrase for today. It swung Sussex's way. Then we saw that century stand between Lloyd, who made 84, and Carlson. They added 110 for the 4th wicket. Then 3 wickets going down for 36. Sussex very much back in the game.
Would you say 60-50 Glamorgan at the moment? just a little bit, over 200 wickets in hand.
No, I'd say 50-50 to be honest.
Would you? Very well.
Your 60-50s full Trabanos value around
60-40,
here.
60-50, 60-40.
Well, if you give 110%, Edward, that's what you'll get.
That is something I hate hearing, don't you? 110% effort. We can't be.
Ben Brown standing up to the stumps now as that is chopped down. Was that a chance to slip?
I think it was, yes.
As Carlson
Yeah, I think it was.
played it down. I'm not sure if that was on the full
It was
or
a very good shot.
whether it was a chance. It's gone through for a single as Garton couldn't keep hold of it anyway.
Yeah, I wonder.
Bowling is Tom Clark into the attack
No.
for the first time. Not a chance.
So the 3 scorers next door to me say.
Hit down into the ground, was it?
Yeah.
I wasn't quite sure if he'd hit it down or whether it bounced back up. So Sussex on their 7th bowler for the 60th over. Tom Clark.
Yeah. Medium pace again.
Right arm medium.
Much of a muchness,
Bats
isn't it?
left hand. Bowls right arm. Made his first class debut last year, and Clark is in, and Douthwaite drives on the offside, but has again found Fielder at cover. This time it's Rawlings. He's picked out the fielder quite a lot in the covers down Douthwaite, otherwise he might have 30 or so to his credit rather than the 14 he has.
You can anticipate something's going to happen, can't you, in a moment from Douthwaite.
As Clark is in and Douthwaite chops it down to backward point. There's no run. I believe this is Clark's first spell with the ball in first class cricket. 5 games listed without
Military
bowling
medium.
previously. Or 6 including last week's.
I think you describe him when you military medium.
Yes. Hence keeper standing up as Douthwaite goes for it and smashes him back somewhere over his head, and that has gone for the first maximum of the match, a short arm jab
As I
from
predicted.
Douthwaite has reached the ropes at the River Taff end.
That was a short arm jab.
Interesting shots for his boundaries today, Dan Douthwaite.
He's just gone there. Extraordinary.
Quite a
He's a big man though, Nick, isn't he?
Will belt across the shoulders, isn't he? He's around about 6'2" tall and
You wouldn't
beefy, I suppose.
Wouldn't you describe to a young player, play that shot, did you? You just, if you're going to hit a 6, you know, nice stylish on drive over the bowler's head, he's just sort of half chip shot, if you like. If listeners wonder what I'm talking about and you're not watching, he sort of half hit it. I think he did half hit it.
If it had been fully hit, it would have been over the Taff.
Yeah.
So 226 for 6. Clark to finish his first over in first class cricket with a dot ball as Ben Brown nicks off the off bail and replaces it on the stumps. It is the end of the over. Douthwaite didn't play a shot. Douthwaite has 20. Kieran Carlson has 92 and Glamorgan at 226 for 6.
Run rate is 3.78, which is very good for first day of a championship match, and even more so when you remember it was 23 for 3. So, yeah, I'm sticking at 60-40 at the moment. And if Douthwaite gets away, but by playing like this, he'll give you a chance. Jack Carlson to bowl to continue his third over of the day, and he will be bowling to his namesake Kieran Carlson, who is looking for 100 here. I don't think 92 not out. He's going to play any false shots. There's still that man back at long on. It's Carlson bowls, and the other Carlson pushes it forward into short leg. And just to the end of this over. And, it won't take long, that's for certain, with Carlson bowling. Carlson to Carlson then, who comes over the wicket, bowls short-ish, and is chopped away down towards third man. And that's all they're going to get, surely. Now then, after hitting that 6, Douthwaite has moved on to 20. Might just fancy that Carlson, although long on, goes back a few more steps. But he's not pushing it through as such. She's just put in a little bit quicker on the ball as he bowls now to Douthwaite. Douthwaite angles it away down towards short third man, and they get another single. And the score moves on to 228 for 6.
Important spell of the game this, nearly 20 overs still till the new ball. Glamorgan looking to try and get away again.
In comes Carlson, bowls, and Carlson of Glamorgan drives back, and the bowler fields. Run rate helps when you got an off spinner on, doesn't it?
The over rate.
The over rate, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, Carlson around the wicket.
Short leg and a slip with the close fielders as he comes in, bowled to Carlson. Carlson tucks it away, close to short leg.
Ooh, that wasn't too far
It
past
wasn't.
Thomason though, was it? And it was aerial. I think if Thomason had been standing about a metre to his right, it probably struck him in the chest and stuck, possibly.
That's Carlson, comes in and bowls again, and down the pitch, and he's
Mis-stumping.
missed it. Well, that I'm about to leave you, and Adrian's coming in. And who better to describe that as the wicketkeeper for Machin Seconds, Nick Webb?
Yeah, I've missed many a stumping in my time, so I'm an expert in mis-stumpings. But I don't think Ben Brown will be hugely pleased with himself, especially if any of his mentors are watching back at home, as Carlson was in some difficulty there.
Yeah.
Matt Privacy was doing a bit of coaching, and Adrian returns with the 2 playfares. Him. Wasn't. As that is played away on the offside by Douthwaite. Not a chance, I'm told. I thought the ball had gone through to Brown, to be honest.
So did I.
He appeared to have taken the bail off.
I agree. That was a bit odd, wasn't it?
Whether he nudged the ball accidentally, the bails off accidentally. But I do apologise to Ben Brown. As the next ball from Clark is chopped down on the offside. I was without my playfair momentarily, you see, Adrian. That was putting me off.
Well, I saw, and you're like me, I write my name in the front because these tend to go missing during a season, so I've learnt my lesson.
Hopefully my wisdom's turned up today as well at home.
Yeah, these were very late coming out this year, weren't they? I got it ordered, but it only arrived on the eve of the season.
As a drive by Carlson, but hasn't pierced the offside field because there is a man in the shape of Stian van Zyl down on the point boundary, and it's just the single. So apologies to Ben Brown and his family, friends and supporters. But it looked with the naked eye as if it was
I agree.
mis-stumping chance.
I agree.
So Tom Clark then, youngster, given a bit of time with the ball. That's beautifully placed by Douthwaite, who's just run that one away backward as square on the offside, and it's beaten Van Zyl, placed between the backward point and the inner circle and the point sweeper on the boundary, and it's raced away for 4. Douthwaite 22, 230 for 6 Glamorgan. And that is the 50 partnership between these two. Clark is in again to Douthwaite, who plays that one down to backward point, where it's a diving piece of fielding by Jack Carson.
He's fielded well, actually.
Yeah, his ball's followed him round quite a lot.
Yes, it has.
234 for 6. Douthwaite is on 26. Kieran Carlson on 94 here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website. As Clark is into Douthwaite, who drives on the leg side, and there's no run. 234 for 6 then at the end of the 62nd over, which means there are 2 more to go till tea, which will be taken around about 4 o'clock.
That drop, when Garton off of Clark, it was his first delivery, wasn't it, at slip? Clark's first delivery. I was doing an update, and so I was sort of half concentrating on the radio and half concentrating on the cricket. But I think that was Tom Clark's first ball in first-class cricket, and it was a drop. Who was put down? I think it was. Well, I think it was a chance anyway to George Garton.
Oh, no, we thought it was played down into the ground.
Do you think so? Oh, I thought it was a chance. Okay, in that case. In comes Carlson around the wicket, bowls to Carlson, who plays it off the pad onto the leg side, fielded by Tonneson, and there is no
I
run.
think we had a video check with next door.
Really, and it wasn't a chance. Okay.
No.
Right, well, I'm sure that makes George Garton feel a bit better anyway. Carlson in bowls and driven away beautifully through the covers. That's a lovely shot by Kieran Carlson. It was over pitch and absolutely hammered through the covers for 4 runs. Beautifully played. And this is developing into a good partnership, Nick.
Yeah, it's swing the game back Glamorgan's way and swung back and forth through the course of the day.
And I think you ought to take over, actually, because he's on to 98.
That does, as you say, take Kieran Carlson on to 98 not out, as Jack Carson prepares to bowl to him. And Carlson is back, working that one off his legs down towards backward square, but won't be three figures quite yet. It's just a single. Carlson on to 99 off 150 balls. He's struck 11 fours so far. 2-3-9 for 6 Glamorgan. Carson bowling to Douthwaite. And Douthwaite stretches forwards and defends. There's no run. Well, Douthwaite yet to have a real go at the spinner. Is taking it out on the medium pace at the other end. That's a good length delivery from Carson, and Douthwaite stretches forward with no risks at the moment taken by Douthwaite. Batting down at number 8. Carson bowls. Douthwaite stretches forward. Maybe he's got his eye on a little regroup at the tea interval. End of the Carson over. There's 1 over to go till tea for Kieran Carlson to get to 3 figures. And Glamorgan have fought back well after Sussex enjoyed the better of the early stages of this session.
Yeah, they've had 2 good fight backs, haven't they? I mean, the fight back this morning from 22 for 3, and then losing those wickets, not soon after lunch. They have fought back particularly well. Looks like Tom Clark is coming out of the attack. I don't know he's going to carry anything about the last over before tea, but that does mean, I think I'm correct in saying, that every member of this Sussex side has now bowled in first-class cricket.
So it's Tom Clark to bowl to Kieran Carlson on 99 not out, pushes on the offside and will remain 99 not out. So Clark, the 7th bowler used by Sussex today. 2 of them have been successful in each period of play. A couple of wickets to Ollie Robinson and 1 to the teenager Henry Crocombe. So can Tom Clark come to the party? Can Kieran Carlson get to 3 figures as he drives through the offside? And that's a handsome way to reach his 100 for Kieran Carlson as he dispatches that one firmly to the backward point boundary. And Kieran Carlson moves to 103 not out with his 12th 4 of the innings. And Glamorgan again finding someone who will come to the party and get to 3 figures. Billy Root in the first innings, Kieran Carlson, a Glamorgan Centurion in their first home game. And Glamorgan are 243 for 6. As Clark is in to bowl, and Carlson pushes that one back to the bowler, and there's no run.
The view in the from the Sussex office is that that was definitely a chance of Clark's first ball, that Legarton got a hand to it, and it was Kieran Carlson who was facing as well.
Okay.
So that was perhaps a chance.
Have to re-examine the replay if we do get an opportunity. 243 for 6. Clark bustles in, bowls to Carlson passively onto the back foot, plays it out on the leg side, and there's no run. So Glamorgan took lunch on 110 for 3, so second session has been pretty much a copy of the first, isn't it?
Yeah.
123 runs and 3 wickets.
They've scored at a fairly rapid pace.
It's been a good day's cricket as Carlson is forward defensively. He definitely wants to get to the interval, doesn't he? Unbeaten, so that he can regroup, have a think about things, have a chat maybe with captain and coach as to how they want to go about stretching this first innings score. Glamorgan 7 short of a second batting bonus point. Ben Brown standing up to the stump, Slip standing back as Carlson drives again through backward point. Wristley, and we'll get 4 more. That's the same shot that he played to bring up his 3 figures. And it is the last ball before tea as well. So Carlson will go to tea on 107 not out, Douthwaite on 26 not out, Glamorgan 247 for 6.
Yeah, and I have to say it's a good session for Glamorgan. I mean, it looked when Ollie Robinson picked up those couple of wickets after lunch as if Sussex would be right into the Glamorgan lower order, but these two have started particularly well at a super knock from Kieran Carlson. In fact, Sam Keir down in the Sussex office, apologies for not reading out your text, when he said Douthwaite scored a century against us for Cardiff, another half century in the Championship game, and another 50 in the one-day game where we snatched defeat from the jaws of victory. So
Douthwaite's got a bit of a thing going against Sussex.
He has.
Well, I think it was that century, as well as 95 here against Glamorgan, that actually earned him the chance to play county cricket again after he'd just missed out on a contract at Warwickshire. There we are then, that's the end of the afternoon session. We will be back at a little after 4:15 with a description of the remaining 36 overs of the day. Be an update for BBC Radio Wales listeners in a couple of minutes' time. Glamorgan 247 for 6 at tea.
Hello, I'm Paul Rees and welcome to the beautiful Pont of the Lies Cricket Club. Just wanted to give a brief update on the work that's gone on here during the winter. We're very grateful to our volunteers, our committee members, who put lots and lots of work in to improve these already great facilities into one of the best facilities in Wales. Brief word in our background really, we are the current Welsh Cup holders and we are South Wales Cricket Premier League Division 1 club. We have a thriving junior section and we've greatly contributed towards age group cricket through the region, into the Wales age groups and into the Glamorgan. Obviously the current captain David Lloyd played at our club for a number of years and Lucas Carey came up through our ranks. So little look around the club, look at what we've done and hopefully we'll all have a great cricket in summer. Thank you.
Just a big thank you to Cricket Wales for all their support in helping us improve the facilities of Pont of the Lies. In particular thanks to Ken Shahal.
So a little tour of inside the cricket club. James Harris there. Robert Croft. There's our captain's board. From 1919, the first captain. Through all the years. Quite a few ex-Glamorgan cricketers. There we have John Derricks, Glamorgan cap and sweater, and Jeff Jones' England tour cap. Barry Lloyd's Glamorgan shirt, and his daughter Hannah's England shirt. Owen Morgan's debut for Glamorgan against Sussex, July 2016, and the shirt here. Glamorgan against Northamptonshire, August 2016, St Helens, where Owen Morgan and Lucas Carey both played for Glamorgan. There we have the photograph of the debut.
Big thank you to those who helped secure the funding for the club.
100 overs today, and Glamorgan resuming on 247 for 6. And the man of the day, and it's been a terrific innings, Kieran Carlson. He's on 107. He's faced 156 balls and hit 13 fours, and he's received really good support in the latter part of the afternoon from Darren Douth. Is it Darren?
Dan.
Dan Douthwaite. Daniel Douthwaite.
Dan's the man.
Yeah, 26 not out. 54 balls, 3 fours and 1 big 6, and these two are seeing Glamorgan through to what looks like a very respectable total. I'd imagine Glamorgan would be fairly pleased having been asked to bat 22 for 3, 247 for 6. That looks like a decent day's work so far.
Yeah, Ian Evans on Twitter says, great knock by Carlson. If we can find consistency, we have a real player on our hands. Really enjoying this season so far. Yeah, it's one to be enjoyed for Glamorgan supporters. Positive, better end of the draw up in Yorkshire after last season's struggles.
Well, it's going to be Ollie Robinson who's going to recommence proceedings from the cathedral end, coming into bowl to Douthwaite. Hits him on the pad, the ball ricochets away onto the leg side. It's a leg by to get us underway, and I suspect here that Ben Brown is turning to his strike bowler, because Sussex, with 36 overs to go tonight, will be hoping to mop up these final 4 wickets if they can. Ollie Robinson keeps holding his wrist. I've noticed that before, and he's doing it again, and that doesn't augur well, you know. It's his right wrist. That's his bowling hand, and he's looking heavenward now, and he's flexing the fingers on his hand. Now, I saw him do that earlier on today. I just wonder whether he's got a little niggle. Let's hope not. In comes Robinson, bowls, and down the leg side, taken by Ben. He's doing it again. That's not good for Ollie Robinson.
Pain, doesn't he? And
yeah.
If they lose Robinson from this attack, then
well,
he's the main
crumbs.
man. The others.
Well, I think he's in trouble here, Ollie Robinson. I noticed earlier in the day he delivered a ball, and I thought, oh crumbs, what's he done? And here he is again. He's wandering back to his mark. Well, he's going to bowl the next delivery, but he's looking at his right wrist, and he's now flexing it and shaking it. Well, let's see what happens here. He's in and bowls, and Douthwaite, he's in a lot. He's in pain here, you know, Ollie Robinson. I'm not sure he's going to be able to keep this over. The throw comes in. It's a couple of runs to Kieran Carlson, down to third man. I have to say, I've got more than half an eye here on Ollie Robinson. Umpire Alex Wolf has just had a word to him as well. Well, he seemed to be laughing, Ollie Robinson. Well, I don't know.
Haven't noticed a particular blow he's taken.
No, not at all. I just noticed earlier in the day he seemed to be favouring that wrist slightly. But he's carrying on bowling. You'd have thought if there was any doubt about the wrist that he would not want to bowl. But he's coming in again. Let's see what happens. 249 for 6. Robinson in and bowls, and hit on the pad is Carlson. The ball bounces away onto the leg side, and there is no run. Interesting there, he picked the ball up with his left hand, Ollie Robinson. 3 slips, deep point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a deep square leg, and a fine leg all the way in the distance. And Robinson wanders down towards us, and is on his way. Number 25 on his back. He's picked up 4 wickets already today. He's in and bowls, well pitched up and driven away by Carlson to mid-on, fielded by Tom Haynes, and there is no run. Now again, on this occasion, he doesn't seem to be shaking the wrist, so let's hope that it's nothing too bad.
250 up, Glamorgan's second batting bonus point.
Yes, let's notice that. We've no scoreboard here, so we're reliant on the updates via laptops, etc. As in comes Robinson again in bright sunshine. He's in and bowls, and that's down the leg side and taken by Ben Brown. There is no run. Let's see what Ollie Robinson does. He's looking, well, I don't think he is leaving the field. We'll just have to keep an eye on that. But he certainly did look in some discomfort. Now, Ali Orr, the 12th man, has come running on. He's given a cap and a pair of sunglasses to Ollie Robinson, and Robinson is staying on, so who knows, but he did certainly seem to be in a bit of trouble with that right wrist, and we'll have to see how that plays out. Carlson on 109, Douthwaite on 26, And as Nick says, Glamorgan 250 for 6.
So it's 2-all in bonus points so far. As the attack from the River Taff end is in the hands of...
Looks like Stuart Meeker.
Yeah, so Clark's first spell in first-class cricket is over. Tom Clark bowled a few overs of military medium, 3 overs not for 21.
Yeah, he was disappointed, particularly with the last ball before tea when he got hit away for 4 runs. Alan Locke's been in touch from Burgess Hill down in Sussex. Hello Alan, thanks for getting in touch with us. I'll read your email out in a couple of moments' time.
Stian van Sale is the only slip fielder adjacent to Ben Brown. There's a man catching on the drive on the offside, probably 4 others just about saving the single in various forms, as first delivery is driven but not timed by Douthwaite on the leg side.
I think he hit the ball into his foot as well, which can be quite painful. He's hopping around. Yeah, Alan says, good to hear the commentary today, and he asks, have I got my long johns on, which I did last week, and I have today, Nick.
All right.
Well, it's just these commentary boxes, we have to have lots of air circulating, so anyway, I did, Alan, which is a bit pathetic for mid-April.
I've got my coat on.
Yeah, I've got 2 jumpers and a coat somewhere in the building.
Trying to get the temperature up in the box, but the heating doesn't having not much effect at the moment, as Meeker bowls to Douthwaite, who drives gently up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Alan goes on to say, would you have chosen to bat or bowl first today? Well, I think it was a good toss for Ben Brown to win. I mean, the pitch had a hint of green on it, and at 22 for 3, I think that justified the decision. I rather felt the problem was that no one bowled particularly well behind Ollie Robinson, certainly this morning. Apart from Robinson, I think Henry Crocombe has been the pick of the Sussex bowlers.
250 for 6. Meeker to Douthwaite, who plays on the offside back to the bowler. There's no run. Edward Cooper points out Craig Brathwaite's gone to Gloucestershire last time at the crease for Glamorgan, got a century at the tail end of the 2019 season. Yes, it was a West Indian opening bat who didn't live up to West Indian stereotypes. He was very dogged, and looked as though he could do a good job in championship cricket, may well do over the bridge. Douthwaite gets a short ball that he hooks and will get runs for it, 4 of them, as the ball scorched down towards mid-wicket, and young Henry Crocombe jogs after it to retrieve it from around about 20 metres further back from the boundary. Had difficulty in picking that one up, but
yes.
I have on several times that Douthwaite's hit the ball, because he does lay into it and it stays hit.
That was a good shot, wasn't it? Too short from Meeker.
254 for 6. Afternoon to Steve West, whose cat is getting our viewing figures up, joining him in front of the laptop, and Steve's got some Glamorgan kit fresh through the post as well to further enhance his viewing. As Douthwaite flicks another one on the leg side, this one we can pick it up as it bounces down to backward square, and they'll go through for a single. 255 for 6.
Alan goes on to say, it's great to see so many talented youngsters playing for Sussex. This might be the youngest 11 Sussex have ever fielded. He says, from a chilly Burgess Hill, where there are 6 players of 23 or less. George Garton 24 today, so yes, it is a young Sussex side.
As Meeker is up and bowls wide outside off stump. Carlson has nothing to do with it as it goes through slightly low to Ben Brown. 255 for 6 Glamorgan, 66 overs bowled, and 34 more to come this evening.
We could be in for a late one, Nick.
Yeah,
because the lights
27, maybe 7:15ish.
Yeah. Not a great over from Stuart Meeker, I didn't think. Too short, and then he bowled a couple wide. He's bowled 12 overs.
With respect, he doesn't look particularly threatening today.
Well, Ollie Robinson's going to bowl again, Nick, which is good news for Sussex. In that I thought he was struggling with his wrist, but he's certainly going to bowl again, which is good news. Somebody's off the field because The 12th man, Ali Orr, is on at point, so someone's not on the field. See if I can spot who that is, but it's going to be Robinson. Sussex desperate for a great breakthrough here. In and bowls, and forward comes at Douthwaite and plays to extra cover fielded by Rawlins. And there is no run. Just in terms of those backup bowlers, so Stuart Meeker 12 overs, no wicket for 42. George Garton, really expensive, 12 overs for 72. He's going at 6 and over, George Garton. So that's just where Sussex have struggled a little bit today, whereby Robinson 16 overs, 4 for 43, and Crocombe 15 overs, 2 for 44. I've kept it pretty tight all day. I'm going to have to disappear to do an update in a minute, Nick, but I'll just commentate on this delivery as in comes Robinson and bowls, and Douthwaite plays on the leg side and picks up a single.
So Glamorgan move on to 256 for 6 here in the Sophia Gardens sunshine, as Edward Bevan will drop in and join me on commentary for the next few overs. Changeovers in commentator are taking slightly longer than previous seasons due to the necessity of not sharing equipment. As Robinson bowls, and that's nicely driven through the offside, but it'll be just a single for Kieran Carlson because substitute fielder Ali Orr picks it up on the cover point boundary. And Edward is back with us.
Yeah, steady progress after tea for Glamorgan.
Yes, they can afford to have a look at it. They've got a good scoring rate, no pressure at all on the scoring rate, just to get as many runs as possible, get over 300 if at all possible.
Well, tonight, yeah.
Robinson is in to bowl outside off stump, allowed to go through by Douthwaite. The batting to come, Van der Hoogten, Wheel and Hogan. So it could be some interesting striking yet to come.
Yeah, the run rate I've worked out, Nick, what is it, 33 overs remaining. If they go along as they have been, they'll be well in the 300s by then.
Yeah, I think Sussex would be possibly disappointed if they didn't get Glamorgan out this evening with this long evening session. Robinson bowls, and that's driven to mid-on by Douthwaite. No run. Douthwaite 32, Carlson 110, David Lloyd made 84, and the rest not many. It's been a rather lopsided scorecard, both on the batting and the bowling front, hasn't it? With two big scores. Douthwaite now just about getting going, and only 2 bowlers successful out of the 7 used by Ben Brown. Robinson the leading protagonist and driven by Douthwaite, but not timed. It's fielded by Crocombe at mid-off. It is the end of the over. 257 for 6. Carlson is 110. Douthwaite is 32. And, well, this game still could go either way this evening, couldn't it? Glamorgan could be all out for fewer than 300 if Sussex strike soon, or if these two carry on going, then Ben Brown might have to do a lot more juggling of his attack.
But he will have the benefit, as you say, it's a long day today because of various things have happened, and 100 overs, they'll have benefit of the new ball this evening, and a fairly lengthy spell with it, so they will hope that the new one does benefit people like Robinson. He's already taken 4 of the 6 wickets to fall. But they'll have to try and contain before that. Start of a new over, Carlson jabs that away on the onside, and there is no run.
I think Meeker is in the attack now, and Garton have both had better days, really.
Yeah, I think it'll be Robinson for not many more overs because they want him fresh for the new ball. The problem is, Nick, that he's the only one that's looked like taking wickets, even though Crocombe has bowled quite well.
4 runs.
Down to where?
Third man. Come on, Edwards.
Well, I asked you last time, you reckon 20, I reckon it's 40 by now. Sorry to keep on, must be boring people, but...
Off a thickish edge there. sort of semi-steer, semi-edge from Carlsen, who's on to 114 to 61 for 6. Mika bowls, Carlsen pulls out towards mid-wickets. The fielder had lost control or lost sight of the ball. Luckily for him, it was coming along the ground rather than in the air, so it's just a single.
He wasn't the only one that lost it, but I'd lost it as well. And that short-hand push that he got for 4 Douthwaite, I'd lost that one as well. I don't know why the fielder is losing sight of it, because nothing in his eyes.
As Mika is in again, bowls a short ball, Douthwaite lays into this one, could be out. No, it's managed to clear the fielder. Crocombe at backward square.
Did 6
that go all the way? No, it's 4. Well, that'll be disappointing for Sussex in that the batsman has played the hook shot aerially and has managed to pitch it between Crocombe and the boundary.
If Crocombe had been on, as everybody is told, to be on the edge, he would have taken it, I think.
Well,
anyway,
is that the instruction to Crocombe? Now he's being told to go back, but
horses
previously,
bolted.
No, he's still starting about 5 metres in from the boundary, which doesn't quite make sense. If you've got those men out for the pull and hook shots, then they give themselves a better chance, surely, if they start on the boundary and then they can run in. Mika to Douthwaite again, who drives and is caught at cover. Well, Douthwaite had just started to lean into the bowling, but Stuart Mika has contributed to the Sussex attack, and Douthwaite has gone now for 36, and Glamorgan 266 for 7, and that a badly needed wicket for the visitors.
Yep, and he was going on nicely then, but he probably played a little bit too early, or it might have been the slower ball. But another wicket there for Crocombe, and he's bowled pretty well today. But Douthwaite will be disappointed there, having started and played himself in 23 balls to get his first run. Played some good shots, but in the end holding out a short extra cover.
Yeah, they stand with 87.
Yeah.
And Stuart Mika gets his first wicket as Douthwaite drives to cover.
Who's the fielder? I think
probably Carlsen. He's been there most of the day at cover, and he's in that vicinity at the moment. So Sussex still have ambitions maybe of bowling Glamorgan out for fewer than 300 here at Sophia Gardens. It was Tom Clark, in fact, who took that catch. Jack Carlsen's been fielding cover most of the days at point at the moment, though, and it was snaffled by Tom Clark, the young batsman, who's also bowled 3 overs today. So not much use for spinner Carlsen, who's bowled 4 overs, 0 for 13. I suppose first day of a championship game in April. It's possibly a surprise that they're playing a specialist spinner at all. 266 for 7 then. And how much further can Carlsen take this innings with the support of the bottom 3? Tim van der Hochten, who had a decent innings of 85 not out, career best at Headingley. James Wheel, the Glamorgan debutant, averages 24 in first-class cricket.
Oh, that's not bad for a tail-ender.
Oh yeah, I see some places described as a bowling all-rounder, so we'll see his talents or otherwise. As
just looking at the playback of Douthwaite's dismissal, and he played far too early. In fact, he was playing the shot as the ball was in the air. Lofted drive.
Mika in then to the new batsman Van der Hochten, who allows that one to go through outside off stump. No run. Carlsen is on 115 not out. And Van der Hochten just faced the one delivery. Wheel and Hogan to come. That's the end of Mika's first successful over. He has 13 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 51. Here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan website.
Yes, and Tim van der Gooten will be trying to repeat his heroics at Headingley, where he was undefeated on 85 and Hogan made 54. That would be very useful for Glamorgan and would not be very useful for Sussex, who sense now that perhaps they can, as you say, Nick, dismiss them for under 300. Now Carlson can score very, very quickly, so whether he'll be tempted to attack or just keep playing properly, that would be my advice. So the first ball, and it's pulled by Carlson for 4. You sense perhaps Robinson might be a little weary. He seems to be walking back slower than when he was in this pomp this morning when he took a couple of wickets very early on. But that was a rank long hop, and 4 slips this morning. They're down to 2 now as the onside is reinforced, as the score goes up to 270. There's Robinson to Carlson on 119. Comes in and bowls to him, chops it down to backward point, and they go through for a single. What's its CB, Kieran?
191.
Big, yeah, Gloucester, wasn't it?
Big one.
I think, was it Gloucester?
Big. Is it the innings down at Swansea I'm thinking of? There's a big knock from him. No, it was here. It was here in 2017 against Gloucestershire.
It was, yeah.
He did have a pretty large score down at Swansea though as well, didn't he?
Yeah. $270 for 7. No, Van der Gooten waits and plays confidently enough. Taps it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. Still a very useful 3.91. So as near as damn it, 4 runs and over.
This Carlson's first century since the opening match of the 2019 season, that dreadful game against Northamptonshire. Yeah,
I remember it so well.
570, 750. Let's go home.
Robinson is in, bowls to Van der Gooten. Van der Gooten clips that appeal for LBW. Must have come off the pad, not out, says Alex Wolf. Haven't given 3 this morning. Has kept the finger in the pocket for that one. 271.
Yes, I think Chris Cox was the most borderline of those 3.
Yeah.
And he granted to Ollie Robinson. I'm not sure if Selman, and certainly Balbirnie, can have any complaints. Selman playing across the line, Balbirnie trapped rather on the back foot.
Balbirnie's decision, I think, had have walked without waiting there. Ollie Robinson pauses at the end of his mark. Now he's into his run. Bowls to Carlson. Carlson is back on his stumps. Plays it on the line of middle and off, and it goes up towards mid-on. And the score now remains on 272 for 7. Van der Gooten is yet to get off the mark. In come the fielders, sensing it's coming towards the end of the over, and that they can have a crack at Van der Gooten. Robinson taken 4 of the 7 wickets that fallen. Coming in, bowls again. Kenny goes for the hook, Carlson. And again, he misses it and he goes through to Brown. The little men love cutting and hooking. One remembers Tony Cotty. Very, very fine player. And he could cut and he could cook. Funny enough, Sussex's coach, the new coach, Ian Salisbury, played against Glamorgan many times when Tony was with Glamorgan, of course. And he said to me once, the most difficult chap I've ever bowling at is Tony Cotty. He said, I can't bowl at him. Really? He's either down the wicket running, or if I pitched it a bit short, he'd cut me away. And that strange stance he had, remember? He was a crouching stance.
Very low at the crease, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Here comes Mika in to bowl to Van der Hochten with a short leg in place, but not in action as it's clipped to mid-wicket, where Rawlins does the fielding. And there's no run. So Douthwaite out for 36. He faced 67 balls, 5 4s and a 6. As Van der Hoogten gets an attempted short ball from Stuart Meeker that didn't actually get up very much, but he had swayed back out of the way anyway, so it didn't particularly matter. So Douthwaite and Carlson adding those 87 runs in around about 18 overs.
Yeah, it was for partnership, that.
Nearly 5 and over for that stand. As Meeker bowls, Van der Hoogten plays it down defensively to Thomason, and underneath the lid at not too short a short leg is about 8 metres from the bat. Seen them a lot closer, hoping that Van der Hoogten will deflect one off his hip or off his ribs somewhere if Meeker bowls short. Here he comes then from the River Taff end, a bit cloudier this evening, and Van der Hoogten plays that one completely dead bat down in front of him. Strange batsman, isn't he, Van der Hoogten, because sometimes he looks as though he's just playing the deadest of dead bats, and all of a sudden there's a big whirl, an arc of a bat, and you find he's hit a long ball.
Yes. Saw him hitting Dom Bess last week for a huge 6 over long on.
He actually took over the momentum of the innings from Douthwaite towards the closing stages, as Van der Hoogten is almost yorked there. Yeah. How did that one miss the stumps?
Yeah, look.
Shot through.
Yeah, good spell this by Meeker. Glamorgan now just 28 runs away from a third batting point, and, well, Sussex have got plenty of time to get their third and final bowling point, because it's 110 overs. And how many overs have we had?
70-ish.
70, yeah, they got loads of time.
So Sussex should get their 3. Van der Hoogten drives, doesn't time it. That is the last delivery of the 70th over. Van der Hoogten remains yet to get off the mark. Carlson at the other end remains on 120 not out off 170 balls. He's hit 15 fours so far, but the man in form 120, and he won't seek to protect Van der Hoogten from the strike, and I don't think anyone protects anyone in this Glamorgan side, because Michael Hogan would be offended if you tried to protect him at number 11.
Yeah. Which I thought was some crazy cricket by Yorkshire last week, Nick, on the Dom Bess protecting Code and the other batsmen at the end. In the end, they missed out on a bonus point. I never see the point of shielding, taking one off the last ball when you turn down about 5 runs. Anyhow, Jack Carson's coming on to bowl, and apologies to everybody connected with Jack Carson, because I kept calling him Carlson for obvious reasons, and it is of course Carson. And here's a man very deep on the onside at long on. As Carson comes round the wicket and bowls to Carlson, and Van der Hoogten fancies a run but is sent back. Now you see that man is 3/4 way back. If he mishits it and it goes over his head, what's he going to do? Much easier to run in and catch it than pedal backwards. There's Carlson round the wicket now, bowls to Carlson and nudges it away. Again Van der Hoogten wants to run. Plus he fancies Carson's off spin, but is again sent back.
Carson 2 for 106 at Old Trafford. Just behind his 5th over here today.
Certainly like the look of him. Nice high action bowls. Clipped away up to short mid wicket, no run. Just a little bit, perhaps a little bit too quick through the air, but who knows?
Well, he's not getting any help at this early stage from the pitch, is he? Or indeed till August, maybe.
No, unless they, and I hope they do, play him every game. In he comes again, bowled. Carlson drives, a short extra cover, and it's well fielded, 272 for 7 it remains, as Carlson is on 120. Van der Hoogten still to get off the mark. Carlson is defending again. 1 ball to go. Yeah, 2 on the boundary and 1 on the offside on the boundary. But he's bowling very economically at the moment. In he comes, past the umpire, bowls. Carlson's gone for a straight drive, very well fielded by the bowler. That's a good maiden bowl by the young man. Well bowled. The score remains 2-7-2 for 7. Give you a synopsis of the day. Glamorgan won the toss, were inserted by Sussex. They were in deep trouble at 23-4-3, but were then rescued by a partnership of 110 between David Lloyd, who made a very attractive 84, and Carlson, who is still there on 120 not out. They put on 110, as they say, and then a useful partnership between Carlson and down Douthwaite. Douthwaite out for 36.
Elsewhere in this group, Lancashire 205 for 5, slow going at Old Trafford against Northants, with half centuries from Alex Davis and Josh Bohannon at 2 and 3 in the batting order. As there's a hold-up as the bowler Stuart Meeker gets his point fielder exactly where he wants him and decides that where he wants him is not on the boundary, but in, saving the single for Van der Hoogten at any rate. Meeker in, bowls. Van der Hoogten defends on the offside, and there's no run. And the other group match in this group is Kent against Yorkshire at Canterbury. Yorkshire 2-7-4 for 6. Adam Lyth continued his fine form from against the Glamorgan with innings of 97, half century from young Harry Brook as well.
Good player he was, wasn't he? Harry Brook.
Yeah, did well. Wicket shared round the Kent attack. As Van der Hoogten, did he get an edge that one? It's gone flying over the keeper's head. Yeah, it was an uppercut that he played deliberately but not convincingly. But it did race away for 4, and I suppose there was little risk as long as he got a reasonable bat on it.
Yeah, one-day shot, of course. We see so many people play it now. Bouncer, just get a nick on it, it flies, and Meeker put a little bit more into that.
Van der Hoogten off the mark with 4, 276 for 7. Remember, 300 is the next bonus point target. As this next delivery is pushed forward by Van der Hoogten down to short leg, where Thomason fields and threatens to throw down the stumps if Van der Hoogten had overbalanced forward. Only 1 wicket for Darren Stevens today.
Just changing the subject a little, you stayed in a hotel I know very well at Headingley. You said there was no food. Was the bar open?
No.
Nothing?
No. Breakfast was in a paper bag.
Oh my God.
Coffee in a bag full of bits and pieces. Meeker is in, bowls, and Van der Hoogten doesn't get out of the way that terribly convincingly.
No.
He looked a bit tail-enderish for a man who's got 85 last week. No, there was the Glamorgan players had to order in food from a delivery service in the evening.
Well, tell me, it wasn't... Oh no, of course it was last Saturday night or last Sunday night it all opened up.
No,
you missed it a few days, didn't you?
No, we didn't. We didn't have any outdoor dining facilities.
No, I'm thinking of the bar because everybody was frolicking around.
No, it's only outside at the moment, isn't it? Meeker in, bowls, Van der Hoogten drives, and there is a stop in instalments by mid-on.
But you know, I get so confused, you know, where I am with the English and the Welsh rules and regulations.
Well, there wasn't much had opened up by the time when we were in Leeds. It was the following day after that match had finished that outdoor dining was permitted. But no, Glamorgan players, well, I barely saw them in 4 nights at the
Just
hotel.
straight back to the room.
Yeah. In comes Meeker and bowls, and Van der Hoogten plays a authentic leg glance. It's fielded by Orr, the young substitute 12th man down in front of us, and Van der Hoogten has nicked the strike with that single at the end of the over. No, I mean, I was talking to Chris Cook yesterday, and he generally didn't know I'd been staying at the same hotel because no one sees each other. You go and get your breakfast from reception, you go back to your room, that's it. The bar area isn't open, the reception's not open, really.
Well, this sort of thing was happening last year. We stayed at Tewkesbury when Glamorgan were playing Worcester, and after the first day's play I came back, and of course the room hadn't been done up at all, no bed. So, of course I ran down, excuse me, my bed hasn't been made, and I'm paying it, you do, as you do. And
haven't you noticed there's a pandemic on site?
Excuse me, we don't do beds now because of the no, I'm awfully sorry. And that was it. Right, Carson, who's been impressive, comes into Van der Gooten now and bowls the first ball, and he's forward, and Carson thinks of her, he's sent back by his partner. I think Van der Gooten might have a little dart here, the way that, as you described earlier on, he blocks, and wham. Carson round the wicket, bowls, and caught at the wicket, going back, trying to nudge it down to third man, thick outside edge, and Glamorgan lose their 8th wicket at 277 for 8. And Van der Gooten goes, caught by Ben Brown off the bowling of Carson for 4. Oh, 5, sorry.
5, 277 for 8, and danger that Glamorgan might fall short of a third batting point, and after those loss of those 2 wickets, Douthwaite and Van der Hoogten, the game back on an even keel, I guess. The even Stevens, with Sussex fighting back each time Glamorgan threatened to get away, and conversely Glamorgan have rebuilt each time Sussex threatened to get on top. And I suppose a total of 300-ish will be neither side on top.
All depends on the last session. If Glamorgan get in, they can nick a few, 2 or 3 down tonight, they'll be very, very happy. And if Sussex get 40 for no wicket, they also will be quite pleased. Here he is, the new batsman. He's a left-hander. I must have seen him play, but I can't remember it. Oh, he played at Swansea, didn't he? Yes, a few years ago. James
Wheel.
Yes.
In the match where Paul Collingwood declared and Glamorgan won, was that the one?
That's the one. Played for Durham, lent out to loan to Leicestershire last season, I think.
Yeah, 1 game only he played for them.
So
making 23.
Who knows?
Only bowled 6 overs, so no recent form to go on. But must have impressed Glamorgan in that intra-squad game that apparently he played in. There were no full scores of that published.
2-year contract?
2-year contract, yeah, so they must like the look of him.
Why didn't he play a window then?
In
Yorkshire.
He was 12th, wasn't he? They just preferred McIlroy at the time. But McIlroy picked up something of a side strain, joining Rory Smith on the injury list. Roman Walker is 12th man along with Tom Cullen for this game, so I guess he's next in the pecking order. Lucas Carey got runs rather than the wickets he probably needed in the second 11 game.
Yes. Yes, I'm impressed by young Carson. What is he, 21? Or even less?
Carson is 20, the bowler.
20, yeah. Well, he's going to bowl the ball turning away from the left-handed Wheel. Here's his first ball. Wheel plays confidently enough. For some reason Brown goes up with 2 hands and is middled out into the covers.
He's getting overexcited.
See the advantage of playing, a spinner. Round the wicket he comes. Wheel drives confidently up to mid-off. Now there's no run. I think now you might see a little bit more attack. Not that he hasn't attacked throughout his innings from Kieran Carlson, because he's running out of partners here, and he might just use his feet to the off-spinner. But he's bowling to James Wheel, and Wheel, it's a big peel for LBW. Oh, dangerous to pad away there to the off-spin of the ball. Hitting around off-stump, but he must have been outside the line.
Oh. In saviour if there's no shot played, which I don't think there was on that occasion.
comes again. Round the wicket, bowls to the left-handed Wheel, who defends outside the off stump. Very good over. Wicket maiden. Glamorgan remain on 2-7-7 for 8. The batsmen converse because, you know, if Wheel gets out and Hogan comes in, there won't be much blocking around from one end anyhow.
So Carson's second spell has been 2 maidens, one of which was a wicket maiden. So it's a good comeback from him. In fact, third spell, isn't it? Because
he had one before lunch.
He had one before lunch, 3 in the afternoon. A couple in the evening now as the sunshine is leaving us. It hasn't been very warm at any point during the day. The sunshine, if you're watching on television, has been somewhat misleading. But
our young friend, Alan Chivers, in the tea interval said he ain't going home. Throws into the marrow sitting downstairs. Right then.
Here comes Mika to bowl to Carlson. Singles on offer all over the place. Not quite there to Rawlins at short mid-wicket. It's good to see Alan Chivers back with us in the media centre after, for health reasons, not being able to do so last year.
Oh, great to see him. Very good young journalist is Alan. Much respected by many. Brave little man.
As Mika is into bowl to Carlson on 120 not out, and that's squirted away on the offside by Carlson down towards backward point, and they're quite happy to take the single off the second ball of the over and leave James Wheel on strike.
Well, if he's averaging 24, Nick, you're not going to shield him, are you?
You wouldn't have thought so. 10 might be a little bit low for him, but there's a bit of competition with Van der Hoogten in the runs, of course, last week. They didn't want to demote him in the batting order.
No.
As Sussex change their field round for the left-hander, and it looks as though Mika is coming around the wicket.
Yeah, Sussex, all credit to them, and fought back. Glamorgan at one stage looked as if they were going to get a big score. They were 169 for 4, and then 266 for 5, but as I say, Sussex bowlers stuck to their task well, led by Ollie Robinson. So it's
round the wicket.
James Wheel.
Yeah,
again.
round the wicket. Mika to Wheel as he gets some bat on that. Maybe high on the bat. The ball's just rolled down to fine leg as he's trying to flick it round the corner. No bat at all, in fact. Leg by. Leg by. So he doesn't get going. Born in Middlesbrough was William James Wheel, 27 years old.
Geordie.
As Carlson will receive from Mika. 278 for 8. Game's gone quiet in the last half hour or so, as that's down the leg side and Carlson misses
slips
out.
To describe. They're all out.
Wheels got a high score of 84 in first class cricket.
What?
In fact, 3 half centuries.
Well, as you rightly say, Nick, that's not a number 10's aggregate, or, you know, as you say, he should be but number 7 of that. How many? 2?
3 half centuries.
3 half
score of 84 in 16 first class matches before this, as Carlson hooks, and
Yes.
it's down towards fine leg, and it's gone through for 4 to backwards square, who lost sight of it again.
That's the 4th time today.
Henry Crocombe, there were shouts as the ball was approaching him, and he was going one way and then the other, and didn't pick it up until it was flashing past him to the ropes. So Carlson moves on to 125 not out.
Correct.
And the total is 283 for 8 as Glamorgan scrambled towards potentially a third batting bonus point. 4 saving the single, none in catching, as Carlson gets another short ball as he's hit second bounce down to Orr at fine leg, who does the fielding in front of us at the Cathedral Road end.
He does play that hook shot well because he gets his sort of moment of impact. He gets his wrists right on top. Apart from one shot which went perilously close to the fielder here at long leg, but he does play it down, which all good hookers really do. And he's farmed the bowling, which is useful again. Now, how will he approach Carson, I wonder?
Might look to hit it back over the top. 126 to Carlson. Wheel yet to get off the mark. 284 for 8. And we've got a further 26 overs to go in the day's play. So we might be 6:45-ish by the time we finish. Adrian Harms is back with us, so I think I might go and start drafting a close of play report as Edward will describe Carson.
Carson again round the wicket, bowls to Carlson, who clips it away to long leg for a single. My screen froze for a moment or two then, so Adrian will confirm his score. I make it about 288. A slip and a short leg then for the left-handed wheel, and it'll be Carson to bowl to him. All the fielders in for the single. An appeal for LBW, and he's out. He went back on his stumps and tried to flick it away. Must have been hitting leg stump. In the end, approaching rather quickly for Glamorgan. So another victim for Carson. Dismissed then. Wheel, and he failed to score. And Adrian, Sussex will be pleased with this.
Well, I think Sussex have fought back really well since tea. They fought back well after lunch initially, didn't they? Before that very good partnership between Douthwaite and Carlson. Interesting, wasn't it? The Douthwaite dismissal. We haven't spoken since that happened because he just hooked, hadn't he? And then he drove that one up. He was disappointed when he got out, but that's rather precipitated this these wickets going
Absolutely.
down. And I think Sussex will feel from where they were at tea that they're right back in this match, because I just heard you as I came into the box. I mean, Glamorgan looks set for 300 plus, so they may well still get there. I mean, Michael Hogan made runs last week, didn't he, up at Headingley? But I think from this position, Sussex will fancy their chance of polishing this off, maybe around the 300 mark, and they'll feel they're right in the game. But they're going to have some batting to do tonight as well. The game is progressing, Ed.
Very much so. And Sussex pick up their third and final bowling point, and Glamorgan, what do they need? 15 for a third batting point. Glamorgan will say, well, 23 for 3. Say 290, 300 all out, perhaps less, perhaps more. And they say, well, we'll have that, yes. And as you just described, Sussex will be very pleased with their bowling performance after lunch when Glamorgan at 266 for 5 were looking good. But they just owe it to three batsmen, I suppose. Lloyd, mid 84. Carlson, who's played superbly for his 127 odd out, and the last significant sort of score was Douthwaite, who made 36. Well,
I think I said to you might enjoy Carson bowling. I know
I think he's a good bowler.
A couple of wickets towards the end, but he's and here he's directing his field. I do like that about him. He doesn't even look at Ben Brown. He just orders the field around. I think that's good. A good sign.
Anything could happen here. Carson comes in, bowls to Hogan, and he's beaten outside the off stump. And knowing Michael Hogan, I think he said, well, I'm not going to push it around here. But he may just have been told, look, try and hang about, because Carlson is going could have left stranded here. In comes Carson round the wicket, bowls to Hogan. Hogan goes for the square drive and is beaten. Great to see a young off-spinner bowling so well, especially in mid-April.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching him last year, and credit to Ben Brown for getting him into the attack as well.
Here he comes again then, and bowls to Hogan. Hogan clips that round the corner, and there is no run.
I guess, it's very likely we'll see Sussex back tonight, but I tend to agree with you, Ed. I think particularly with the new ball, there's a bit in this pitch, you know. And
I think it's a bit, if you bowl well.
Yeah.
Because it's a good pattern of pitch, ball coming on. Approaching the end of the over as Carson comes in. Here we go.
That's it.
Gone. Not the best of shots there from Hogan, who was stumped off the bowling of Carson. That's his third wicket, and Glamorgan, rather disappointingly, are all out for 285, with Kieran Carlson 127 not out, and Hogan didn't score. And as you say, some Sussex are going to face, I'll tell you in a moment, something in the region of 25, 27 overs this evening. So it's all very interesting. But Glamorgan rather threw it away there, especially in that last over.
Yeah, you're right. 266 for 6 has become 285 all out. So what, they've lost 4 wickets for 19 after Douthwaite was out.
So Carson picks up the 3 last wickets, and well, Glamorgan failed to get that third batting point, which they really should have. And apart from those two, as I mentioned, you see, look at that very disjointed scorecard. Lloyd 84, Carson 127 not out, Douthwaite 36, and you go 0-4-1, 13-2, 5-0-0,
yeah,
which is really not very satisfactory.
Yeah, and certainly Jack Carson picking up 3 wickets at the end. He finished with 3 for 14.
Dear me.
It was a strange innings, wasn't it? You know, 22 for 3. Sorry, 23 for 3. Then 179 for 6. That good partnership of what, 87.
Yep.
Between Douthwaite and Kieran Carlson, who remained undefeated. A super knock from him on 127. But I certainly think if you put the ball in the right areas on this pitch, there's a little bit in it for the bowlers. But I think Sussex overall will probably be slightly the happier of the two sides, and I wouldn't have said that at tea.
No. Just looking at that repeat of Hogan, there was 5 balls gone in that over, you see, and whether Hogan wanted to have a bowl on this, but it wasn't the best in the circumstances. That last ball, you just had to prod it away and say to Carlson, well, go for it.
Yeah, particularly as bonus points could be important in this competition, in these group stages.
Absolutely.
So we can have a breather for 5 minutes, and then...
Why not? And then we will start afresh. Right.
So welcome back to Cardiff, where Tim van der Hoogten is going to get us underway in this Sussex first innings, replying to 285 all out. He's coming into bowl to the right-handed Aaron Thomason. He's in over the wicket and bowls, and Thomason is forward to a ball of good length and defends stoutly straight down the back of the track. Aaron Thomason, who is opening for Sussex this season. He opened at Lancashire last week, made 46 not out in the second innings, 3 in the first innings, but Ian Salisbury made it very clear that this was always going to be his preferred opening partnership this season, Thomason and Haynes. As the 4 slips go down, and Van der Hoogten is in and bowls, and again right on the money, pitching on a out middle stump, and draws Thomason forward. And he plays that to mid-off, and there is no run. So 4 slips, point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. What do you reckon of that score of 285? Where do you place that in the context of the game, Ed?
In the context of the game at 23 for 3, it was a good recovery, but Glamorgan didn't play particularly well towards the latter stages and rather surrendered the wickets, I thought.
And Hookton on his way again, bowls, and Thomason again to a good delivery that would have hit the stumps, plays it straight down the offside of the track, and there is no run.
Yeah, because you know, they should have got 300 plus. But what makes me think that this, you've mentioned it actually, there's still a bit in it because you've got 4 slips. Very rarely do you see 4 slips, especially when you come into the latter stages of I know the new ball is there, but there's still a tinge of green on that pitch.
And Hookton racing in bowls, and Thomason right in behind that, plays it quietly onto the leg side, and there is no run. 24 overs to be bowled tonight, so still plenty of cricket.
Certainly is.
You know, Sussex will be. If Sussex could get through tonight, maybe 24 overs, I don't know, 50, 60, perhaps. If they could get through though, with only losing a wicket, they'll feel they've had a pretty decent day. If Glamorgan pick up 2 or 3 here, they'll feel perhaps they're in the box seat. So it's all to play for in this final session. As in comes Tim van der Hoogten over the wicket, bowls to Thomason, who stretches forward. He was looking to play that away on the offside. He got rather straightened up. In the end, he played a rather uncertain shot onto the leg side. There is no run.
Yeah, you'd say it's an under par score, certainly.
That's interesting. Okay.
I would have thought, anyhow, because was it 3 wickets fell at the end there? 3 for 14, you know. It's not as good a track as that, as well as young Carson bowled, as he bowled.
4 for 19 after Douthwaite got out. Van der Hoogten in bowls, and Thomason watches that all the way onto the bat and plays it quietly into the offside. It's a maiden over to start for Tim van der Hoogten. Sussex are 0 for 0 at the end of the opening over. Who will open at the far end? Will it be Michael Hogan?
Yes, it will, and you're not going to get much from him because I think in both innings its average at Yorkshire was something like under 3s. He hasn't got, obviously, the speed. He's 40 years of age, steady as any opening bowler in the country, not as quick as he used to be, but quick enough, especially with the new ball, and he's going to have 4 slips. And he'll be bowling from that river end. The left-handed Tom Haynes, who got that mammoth score last week, and he is going to face Michael Hogan bowling from that far end with those 4 slips in attendance. In comes Hogan over the wicket and bowls wide of the off stump, taken low down by Captain Chris Cook. 4 slips then. First slip is Balbirnie, second slip is Lloyd, third slip is Selman, and in the gully is Joe Root.
Yeah.
Carlson walks back. Now he's into his stride, running up towards us here. Gets there and bowls. That's a good delivery. Just wide of the off stump, but swung after it hit the deck and carried to Cook.
I meant to mention when we were talking earlier on, we were talking about Jack Carson and how Simon Harmer was giving a bit of a lesson in off-spin bowling down at Hove last year. And similarly after the game, a lot of the younger Sussex players spoke to Sir Alistair Cook, and Tom Haynes was one of those. And Really took a lot from that conversation he had with Alistair Cook, and since then he's scored 100 at the Oval and 100 last week at Old Trafford.
In comes Hogan bowls, and it's another good length ball. Lets it go outside the off stump, and this is something that's not really done these days. Because I remember when I was just starting off in this job, everybody would go for a drink with the opposition and mingle.
Yeah.
And Robert Croft was quite young then, obviously, and he used to stand around and not utter a word. But the likes of Eddie Hemmings, John Embury, there's Hogan again, is in, bowls, and this is played with a straight bat back to the bowler. And obviously they were good old pros, and they'd bring Crofty into the conversation. He said he learned so much just listening to those senior cricketers. And I feel now that is something that's gone out of the game, where they don't have a drink at the end, don't talk much. They might have, remember down in Hove, I was invited in last year, they have one night where you have a drink, the two sides.
Yep, second day.
And it's so good to see. As Michael Hogan comes over the wicket and bowls, and nips back, and not too confident a shot there by Haynes. So as we approach the end of the second over, still no score at the start of this innings. And as you mentioned, who better to talk to than Alistair Cook or the off-spinner Harmer?
Yeah. Well, Tom says he got a lot out of it, and you know, Alistair Cook said you go away and hit plenty of balls, and Tom said he's had a mindset since then. He admitted he wasn't enjoying his cricket at the end of the 2019 season, but that little chat really helped him, and
oh, that's good to hear. Hogan bowls, hits him on the pad end of the over, 2 maidens to start, 0 for 0.
2 very tight overs from this Glamorgan opening pair. As Haynes and Thomason have a little chat in the middle of the track.
They'll be followed by Dan Dyford, bowl, as I say, quite a quick, a heavy ball as they call it.
Yeah.
Then you have Wheel, which I haven't, well, I would have seen him down at Swansea. I can't remember him. He will bowl, and the spin will come from Taylor, some off breaks from him.
Well, it's going to be Van der Hoogten who's going to come to bowl from the cathedral end of the ground, coming into bowl to Aaron Thompson. He's in and bowls, and Thompson is forward with a model forward defensive shot. He showed great patience last week at Old Trafford, particularly on the last day when eventually we had snow, which ended play early, but Sussex needed to... Saqib Mahmood was bowling a very, very quick spell from the James Anderson end, and Thomason stood, and as did Tom Haynes. They bowled 72 for the first wicket at Old Trafford, and particularly Thomason looked very, very secure and batted very well, and he'll be looking to carry on that form today as Van Hoogten's on his way. He's in and bowls and down the leg side, and turn that down to fine leg. Ball whistles through to keeper, and there is no run. Chris Cook taking that down the leg side. He'd got a dubious LBW decision, I think it's fair today.
Yeah. Did you see it?
I was next door doing an update. It's further along, it's difficult to see the angle, but from here it's a far better angle, but you said it was slipping down the leg side.
I thought so, Nick thought so immediately as champs in the scorebox, but there we are. You've got to accept them.
And Upton in again and bowls, and Thompson forward again, plays it into the offside, no run.
And another reason, I think, to justify our point of saying the ball is still doing a bit and has done, there were 5 LBWs in that Glamorgan innings, and certainly early on Robinson got a lot of balls to go off the seam.
Well, at the minute these Glamorgan opening bowlers are making the Sussex opening batsmen play at everything, and that's exactly what you'd expect.
On the button, as they say.
Yeah, not wasting the new ball. The 4 slips are waiting. There's Van Hoogten in again, bowls to Thomason, who shows good judgment. Let that one pass by outside the off stump, taken by a diving Cook, who's got some very natty yellow wicket-keeping gloves on.
Captain's gloves.
Yeah. At the far end, it was a tumbling stop. The ball bounced a couple of times before it got to him, and they're always tricky to take. Lovely sunshine, a lot more cloud around now, but by the same token, plenty of blue sky, and it's been a lovely day. Certainly sitting up here, it's a little bit chilly out there.
4 days of it, apparently.
Yeah, wonderful. And Van Hoogten is on his way. Over the wicket, bowls wide of the off stump this time, and this time Tonelson has nothing to do with that and lets the ball go through to Cook, who takes the ball waist high. Sussex still to open their account, but they won't be too worried about that. If they can get through to the close without losing a wicket, they'll be absolutely thrilled.
Yes, the prerogative is not to lose any wickets. If you end up at 10 for no wickets, so be it.
Yeah.
As you say, it's a very probing spell this so far. I know it's just 3 overs coming to the end of the third, but there's been nothing on offer for them so far.
No. And Hookton is on his way again. Bowles and Thomason again, shoulders on, so as that one go through. It is the end of the third over, so 3 maidens for the Glamorgan opening bowlers. I've got to leave you here to do an update to the listeners in Sussex, and I'll see you anon.
Yep. Is it 5:35? Oh, I'll be following you rather quickly. I'm going to do a piece for in the language of heaven. Michael Hogan to continue then from the river end. He will be bowling to the left-handed Tom Haines. No change in the field. Very attacking field with those 4 slips. Hogan is a bowls, edges it, and it's very well stopped and firmly struck. They're going to get a second. They'll think of a third, but the fielder there, very quick. Taylor. But they're on their way, Sussex. That's 2 without loss. Squirted away. Nick is back alongside me.
Just doing a little sanitisation.
Yes, we've stick with it all. That's what they tell us. Michael Hogan, right arm medium fast, comes in. Bowls to Haines, and Haines goes off the back foot. Firm shot out into the covers. And there is no run.
Thankfully my vaccination was 3 weeks ago today, so I should be protected by now.
I'm having my second Saturday morning, 9:25.
So if you...
if I come in with a bad arm.
That's the only effect I had from the first one.
I had it
sore
too.
arm, yeah.
Hogan comes up now over the wicket and bowls and appeal for LBW. It's a huge appeal. Not out, says umpire Debenham. A rather convincing appeal. We'll have a little look at that, I think.
Well, that was
That's
that was several bounces from Chris Cook, who was adopting the Mark Wallace standard of bouncing. The more bounces you get, the more convinced he is. There's at least a 2.5 bounce appeal.
interesting. Just a couple of balls behind here. Hogan comes in, bowls again down the leg side, and is clipped away down towards fine leg for a single. The score moves on to 3. Ben Debenham, not one of the most well-known umpires on the circuit.
That one did look adjacent. So we catch up with the playback some 90 seconds or so later.
First chance now to bowl at the right-hander, and it will be Thomason, former Warwickshire player, facing. Hogan bowls. Thick outside edge. This is running away up towards the boundary. I think it'll be overhauled just before they get there, and it is, but they're back for 3 runs.
It's one of those player sessions again when the players think just running round to keep warm, because there's 3 of them chase that one down towards the boundary.
Yes.
They just fancy a charge whenever the ball goes in their general direction. It's a question of keeping warm on a cool evening. There's Sussex in pursuit of this.
Disappointing, I would say, wouldn't you?
23 for 3 you'd have accepted it from a Welsh point of view.
Here's the next ball. And, again, it strikes him on the pad and outside this line of leg stump. But, well, Hogan was convinced, as were the others, that that was out. But have to live with it. And another replay comes up. So my first good look at it, Hogan bowling. Oh. Yes.
Rick Walton is admitting responsibility for the Glamorgan collapse at Cricketman Wales on Twitter. Get home, bung cricket on, and personally precipitate Glamorgan late order collapse. Sorry lads, he says. Glamorgan losing the last 4 wickets for 19 runs, which doesn't sound disastrous, but they've got some potential scorers in there, as we saw last week, as Van der Hoogten is in to bowl and Thomason defends out on the offside, and there's no run. So looks as though this game will go deep into the evening session with the extra 4 overs that we've got today. If you are just joining us, Glamorgan 285 all out, Carlson 127 not out, Lloyd 84, Douthwaite 36, as Van der Hoogten in to bowl, and Thomason shoulders arms outside off stump. Ollie Robinson, excellent day's work, 18 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 50. 2 wickets, 1 in each, early in each session from the teenager Henry Crocombe, who opened the bowling with him, and Jack Carson will be happy with his day as well, the spinner really wrapping up the Glamorgan innings quite quickly with 3 for 14 at the end. They didn't need the new ball in the end. This after Ben Brown had elected to bowl first, as Van der Hoogten bowls, and that one comes back, but evades the off stump of Aaron Thomason. 3 and 46 not out in the opening game. Tom Haines 155 and 26 at Old Trafford. Stian van Zyl, the number 3, did not have the happiest of games. Norton 4 for the South African international. 6 for no wicket then. We're in the 5th over, as Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and that's driven through the covers. Runs off Van der Hoogten. It may be 4 runs for Thomason. The chase is on, and the ball will win the race to the boundary at the extra cover ropes. Nicely timed there from Aaron Thomason, leaning into that one and easing it away through the covers on what's rather all of a sudden become quite a dark evening.
Which Glamorgan won't mind.
No.
With a bit of cloud cover. New ball.
Have to check the regulation for use of the floodlights this year as well. Not always have Glamorgan been allowed to use them. 10 without loss, Sussex, in reply to 285, as that one is allowed to go through by Thomason, who is confident of the location of his off stump. Through to Chris Cook. So Glamorgan would be hoping for a couple of wickets, I think, in this evening session, with an hour still to play, or thereabouts, weather permitting, or light conditions permitting. If Sussex get through with 0 or 1 down, it's probably
much
just
brighter.
about their day. Not much in it. Van der Hoogten bowls, allowed to go through again by Thomason. No shot played. Alex Wharf wanders off towards square leg for the left-hander, so that's towards the grandstand. 10 without loss, Sussex after 5 here on BBC Sport Online and on the Glamorgan Cricket website.
Yes, it's gone a bit cloudy and dark, but behind us it's all blue sky, so hopefully this will blow over. As 10 without loss, Sussex, as it'll be another over from Michael Hogan, bowling from the River End. His favoured end this season, and last season, and the season before. Here he comes then, to bowl to the left-handed Haynes. He's in and bowls to him, and Haynes leaves outside the off stump and goes through to Cook. Still those 4 slips, cover and point. Mid-wicket, mid-on. And a fine leg. Conventional field normally for the opening bowlers. So sometimes it'll be 3 slips in a gully. As Hogan walks back to his mark, shines the ball vigorously, And now he's in. Passes umpire Debenham on his way. And bowls, and this time is played between mid-off and the bowler. And they're going to pick up a couple. No, they're not. They're going to pick up 1 run. And Glamorgan move on to 11 without loss. Not Glamorgan, Sussex, of course.
There's a lot of fairly average scores around the country today, apart from a derby where Derbyshire are 313 for 4, having been put in by Worcestershire, with Les Duploy making 98 and Matt Critchley 95 not out. And at Chelmsford, where Essex were bundled out for 96 and Durham 104 for 3. Borthwick 71 not out.
Here's Hogan, comes in and bowls. Thompson goes back on his stumps, pushes it down towards fine leg, and they'll go through for a single as Van der Gooten fields. Poor throw on the half volley. That's the end of the over. No, it's not the end of the over.
Just lots of change around between right and left. In this group, Kent against Yorkshire. Yorkshire 303 for 8. Adam Lyth 97. Harry Brook 54. Darren Stevens 3 for 44. Back in the groove.
One of Wisden's 5, it was announced this morning. Extraordinary, 44 years of age. Here's Hogan. Comes in again and bowls, and this time is played firmly through the back, off the back foot, going towards the cover boundary. It's a long chase, but it'll be taken in, and a turn and throw there by the fielder. They go through for 2.
It's continued to be a bit of a grind for Lancashire against Northants, which is the latter Glamorgan's opponents next week. Lancashire 238 for 7, 2.5 runs and over. 3 wickets for Tom Taylor for Northants, 3-2 for Simon Kerrigan against his old side, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kerrigan,
yes, ex-Gloucester. Lancs. Round the wicket comes Hogan to the left-hander and plays it away into the covers, and there is no run. I shall have to leave you in a tick. My score on my laptop is a little bit behind. I think it must be about 15 for no wicket.
14 I've got.
14.
The last ball of the Hogan over.
Just again, people who are coming in from work or listening or watching, we do not have a scoreboard here. Hogan bowls, clipped away up towards mid-wicket, no run. 14 without loss then. And this in reply to Glamorgan's 285. Nick.
Thank you, Edward. Sanitisation time. And what's now quite an overcast evening here in the Welsh capital. Evenly poised game. Sussex 14 for 0 in reply to Glamorgan's 285 all out. But there are 17 overs remaining today, so this game could yet turn Sussex's way if they can maybe get another 50 or 60 without loss tonight, or it could turn Glamorgan's way if maybe 3 cheap wickets fall this evening. Van der Hoogten, who claims 1 wicket in each innings at Headingley, is running away from us and bowls, full length ball. Thomason defends it on the offside. Callum Taylor does the fielding. Taylor and Carlson, the 2 in front of the wicket on the offside, will be the players expected to do a lot of running. The young guns of the Glamorgan field, even though Carlson obviously had a bit of running to do between the wickets as well. 14 without loss here on BBC Sport Online. Adrian Harms back with us. Van der Hoogten bowls into leg side from Thomason, and they'll go through for a single where substitute fielder Tom Cullen is on the pitch there. 15 without loss. Sussex, no sign of the floodlights flickering into life.
It's got a little bit gloomy, Nick, hasn't it? Still plenty of blue sky around there, so...
So Cullen is the substitute at mid-on. 15 for naught. Van der Hoogten to the left-handed Haynes. And he's forward defending. Plenty of lefties in this Sussex lineup, Adrian?
Yeah, there are. In fact, in the top 5, in the top 6, there are 4. So Tom Haynes, Stian Van Zyl, Tom Clark and Delray Rawlins. And George Gardner's also a left-hander, so what's that, 5 of the top 7?
5 of the 7.
Yeah.
Very unusual. So these right-left combinations obviously disrupt the bowlers and also prolong the day's play as Van der Hoogten is in, and that's driven but not timed on the offside by Tom Haynes. I was looking for a moment towards the boundary there, but maybe just off the toe end of the bat, and it was a dot ball.
Well, so far it's been a pretty solid start from Sussex. And Aaron Thompson sort of carrying on where he left off at Old Trafford last week.
As Van der Hoogten is into bowl, and that's defended out on the offside by Haynes, no run. Ian Evans makes an interesting point. Is there any possibility that Hawkeye or a similar system or whatever could be employed in the county game? I'm not sure if the consistency is quite there in terms of streaming among the various counties.
Yeah.
Some is better than others, and whether the technology to replicate the rebuilding, and Van der Hoogten is in, bowls, driven that time. He has found the middle of the bat, has Tom Haynes, and he has found the cover boundary as the ball is dispatched very firmly for 4. Yeah, I don't think we're at the stage where we've got the technology where you could build the ball tracking and so on. I mean, certainly you could give the a third umpire or some sort of replay and slow it down and visualise the point of impact, so on. But I don't think we'd be able to get ball tracking in 9 games around the country at the same time.
I mean, the quality of the streams has improved immeasurably, hasn't it, in terms of the quality of the pictures. Some around the counties are very, very professionally done. And I'm looking at the pictures here today, very clear.
19 for naught off 7.
In comes Michael Hogan running in from the River Taff end, comes into bowl to Thomason, who's forward and drills this down the ground. He thought he was going to get a single then, but a good bit of fielding there at mid-off by... Who's that up there?
That's Callum Taylor.
Callum Taylor, good stop, prevented a single. So the total remains on 19 without loss. Glamorgan making 285, which Kieran Carlson was really the star. He batted beautifully for his 127. David Lloyd making 84 as in comes Hogan and bowls, and Thomason lets that go outside the off stump. He's got quite an exaggerated leave as Aaron Thomason. He lets that go through to keeper Cook, and there is no run. Now someone's warming up there at mid-on. I don't know if that's Tim van der Hoogten. I think it is actually. So he's just having a bit of a stretch. 4 slips, a point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Hogan is back to his mark at the far end of the ground from where we look out to. Comes into bowl to Thomason, who plays slightly across the line. He was looking to play that through extra cover. He got rather straightened up, and Hogan was able to field off his own bowling as the ball dribbled down at the leg side. Elsewhere in this group today, Yorkshire 307 for 8 at Canterbury against Kent.
Yeah, Stevens among the wickets, we were just saying.
Oh, really sorry. Well, if he's extraordinary, one of the Wisden cricketers of the year, Darren Stevens, as in comes Hogan and bowls, and Thompson plays nicely through the onside. He's going to have a single to mid-on, wideish mid-on, and fielded there by Van der Hoogten, who had to move smartly to his right. One more to Aaron Thomason. He goes to 10, and Sussex to 20 without loss. He's amazing, really. Was he 44?
Stevens, absolutely. Yeah. Yes, my Wisden hopefully will have arrived at the house today. I think it was due to.
That's some bedtime reading for you, Nick.
Absolutely.
3 slips in place now for Tom Haynes. 3 men on the offside serving one, 2 on the leg side and a fine leg as Hogan comes in around the wicket to bowl to Tom Haynes, and he just errs down the leg side, and Haynes tucks inside the line and plays it around the corner as far as Douthwaite, just down below us. Hogan was annoyed with that delivery, and Haynes picked up a comfortable single. He goes to 11 and Sussex to 21 without loss.
Yeah, not quite as accurate as usual today, Michael Hogan, so far.
Yeah, well, you never know. He's a wily campaigner. But as you say, I think I quite like a right-handed, left-handed opening partnership. So he keeps the bowlers on their toes, and in comes Hogan. 4 slips back in place for Aaron Thomason. He comes in and bowls, and Thomason is forward and plays that quite into the offside. Haynes was thinking of a single, but Carlson was onto it very quickly in the covers, fielded the ball. It was a good call from Thomason, because Carlson was about to shy at the stumps. The batsman decided between them there wasn't a single there. It's the end of another Michael Hogan over, and Sussex are 21 without loss. We've got another 15 overs remaining today, so that's going to be probably another hour, I would think. Both batsmen on 10.
So, Kieran Carlson's 127, his first century since April 2019, so congratulations to him. Back in the runs, batting in his preferred position at 5, as we're to see James Wheel for the first time with ball in hand for Glamorgan. In bowls to Haynes, worked away on the leg side for a single down to fine leg.
He's a tall man, isn't he? Or he certainly looks a tall man.
Yes. Yet to meet him, since he was only signed a couple of days before the season began, and his participation in the intra-squad game was not known about at the time, since it was behind closed doors and they didn't put up full scorecards.
That was here, was it, Nick?
That was here, yeah. Before they played Cardiff Universities and then Somerset. As Wheel bowls on the back foot goes Thomason to defend, back down the wicket to him.
All please Sussex supporters about this opening partnership, and indeed the second innings at Old Trafford, is that so many times in the last, well, 2 to 3 seasons, 3 seasons, Sussex just haven't got off to a decent start. They've been, 20 for 3, 40 for 4, even worse than that. So it's quite reassuring, fingers crossed, from a Sussex perspective.
Wheel bowls, that slashed short and got what it deserved, as that was dispatched in style by Aaron Thomason to the cover point boundary, and Sussex starting to build quite nicely in this evening session, despite the slightly below par light here at Sophia Gardens.
Yeah, it was a good shot, wasn't it? A bit too much width from Wheel, and as you say, dispatched by Thomason.
26 for naught. Wheel bowls, and that's better delivery. Batsman Thomason getting everything behind it, playing it out defensively on the offside. Glamorgan managing to keep up the chatter in the infield, but it is slightly to our right, the wicket today, so you won't hear an awful lot on the sound effects microphone tonight, I don't think. We're a long way from the dressing rooms. As Wheel is in, bowls, and that's again forced off the back foot. Through the offside for 4 more as Thomason stood tall, and Wheel's dropped a couple back of a length and been punished by the Sussex opener on each occasion as they move on to 30 without loss in this 9th over.
Yeah, that was almost a repeat performance, wasn't it? But, Thompson this time playing it a little squarer. There's 3 men on the offside saving a single, but his placement was excellent on both occasions and giving the fielder no chance.
finding the gap, 30 for naught. Wheel leaps in, bowls, and that's driven hard to root at cover. There is no run. So one hopes that James Wheel will bowl better overs for Glamorgan than that, conceding a couple of boundaries in it. And Sussex are 30 for naught off 9 in reply to Glamorgan's 2-8-5 all out. Yes,
Aaron Thomason on 18. Tom Haynes on 12. The bowling figures: Van der Hookton 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 9. Michael Hogan, who's going to carry on from the River Taff end of the ground, 4 overs, no wicket for 12 with 1 maiden. 3 slips in place for Hogan, who's bowling to the left-handed Haynes, coming around the wicket. He's in, and Haynes plays, stands up tall and plays firmly back to the bowler. Hogan fields down the offside of the pitch, and there is no run. So as well as those 3 slips, there's 3 men saving 1 in the covers from point, cover, mid-off. Then on the leg side, there is a mid-on and a mid-wicket, and a fine leg away to our right-hand side as we look out from the commentary box looking towards the River Taff end of the ground, the pavilion to our left-hand side, and Michael Hogan running towards us. Around the wicket he's in and bowls, and Haynes clips that one around the corner down to fine leg, where it's fielded by Douthwaite, who gets in the throw to keeper Cook. Those very natty yellow wicket-keeping gloves. 1 more to Haynes.
Marchant de Lange, who last season hit Glamorgan's fastest ever century, now with Somerset, of course, is 37 not out off 25 balls against Gloucestershire in the West Country Derby. Somerset 312 for 9.
How many? 312 for 9.
What do you score? De Lange's 37 off 25.
Hogan in, bowls, and Thomason is right back on his stumps and plays very straight to mid-on, and there is no run, fielded there by Wheel.
Just been joined by Jack Leach. Main scorers for Somerset: Steve Davis 87, Craig Overton 54.
4 slips in place for the right-handed Thomason. Hogan is coming over the wicket, and he wheels around at the far end of the ground and comes running in towards us and bowls, and Thomason is right up on his toes and just plays that quietly into the offside, and gets a round of applause from the Sussex players who are sitting up on the balcony to our left. Plenty of bobble hats up there. Looks a bit chilly up there, Nick.
Yes, if the breeze is whipping across Sophia Gardens, they are. Well, you'd think they'd be reasonably well protected.
Yeah.
It depends which way the breeze is blowing, because they have got a bit of shelter on 3 sides.
Hogan again on his way in bowls, and Thomason drives firmly to mid-off, and there is no run. He plays very straight, Aaron Thomason, and this is very much what we saw at Old Trafford last week. Opened the innings at the Oval last year in the final game of the Bob Willis Trophy, a player who'd come to Sussex the season before last, made 94, or it might have been 90 up at Kidderminster against Worcestershire, but didn't really play much after that. As in comes Hogan, bowls, and Thomason edges that between wide of 4th slip. He's going to get a couple of runs as Kieran Carlson needs to chase back from 4th slip to field, but Thomason does pick up a couple more runs. He goes to 20. It is the end of the 10th over of this Sussex reply, and Sussex are 33 without loss. I reckon we've got another 14 overs to be bowled tonight, so if the light holds, or if the floodlights come on, we could be looking at a 7 o'clock finish here tonight. Extra overs. We're playing 4 extra overs because of looking to make up time for the funeral of Prince Philip on Saturday, when play will be suspended for an hour and 20 minutes. Is that right, Nick? Yeah.
Yeah, now a very long tea break, an early one. Wheel is into bowl, thick edge from Haynes, will get runs. It's running away towards the 3rd man boundary. It may just get, there's a tumbling stop and a bit of relay fielding in the far distance, and they've come back for 3. It was safe enough, but it was off the edge.
Yes, it was. Good chase down there, because I thought that had gone all the way for 4 runs. But Sussex off to a nice start here.
36 without loss. Without really taking too many risks.
I would agree.
As Wheel runs away from us, and that's again off a thickish edge, but out on the offside this time for the right-hander. Thomason fielded at point as he prodded forward. 3 slips for James Wheel in the first spell of his Glamorgan career, and didn't contribute with the bat, so he'll want to get a wicket on the board and a contribution as soon as possible. There's a little bit of gentle evening sunshine breaks through. Wheel is in to bowl, and that's again forced off the back foot to Thomason, who's taken a bit of a liking to Wheel in these early overs, and he'll get 4 runs as that one just kept on going and beat the charge of Douthwaite towards the wide long off boundary, and that's the 3rd boundary he's taken off Wheel in the space of a couple of overs, and Sussex are 40 for naught.
Yeah, nice shot by Aaron Thompson, just piercing the field, and again placement all important. Just noticing in the other group games, or the other games in this group, wickets for Simon Kerrigan on his return to Old Trafford, now playing for Northampton, picking up 3 wickets.
Wheel into bowl. That one's defended by Thomason back down the pitch, a bit more respectable for the bowler, who's not quite matched the early accuracy of Tim van der Hoogten, who bowled his 4 overs at a cost of just 9 runs. Glamorgan 285, Sussex 40 without loss. Not quite a flyer, but it's building nicely for the visitors. Wickets fell in distinct clumps in the Glamorgan innings as Wheel defends that one up to mid-off. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Wales very shortly. That was a dot ball. Sussex are 40 without loss in their first innings. That's in reply to Glamorgan's 285 all out. Only 2 real stands in that innings. David Lloyd, who hit 84, shared a century partnership with Kieran Carlson. He was left 127 not out. Dan Douthwaite 36, the only other batsman to get going there. 4 wickets for Ollie Robinson and 3 for the spinner Jack Carson at the end. Glamorgan 285 all out. Sussex in reply 40 for naught. As we've updated BBC Radio Wales listeners, a dot ball to end the over, and still have plenty of time left. 12 overs remaining in this Sussex reply tonight, and making decent headroads in headroads. That's not a word. Inroads, headway and inroads. Both of those combined. Hedgerows. The sun's out.
Yeah, and if the light stays like this, we'll have no trouble getting through till getting these additional overs. Is it 23 or 24 overs we've got tonight?
I thought it was 23.
23, okay, so 12 overs remaining, as Nick was saying, as Hogan comes in, bowls to Haynes, who solidly forward plays to mid-on, and there is no run.
Actually, you may be right. 12 is up on the on this tablet. Have I miscalculated the... Oh yes, no, it'll be 23. Yeah.
23.
12 remaining, yeah,
right.
Minus that delivery.
3 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. As Hogan is back to his mark, the sun shining brightly now, right across Sophia Gardens. It looks a picture as Hogan is in and bowls, and Haynes clips this nicely to mid-on, doesn't get a run. But a nice looking shot from Tom Haynes. Michael Hogan plugging away. Typically economical, 5 overs, no wickets for 15 for the tall Australian. Wanders back to his mark at the far end of the ground. Haynes on 16, Thomason on 24. Haynes wait. Hogan is in and bowls, and Haynes right in behind that. There's a howl from behind the stumps from skipper Chris Cook. Nick Selman there at first slip. David Lloyd at second. Oh, sorry, Selman at third slip, isn't it? Who's that at first slip?
First slip is Balbirnie.
Ah, yeah, Balbirnie at
Balbirnie, Lloyd,
Lloyd
Selman.
and Selman at third slip.
Balbirnie, I think, was pulled rank slightly. Selman is usually
he's normally first slip, isn't he? Which
main slip catcher.
Right. Hogan was throwing the ball there, but because the sun's out, it was thrown right into the sun by Tim van der Hoogten, and Hogan didn't see it. He had to put his hands up to shield his face from the ball. But he's running in now. Comes in and bowls to Haynes, and Haynes is forward and just plays a slightly unconvincing forward defence. The ball dribbles out backward of square on the offside, and there is no run. Aaron Thomason comes down the wicket and just has a little word to Tom Haynes. Thomason has had the majority of the strikes so far. He's faced 41 balls for his 24. Tom Haynes has just faced 28 deliveries so far. His 16, as Hogan is on his way again. Bowls, and that was a lovely shot. That's probably one of the shots of the day from Tom Haynes. I love to see a left-hander play an extra cover drive. It was over pitch from Michael Hogan, and Tom Haynes drove that beautifully through extra cover for 4 runs. That was a lovely shot, and Kieran Carson played some lovely shots as well, but that was right up there. Haynes goes to 20 and the total to 44 without loss.
Yeah, left-handers cover drives always have that sort of air about them, you feel?
Yeah.
Certainly timing that ball beautifully. Raced away.
So a good start for Sussex. In reply to this 285 as Hogan is on his way. Bowls and Haynes is forward and Hogan feels on the bounce. It's the end of his over. Looks a bit disappointed. Does Michael Hogan. We're going to have a sanitiser and drinks break, so that might well prompt maybe a change in the bowling. We shall see, but Michael Hogan at 6 overs, no wicket for 19, and Sussex are 44 without loss. Thomason on 24, Haynes on 20.
Yeah, in terms of this Glamorgan seam attack, Dan Douthwaite will probably be next into the attack. David Lloyd can also bowl medium pace, picked up a couple of wickets in the opening game. And then you've got the spin of Callum Taylor, who likewise had a couple of wickets in the first innings at Yorkshire. And potentially Billy Roots, even though his brother's not batting, which seemed to be the prime motive of Glamorgan, getting Billy on early on, just in case Joe tried something unusual against him. And there was a pretty loud LBW shout against the England skipper. Here comes James Wheel running away from us at Cathedral Road end, and that's forced off the back foot by Thomason, who has really made this something of a torrid baptism for Wheel with the ball for Glamorgan. That's the 4th boundary that the right-hander has struck off him in the space of a couple of overs. And Wheel looks a little bit dejected as he gets a consoling word from Michael Hogan on the way back to his mark. 48 without loss.
Yeah, another nice shot from Thomason.
Wheel is in again. Bowls, and that's played defensively to point. There's no run. 28 to Thomason, 5 boundaries.
Oh, no ball as well, I think that was. In which case, is that 50 up for Sussex?
It will be, won't it? I didn't spot the
signal.
signal
I think he signalled a no ball. So we are going to get a change as well. I can see Dan Douthwaite warming up.
Yeah, correct with that spot. It was a no ball to bring up the half century in only the 13th over. As Wheel is into Thomason, who leaves that one go outside off stump, and the Glamorgan infielders doing their best to cheer up the new recruit.
He might have a few nerves, Nick. You know, making you. This is his debut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, he'll be keen to impress early on, having got a 2-year contract.
Yeah.
Glamorgan do tend to invest in their players. As Wheel bowls, and that's another no ball. Oh dear, 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 dear. It's all going a little pear-shaped for poor old James Wheel at the moment. 52 without loss.
Yeah, maybe just stretching or pushing just a little hard, having conceded those 4 boundaries.
Yeah, trying to bowl a bit faster and overstepping. He's got a bowling average of 28 in first-class cricket, which is pretty decent. As is in, and that's defended this time by Thomason up to mid-off. Douthwaite intercepts and then throws it miles away from where the bowler is. He actually chucked it into point, rather unusually, for a bit of polishing from Kieran Carlson.
What's really impressed me with Aaron Thomason just in the few matches this season, that primarily, I mean, he scored 90 at Kidderminster against Worcestershire, as I was saying. That was a pretty hard-hit innings, and I think he had a reputation for going after the bowling, for being an attacking batsman, but he's shown a completely different side to his game in these first 2 county championship matches of this season.
Wheel into bowl to Thomason. Again pitched up and again driven, and it's beaten the dive of Douthwaite at wide mid-off. May well just reach the boundary. Douthwaite gives chase, the ball wins, pops over the rope and dribbles about a metre onwards as if to tantalise the chasing Glamorgan fielders even further. 56 for naught Sussex, and I'm afraid James Wheel may have to be withdrawn from the attack and come back tomorrow for another go.
Yes, there's always another day, isn't there? And it's but Aaron Thomason is certainly, and they've been good cricket shots as well, haven't they? He's driven the ball very nicely through that offside.
So Sussex ticking along. Half-century partnership. Wheel bowls, played through the leg side this time by Wheel, who cannot find a line and length for love nor money. 60 without loss.
Yeah, this is expensive now, isn't it?
Well, they've got to change the bowling to get back some semblance of control.
I think 3 overs for, I think he's conceded 32 now.
Yes, we saw George Garton go for
yeah, he did.
6 and over. But this is not what Glamorgan need at the moment. As Wheel in the bowl to Thomason, who blocks that one to end the over. 60 without loss. Sussex, and starting to accelerate dangerously after just 13 overs.
I'll do one more, Nick, and then I'll make way for Edward. What have we got overs left? We've got another
10, is it?
Another 10 left in the day.
To 23.
It's got a bit gloomy again. The sun came out briefly. As a pigeon flies across the ground. I did notice in the gents' loos downstairs a pigeon's nest. That's where he settled himself. Now there is going to be a change, and it's going to be Douthwaite, I think, from that River Taff end.
Chris Drew points out on Twitter, we've let this go since tea. I think that's pretty fair. Glamorgan 247 for 6 at tea. We're going well. Subsided rather to 285 all out. Only 5 runs from the last 3 batsmen.
Yeah, the light has changed quite considerably actually. It is quite gloomy now. I think it's perfectly playable, but it's been such a lovely sunny day. We've been spoilt down here in Cardiff. And Douthwaite it is. Dan Douthwaite, who's going to bowl from the River Taff end, and he's going to bowl to the left-handed Tom Haynes. Douthwaite, who made 36 in the Glamorgan innings of 285, which Kieran Carlson top scored with a wonderful innings of 127. As Douthwaite is on his way, bowling to Tom Haynes, and Haynes carves that one away through the offside, too wide of the off stump. And Haynes just leant into that and caressed the ball through the covers for another boundary. And at the moment, things are going very much Sussex's way. Haynes goes to 24 and Sussex to 64 without loss. Bit of a loosener from Dan Douthwaite. 3 men saving one on the offside. There are 3 slips in situ as well. Michael Hogan claps his hands at mid-on. Cry of come on, boys.
Douthwaite 2 for 39, 0 for 35 in the opening match of the season.
Well, he's on his way again to bowl to Tom Haynes, and bowls again, and a repeat performance, except for the fact that Tom Haynes hits that straight at the fielder. And I think he might feel he rather missed out there, Tom Haynes. That was exactly where the first ball was bowled, and he rather ruefully rehearses the shot. Does young Tom Haynes, 22 years of age. Made his 3rd first-class 100 last week up at Old Trafford, and in fact his 2nd consecutive 100 in first-class cricket, because he made 100 against Surrey at the Oval at the end of last season. Douthwaite in bowls, and Haynes hits this for 4 more runs. Too short from Dan Douthwaite, and Tom Haynes just rocked onto the back foot and played that elegantly through the offside. They're all racing away across the outfield. 4 more to Haynes. He goes to 28 and Sussex to 68 without loss, and that's prompted a change in the field, and the point fielder has now gone up to a sweeper on the offside boundary as Sussex close in on their best opening partnership so far this season. We haven't seen this very much from Sussex at all in the last 3 seasons. Douthwaite coming around the wicket to Haynes. He's in and bowls, and there we are again, and this time Haynes hits his back to the square. That could be 4 more. No, it's not. A good diving save by, I think that's Taylor down in front of us. The throw comes in. It was Callum Taylor, but 2 more to Tom Haynes. So 10 runs off this over so far, and Haynes goes to 30 and Sussex to 70 without loss. And we're in the 14th over of their reply to 285. Douthwaite snatches the ball from as Michael Hogan throws it to him, and is on his way again. Bowls to Haynes. That's short, and Haynes thought about pulling that and then pulled out of the shot at the last moment. The reason being there's a deep square leg and a fine leg as well, so plenty of protection for Dan Douthwaite on that leg side boundary, and Haynes wasn't to be tempted. Douthwaite back to his mark. Final ball of his opening over. He comes running in past umpire Ben Debon at the far end of the ground, the River Taff end. Bowls, and Haynes is at it again, cutting firmly, but this time to the sweep on the cover boundary, who misfields. Never run on a misfield, and it was a good job they didn't, because Taylor recovered well, got in the throat. It's the end of the over. Dan Douthwaite looks annoyed with himself. He stands there with hands on hips. It's the end of his over, and Sussex at the end of the 14th over are 71 without loss, with Haynes on 31 and Thomason on 36.
Voice of Adrian Harms of BBC Radio Sussex, who departs temporarily with his team well in the driving seat at the moment, and Chris Cook with a few questions to ask. And James Wheel is to be given another over. Chris Cook allowing Wheel to go into a 4th, even though he's bowled 3 overs for 32 at the moment, a couple of no balls in the last effort, and can he haul it back? First delivery is decent enough, and it's played on the offside by left-hander Tom Haynes. Left-right combination, of which we shall see plenty in the course of this Sussex innings. Indeed, we'll probably see a few left-left combinations as well, with 5 left-handers in the top 7, which is probably the most in any county side around at the moment, you would imagine, without counting them out. 18 of them. I'm not going to do that for you this evening, as Wheel runs away from us at the Cathedral Road end and bowls, and that's pulled firmly by Haynes, but down to fine leg. straight to the fielder on the boundary. He gets through for a single as Wheel scrapes away at the crease. Tries to make sure his feet are landing in the right place. It must be quite a nerve-wracking experience with a debut spell going like this.
It's very poor bowling, Nick, and since the change bowlers came on, such a good true pitch.
Morgan need to make Sussex work for these on the leg side, and turned into leg side for a single by Thomason, wide of Hogan at mid-on.
Yeah, when you've got a true pitch like this, you've got to try and keep the batsman quiet, but bowling a good length and just keep them there. But there's been so many short balls, wide balls, that Glamorgan have only got themselves to blame, really, because of their batting throughout the latter ends of their innings, and now they've left Sussex get into a flyer.
So Sussex edging ahead on the day as the defensive shot from Haynes, no run, and nothing nothing edgy about the play of Thomason and Haynes. How
many times have we seen the ball beat the bat?
Not very often. So it makes you feel that Glamorgan's total, albeit something of a fight back after a couple of wobbles, but first 3 wickets fell very quickly, second 3 falling quickly in the afternoon session, and the remaining 4 going down in a heap as well, as Wheel produces a better delivery from around the wicket, and Haynes plays it defensively.
Yes, they've got to try, and if they don't break it tonight, first thing in the morning, okay, the bowlers may be fresh tomorrow morning, and this pitch, as I think I predicted this morning, I can't see any green left there. There's been quite a lot of sunshine. It looks to me that this is going to be an absolute belter of a pitch, and Sussex, if they play like this, are going to get a substantial lead.
73 for naught, 212 runs behind, Wheel around the wicket. A flourishing drive from the left-hander Haynes. Out towards point, takes the single. 74 for naught. 3 off the Wheel over. A little more respectability there, but Sussex not really in any danger or discomfort at the moment.
Certainly not, and I've been very impressed with these 2 young batsmen so far. They played very straight, and 3 back foot punches by Thomason, glorious shots. Hardly any deviation now. The ball's getting older, and it's going to be a lot of hard work for Glamorgan tomorrow morning and throughout the day. Got to try and come up with something. It'll be Douthwaite after a very expensive first over on 74 without loss to come in from the river end, and he bowls now to Hayes. Hayes off the back foot, short delivery out to deep extra cover, and they go through for a single. 75 for no wicket then in reply to Glamorgan's disappointing 285. Just looking at the field, still 2 slips and a gully as the right-handed Thomason waits now, as in comes the next ball. That's a better ball on a length, and it's played defensively back down the pitch. Morgan used Van der Gooten and Hogan, no success there. Hogan had a very, very good shout against Haynes early on, but was turned down. Wayhill and Douthwaite, well, they've been very ordinary, must be said. And Glamorgan might turn to the spin of Taylor, possibly. Billy Root's spin. But at the moment, it's Douthwaite outside the off stump, and it's left to go through to the wicketkeeper. We've had a full day's cricket, and quite an enthralling day, but must be said the Sussex have been the better side so far. Long way to go. Douthwaite walks rather briskly back to his mark at the river end. And now he's coming in. And bowls, and Thompson goes on the back foot and plays it into the gully region. It's intercepted there by Billy Root, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's one of those days when the chat in the field is slightly forced and desperate, isn't it?
Yeah.
Trying to almost will themselves to a wicket to keep the bowlers' morale up when the ball's disappearing around the park.
Here comes Douthwaite again and bowls. An appeal for LBW. Again, that's not given, not quite the ferocious appeal that was not given for Hogan earlier on. I think he was just outside the line. Better over here from Douthwaite. 75 without loss then. What do you got left today? 7 after this. In comes Douthwaite, wide of the crease bowls. That's edged down to the third man. And that'll be 4 runs. 79. And we thought Glamorgan were going along well. But this run rate, Nick, I can tell you, was 4.79.
I've always been impressed by your mental arithmetic, Edward. Mark Harry says, good day's play, but I'd like to start the last session again. Congratulations, Carlson and Lloyd, but this is poor bowling. At Nick Webb 2017, at BBC Sussex Sport, if you want to tweet us. And Glamorgan will continue to put their faith in James Wheel. Let's hope he repays it from the Welsh point of view.
Yes, it may be put down to nerves, but he has played professional cricket and he played a few games. And he's going around the wicket now to the left-handed Haynes and bowls to him, and he plays a confident shot as the opening batsman for Sussex, and is fielded and returned to the bowler. 79 without loss as we face the last 7 overs.
Somerset and Gloucestershire finished for the day. Somerset 3-12 all out, Gloucestershire 13 for naught, fairly even Stevens. Put the kiss of death on De Lange by mentioning him. He was out the next ball for 37.
Wheel on the wicket in, bowls again, and this time he's played from just about leg stump down to fine leg for a single.
Doesn't sound like a barrel of fun at Old Trafford. Lancashire 264 for 8 in 100 overs. Kerrigan 3 for 53 against his former employers. Tom Taylor 3 wickets for 72. Top scorer of the day, Josh Bohannon 68. Glamorgan head up to Old Trafford in a few weeks' time.
Yes, that's never an easy trip, is it? Lancashire, good all-round side.
I haven't done a championship game there, to be honest.
Haven't you? Ah.
Oh yes, I did. Sorry, a couple of years back. Yep.
Wheel round the wicket, comes up, and this is pushed away in the off. Were you there when we had that semi-final?
Yep.
I think you were, weren't you?
Yeah, T20.
When Glamorgan were booking hotels, or I was booking hotels, we'd be walking it and lost 4 wickets in the last over, or words to that effect, and lost by a run.
Yep. Yeah, that was carried over from the previous day, wasn't it? Because
the 4th attempt to play.
Tipped down with rain.
Yeah. Here's Wheel coming round the wicket and bowls, and short, and it's cut away for 4. Very short in a pitch like this, you do ask for trouble. And this is something like how Sussex bowled this morning. They had a good talking to, I suspect, by their coach Ian Salisbury. And I would also suspect that Matthew Maynard and David Harrison will have a few things to say.
Well, it's
not acceptable. It's 5 and over.
Not up to standard.
No.
You know, decent pitch, but they're not making
beautiful
Sussex
pitch, isn't it?
Hugely hard for it, although they have played some beautiful shots, to be fair.
Wheel round the wicket, bowls again, better delivery, push out into the covers, fielded by Carlson, and for once there's no run.
Yeah, the last championship game against Lancashire, I remember now, because I was on crutches at the time.
Was that when Murray Goodwin got 190? Was that the game?
Don't think so. In fact, it wasn't a memorable game
Can't.
at all. I remember Kieran Bull injured his back.
Yes. I think I was up for... I can't... Well, just don't remember half these things. Wheel around the wicket, bowls. Better delivery. Pushed away on the onside, no run. End of over. And the visitors going along extremely well. Didn't really expect this, did we? It must be said, because Glamorgan bowled pretty well up at Headingley. 84 without loss. We're going to have a bit of spin tonight? No, I don't think so at the moment. Anyhow, Douthwaite to continue at the river end. Start at 11 o'clock tomorrow. Forecast is excellent. Do we have another quarter of an hour tomorrow as well, Nick?
We do. We do. And then Saturday's play will go on a little.
Douthwaite then in, clipped away, mid-on, Hogan Fields, no run.
I believe I'm staying in the hotel on the ground at Old Trafford, which will...
I stayed there in the very early days. I had to do a match between Lancashire and Sussex in the one day for London. Tony Cotty was playing one of his first games for Sussex. "What are you doing here?" he said to me. In comes Douthwaite over the wicket and bowls now short again and hammered away. Unfortunately, there's a man down there at deep extra cover, and they only get a single. I don't know if my good and dear old friend John Gwynn, who used to be the commentator and the public address system, he said he'd been quite ill for the last couple of months, and don't know if you do listen to these ball by ball, Gwynny, but if you are, we send you our best wishes and get well soon. In comes the next ball on the back foot. He goes. Thomason plays it out into the covers. There's no run.
Well, this is a day that's ending very strongly for Sussex, isn't it? With a bit of a whimper for Glamorgan. Not too many shots fired from the bowling attack so far.
In comes the next ball wide of the off stump, through to the keeper. Got the knack of bowling the odd jaffer as Douthwaite. He got Alam Lythe out in Headingley. Absolutely unplayable Yorker, which hit him on the boot.
Yes, Morgan could badly do with a jaffer or two from some source, but Sussex having reduced the lead to 200.
85 without loss. The next ball, goodness me, that's halfway down. That's a half trucker, and it's hammered through cover for no runs. I must say, Nick, I'm not playing now, but I'm sure you'd have hit that for 4. It was dear, medium pace. And Jess gallops on, 89, am I right, for no wicket?
Yep, and Chris Cook, I think, is going to have to turn to David Lloyd, maybe, and a bit of spin from Callum Taylor, because these two are not posing any threat as Thomason gallops on to 49.
There's the next ball. And that's short. End of the over, and it's 89 without loss. We've had 18 overs, and the run rate is again nearly 5, 4.81. This sort of bowling performance necessitates a sit down. You're not going anywhere at the close of play. You sit down here and we'll have a talking to. Some people perhaps don't believe in a bit of a row at the end or telling off and say, okay, you can do better than that, and that's it. I don't think I've seen such poor bowling for a while, Nick. I don't know, you're much more than me now these days, but
they haven't made Sussex work hugely hard for these runs, but you've got to give credit to Thomason, who's hit 10 boundaries in his 49 not out.
You got your wish?
Bit of David Lloyd.
Bit of David Lloyd, yes.
Military medium.
Picks up the wicket now and again when you're not expecting it, so he might be able to do the trick. Just keep a length.
So Thomason and Haynes dominant so far. It's the left-handed Haynes on strike on 36 and make that 37 as he tucks it into the leg side. Takes out a single to deep mid-wicket. 90 without loss, Sussex. I didn't think they'd dig this far into the Glamorgan first innings total, and still
me. We shouldn't have.
Another 4.5 overs to come. Alan Thomason then on 49 not out, faces up to David Lloyd, and he comes, and there is Thomason's 50 as he just deflects that away on the offside, backward of point, goes through for a single. Applause from the Sussex balcony in the far distance on the pavilion. 10 boundaries and 64 deliveries only for the Thomason half-century.
Yes, well played. And, he's played exceptionally well.
In comes Lloyd again, and Thomason has played that one beautifully. The ball scorching away for 4 backward of square on the offside. Billy Root jogs over to collect it from in front of the non-functioning scoreboard. And an 11th boundary to Thomason, 95 without loss. As he's really tucked into anything short and wide, and there's been a little bit too much of him, but that was a lovely shot. Backward point is now on the boundary. They're just 2 slips and 3 saving the single as he drives on the offside Thomason, straight to cover this time, and there is no run. Perhaps I could leave Adrian, if he's finished his radio commitments, to accompany you through the last 4 overs while I do a little bit of writing.
Lloyd bowls again. No,
I'll finish this. That's right.
Okay.
Lloyd is in, and that's played nicely away on the offside by Haynes. Picks up a single. So Thomason and Haynes really tucking in. Thomason with 50 not out, 10 boundaries. Haynes with that boundary earlier in the over, ticking on to 42 not out as David Lloyd conceded 7 off his 5 deliveries so far, and Glamorgan looking rather bedraggled in the field as Lloyd is in to bowl, and that's played defensively by Thomason to mid-wicket. He is on 50 not out. Tom Haynes nearing his half-century as well. He's on 42 not out with his 5th boundary in that over, and Sussex have got off to an absolute storming start. They're 96 for naught in reply to Glamorgan's 285 all out. Commentary till the close of play from Edward Bevan and Adrian Harms.
And this run rate, believe it or not, is 5.09, which you very, very rarely see in county cricket, and it's not really acceptable. As well as Thomason and Haynes have played, and I think they've played very well indeed. They've had some loose stuff thrown at them. Douthwaite starts in the over, which the first ball is pushed away to Root, feeling a cover. There's no run. 4 overs, and still we're watching the medium pacers. And Sussex must be absolutely delighted with this, Adrian.
Well, there will be, not least because top order and particularly opening batting has been a real problem for Sussex in the last 3 seasons.
Next one is played off his legs by Haynes, out towards mid-wicket. In comes a return from Taylor, and they go through for a single.
In fact, I ought to know, and maybe one of our Sussex listeners may well know, when the last 100 opening partnership was for Sussex, because I've probably got it in my notes somewhere, but it doesn't readily spring to mind. So often Sussex have struggled at the top of the order, particularly perhaps since Chris Nash moved on to Nottinghamshire, and like to have Joyce around the top order as well, but they've really struggled. But these two have certainly batted very well here today, and indeed at Old Trafford last week.
His Douthwaite comes in and bowls, and Thomason leaves outside the off stump. That's a better delivery. You know, you'd think that the bowlers of this standard should just bowl a length outside off stump.
Yeah.
It's just gone all over the park.
Actually, I've just I was thinking that it was a long time ago. Apparently it was these two at the Oval last year. That must have been the last Bob Willis match of the season. Well, there we are. But before that, then, it was a long time.
Yes. Next ball is left. Suddenly got his radar going. 97 without loss.
Thank you to Sam Keir, the Sussex press officer, for that information. But certainly before that, then, it would have been a while. But important for these two, I think, now, Edward, having made this very good start, is to
carry on in the morning.
You know, they want to be here tomorrow morning now, having got Sussex off to a real flyer. They want to consolidate.
Douthwaite bowls, and this is just nudged away out into the covers. They go through for a leisurely single. 3 overs left after this, and Glamorgan have to be a little bit more rejuvenated tomorrow morning. It'll be fresh. They will have a talking to, and they will try a little bit harder, and you often do see things overnight, and in the morning it changes.
Yeah, absolutely.
They'll have to bowl better than this. As Douthwaite goes round the wicket to the left-handed Haynes and bowls to him now, and bowls a bouncer, which sails over Haynes' head. That's the end of the over. 3 overs remaining, and it's 97 without loss.
Yes, we did wonder, didn't we, whether there was a little bit in this pitch for the seamers. Certainly Ollie Robinson got a little bit out of it, but these two have batted very well. I think you're right. In fairness, the Glamorgan haven't as bowled as well as they would have wanted. They're leaking runs, but Haynes and Thomason have certainly waited for the bad ball, and when the bad ball has come, they've
been too many. You see,
they've made it count. Yep.
Yeah. I was just telling Nick, the 3 back foot drives that Thomason played it against Wheel, fantastic shots, but they were given the opportunity to do it.
It's going to be David Lloyd who comes in to bowl to Thomason, who's placed quietly to mid-on, fielded there by Michael Hogan, and there is no run. The light is not great, but it's perfectly playable. If it was a club game, you wouldn't even be talking about the light, but it's a little more gloomy than it has been. Noticeable by the fact because it's been a glorious day here in Cardiff.
Yes.
Lovely sunny day, and Lloyd runs away from us. 2 slips go down, he bowls, and Thomason is forward to a ball of good length, foot right to the pitch of the ball, and a repeat performance as he plays it to Hogan, who picks up. And again, there is no run. 2 slips, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg and a fine leg all the way on the balcony, all the way on the boundary, the balcony. Lloyd in and bowls, and Thomason again just covers up and plays quietly down the offside of the track. David Lloyd, who made a very impressive 84 earlier on today, shared a partnership of 110 with Kieran Carlson, who batted beautifully, remaining undefeated on 127. But apart from that, and 36 from Dan Douthwaite, they were the main contributors, and Glamorgan losing their final 4 wickets for 19. As Lloyd is in and bowls, and that kept a little low, and had to rather dig that out. Aaron Thomason played it into the covers, and there is no run.
Yes, pitch is played perfectly.
Yep.
Such a good wicket, as I mentioned, I think mid-afternoon, that it's been good for batting, good for bowling. Get that ball in the right place, of course, which Sussex did from the lunch session on, and Glamorgan's bowlers have completely failed to emulate them.
Lloyd in again and bowls. Thomason forward, straight back down the track, and there is no run. What are the spinning options for Glamorgan?
You've got Callum Taylor, and you have got Billy Root.
Right, okay.
I think I would have employed one of them just to change the variety, because they've been seamers. Glamorgan bowling 5 seamers. Just a change of bowling, slower bowling, just to change it a bit.
Lloyd in again, bowls, and back on his stumps is Thomason and plays very quietly into the offside. Some welcome relief for Glamorgan. That's a maiden over from David Lloyd, and we have another 2 overs remaining in the day. If you're wondering why on earth we're still playing at 6:45, we've got 100 overs today, 100 overs tomorrow, and then we have an extended tea break on Saturday during the
long extended
of the Duke of Edinburgh, and that will make up the time. But the light is good, and we're halfway through April, and it's great to see these long evenings.
No, certainly is. Here's Douthwaite then, comes up, penultimate over of the day, and the first ball is just pushed out to mid-on, and these batsmen know that these 2 overs, they can block every ball, because they've given this side an excellent start here. 98 without loss.
I'm wondering who up on the balcony might have the pads on. We hope he doesn't have to go out there. I'm sure there'll be a night watchman. Probably
Connor, that was it.
Maybe a Carson.
Carlton, I mean. Here's the next ball, and that's huge. Shot you don't play with an over and a half to go.
No.
Huge waft. Kitchen sink, dishwasher, the lot. Given at that, and fortunately he didn't get a touch. Partner goes down and might say, "What on earth are you doing?"
Well, that was a complete lack of concentration from Tom Haynes, wasn't it? I mean,
overconfident. You see, this is so easy. They must have been saying, "I'll just grab a 4 before the end."
Yeah, no, that was a
But
poor
if he
shot.
got out to that, I don't think his captain would have been very happy.
No.
Southwaite in bowls again. This is played gently up to mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, interesting talking to Tom Haynes last night. He said at the end of the 2019 season he really wasn't enjoying it. He was getting out the same way week in, week out.
Probably worked on it now.
Didn't quite know where to turn, and he went back to some of the coaches he's used in his short career, and he just says he feels in a completely different mindset now.
Douthwaite bowls, Haynes is forward into the shot, plays it back down the pitch, and if my counting is right, I think it's 1 ball left, 7 balls left in the day. It's been a long day.
Well, I think we've got another, is it 7 balls left in there? Is that right? Or is it 2 overs after this, or just 1?
1.
You won. Well done, Edward. You were right. I can't count.
Could be 2. Douthwaite from the river end comes in and bowls. That's down the leg side, and a stifled appeal for a catch at the wicket. I did miscount. This is the last one.
Yeah, you don't want to get out strangled down the leg side.
Last thing you want after playing so well.
Yeah.
Douthwaite, possibly his last ball of the day. Bowls, that's played out to mid-wicket, and that is no run. End of the over, just the single over left before we depart. Well, not quite. You boys got to do some interviews. Now you're going to have some food.
I'm going to grab a word with Ollie Robinson after close of play. Picked up 4 wickets for Sussex today. And bowled very nicely, as he invariably seems to do. But to complete a good day for Sussex, they'll want to get through this final over of the day. That's going to be bowled by David Lloyd, who started off proceedings this morning, opening the batting for Glamorgan, and made a very stylish 84 before it became a victim of Henry Crocombe, the young 19-year-old Sussex seamer. But here comes Lloyd with 2 slips, running away from us. He's in on bowls, and Thomason with that model forward defensive shot. He just plays quietly to mid-on, fielded by Michael Hogan, and there is no run. 3 men saving 1 on the offside. There are 2 slips, a mid-on, deep square leg, and a fine leg all the way on the boundary. Lloyd with this busy run-up away from us. He's in and bowls, and down the leg side, and Thomason looking to glance that down to fine leg, didn't make contact. The ball goes through, taken by keeper Cook, and there is no run. Yeah, I'm sure Glamorgan will go away and reflect and come back tomorrow morning. They'll be keen to make amends for this session.
Well, we saw that, didn't we, with Sussex, who
Yes.
were a completely different bowling side after lunch.
Yep.
Having been addressed by the coaches.
Lloyd in bowls, Thomason is forward and plays quietly, timid on, and again there is no run. And we have seen throughout the Glamorgan innings that look, it sort of fell in little clusters with good stands in between, and notably the 110 between Lloyd and Carlson.
Just got a bowl, better length, better line.
Lloyd in again, bowls and covers up, does Aaron Thomason, plays the ball straight back down the track field of his own bowling. Couple of balls left in the day. Thank you, Ed, and thank you, Nick, for your hospitality as ever. Always love
See you
coming
in the
down
morning.
here. Yeah, always enjoy coming down to Cardiff.
Been fed and watered well by Nick today. And
Yeah, we've had
complimented.
Welsh cakes and cups of tea, which have been very welcome. And Lloyd is back to his mark. It's away from us, he's in and bowls, and Thomason plays it onto the onside. They're going to take a single, they'll need to be quick. Oh, the throw came in, and both batsmen were struggling there. Whichever end the throw had gone, Tom Haynes dived head first to make sure he made his ground, and Aaron Thomason was just struggling, and had that hit, I think that might have been close. And Sussex would have kicked themselves if they'd have lost a wicket off the penultimate ball of the day. Either way, Aaron Thomason picks up a single, and we've got one more ball left to be bowled in the day, which is going to be bowled by David Lloyd. He's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Tom Haynes. There's a good bit of fielding that by Carlson. In comes Lloyd, bowls, and Haynes just plays that quietly into the offside. That is the end of the over and the end of the day's play. And Sussex will be very pleased to go to stumps on 99 without loss. It means there are 186 runs behind Glamorgan at the end of the opening day. So thank you very much, everybody, for listening. Thanks for your texts and emails and tweets throughout the day. And Nick, Ed and myself, Adrian Harms, will be back with you tomorrow morning. Thank you very much for listening, and a very good night from Sophia Gardens.